them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Brown Raleigh. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your face should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. You do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win. We know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry. Can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive. Do what it takes to survive. What is truth? What is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake. They don't know what to decide. Wrong choice meet your demise. Keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go. You visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. Wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. Yeah. Grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision. Keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob, cause I do good business. I'm too good with it, and even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing, but I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress upon the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah. I won't come in last place anymore. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
The mission of the Soul Tribe Social Family is to empower individuals to connect, inspire, and support each other on their journey towards personal growth, self-discovery, and a positive transformation within a nurturing online community. Our vision is to cultivate a virtual space where members of the Soul Tribe family can share their stories, wisdom, and experiences, fostering a sense of belonging, understanding, and unity among diverse individuals. Our core values include authenticity, empathy, growth, and community. We aim to create a safe and inclusive environment for open dialogue and mutual respect, provide resources for personal and collective growth, celebrate diversity and individuality, and promote positivity, kindness, and mindfulness in all interactions within the community. Join us in shaping a supportive online family where your voice is heard, your journey is valued, and your spirit is uplifted. Welcome to the Soul Tribe, where connections are soulful and relationships are transformative.
Power, knowledge, liberation.
Welcome to the Duel of Concepts, the arena where minds clash and brilliance is born.
This isn't just talk, it's the battlefield of thought. At the DOC, we sharpen minds with debates, ignite ideas with lectures, and drop jewels on history, science, spirituality, politics, and the Black state of mind. We build, we challenge, we elevate. From music videos to quick breakdowns, every piece is designed to wake up the spirit and fuel the movement.
Duel of Concepts.
Where the future of Black thought is forged. Find us on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube at Duel of Concepts and online at duelofconcepts.com.
This is not just a debate. This is a battle for the spiritual foundation of a people. Sunday night inside the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Two worldviews collide. In one corner, the cosmic visionary, the student of angelic revelations, the defender of Oaspi, Cosmon Cal. And in the opposing corner, the scriptural warrior, the voice of covenant tradition, the defender of the Holy Bible, Gideon Yisrael. The question shaking the community: which is better for our people, the Oaspi or the Bible? Ancient prophecy versus modern revelation, canon versus cosmic expansion, tradition versus transcendence. Is truth sealed in scripture, or is heaven still speaking? Two men, two books, one culture watching. No dodging, no safe answers, only fire-tested arguments in the arena. The Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas fight and only the strongest worldview survives.
Yes, that is this Sunday, prime time, 7 p.m. over here on the Coliseum.
This is not just a debate.
Titans Debate League. You got the floor, homie.
Most definitely. And y'all know, big shout out to Titans Debate League. Big shout out to my brother A1 here, as always. For giving us a platform, a fair platform, for allowing us to get our voices out here and be heard. So, there's no greater honor than that. Yesterday we were speaking on the live yesterday a lot about, the Hebrews, the Hebrew language, and where did it originate from. And we tend to have some people think that the Hebrew language just was just an invention. These people invented this. It didn't come from anywhere. It's part of a bigger group language called Canaanite. And so today I'm here to straighten all that out with scholastic evidence and linguistic comparatives, so I could bring a better context of understanding of what we're looking at and how to deal with these Semitic languages when we're going back to their origin. And it also gives a little bit of an insight of how these people were operating in culture, right? Because a lot of Hebrew Israelites want you to think that, they was always worshiping Yahweh. Yahweh was always the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And they, when you get into stuff like this, it's just a layer that we peel off the it's just a layer that we peel off the onion of delusion. So whenever the brother brother A1, you want to show something?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm
So
just
we gonna
watching like
hop right in here. We gonna hop
I'm in the
right in here.
stands like a fan, baby. Go ahead, do your thing.
All right. So we gonna hop right in here with it. All right. So first off, we're gonna play a little mini video, and then I'm gonna get into the presentation. Let's get into it.
It's a story that might just change the way. Today, we're going to unravel a fascinating puzzle about writing, identity, and a piece of hidden history. It's a story that might just change the way you think about the ancient world. So, when you think of ancient Hebrew, what comes to mind? Probably the script used for the earliest parts of the Bible, right? But here's the question that kicks this whole thing off. Was that script actually uniquely Hebrew? Well, that's the key to our entire puzzle. Okay, take a look at this. This is the Tel Zayed Abbasidari. You can think of it as an ancient alphabet cheat sheet, one of the oldest we've ever found in Israel, from way back in the 10th century BCE. Now, for ages, everyone has called this script Paleo Hebrew. Seems simple enough, right? It was found in Israel, so it must be an early form of Hebrew. Case closed. But what if that name, Paleo Hebrew, is actually hiding the real story? What if it's just a modern label we've put on something much, much bigger and more connected? That's what we're here to dig into. To solve this, let's just start with the most basic evidence we have, our own eyes. Let's see what happens when we put these two scripts right next to each other. So, on the left, you've got a classic Phoenician inscription. On the right, an inscription found in ancient Israel, the kind we call Paleo Hebrew. Now, take a second, look closely. I mean, really look. Can you spot any real structural differences? It's pretty hard, isn't it? Because they look almost exactly the same. And when we isolate the letters, the argument becomes undeniable. Look at the Aleph, the Beit, the Lamed, the Mem. The Phoenician version and the so-called Paleo Hebrew version, they're identical. The visual evidence is just staring us right in the face. And hey, this isn't just a visual trick. The experts who study this stuff for a living, the epigraphers, they all came to the exact same conclusion. The script the early Israelites were using was the Phoenician alphabet. So this isn't some fringe theory I just cooked up. In fact, when you look at the scholarly research, there is a massive, powerful consensus on this. Frank Moore Cross, who was basically one of the giants in this field, he put it plainly. He said that early Hebrew script is really just a local variation of the bigger Phoenician script. In this early period, telling them apart is almost impossible. Then you've got Joseph Nave, a top Israeli paleographer. That's an expert in how scripts evolve. He actually put a date on it. He argued that you don't even begin to see distinctly Hebrew features until the 9th century BCE. And before that, they were one and the same script. And Christopher Rolston just kind of hits the nail on the head. The ancient Israelites didn't go out and invent a brand new alphabet from scratch. No, they did the smart thing. They adopted the best technology available to them at the time, and that technology was the Phoenician script. So the consensus is crystal clear. It wasn't invented, it was adopted. Okay, so this brings up a huge question. If all the top experts agree it's the same script, then why in the world do we even have the name Paleo-Hebrew in the first place? And this is where it gets really interesting, because no ancient Israelite ever called their writing Paleo-Hebrew. That name is a totally modern invention. It's a label created by archaeologists, really as a kind of filing system. It's based on where an inscription was found, not on what the script actually looks like.
So why make up a new name? Well, at first, it was just for convenience. Hey, we found this in Judah, let's just call it Paleo-Hebrew to keep things organized. But as scholars like William Schniedewind have shown, there was also a deeper, more ideological reason at play. Creating a separate name helps build a story of uniqueness, a story of a distinct national identity for ancient Israel, completely separate from its Canaanite neighbors.
And that right there brings us to the bigger picture, because this alphabet wasn't just a story about two groups of people. Oh no, it was a whole regional phenomenon. You can think of the Phoenician alphabet as kind of the USB port of its day in the Levant. It was an international standard, a shared technology that everyone used, from everything from royal monuments to simple trade receipts, all across different cultures. And this is the perfect illustration. This incredible bronze bull was found in Galilee, squarely inside the territory of ancient Israel. And the script on it, it's a perfect, beautiful example of Phoenician writing. This shows that the script wasn't some foreign thing, it was part of the local culture being used right there in Israel. And it gets even better. The famous Mesha stele, this huge national monument for the kingdom of Moab, one of Israel's biggest rivals, guess what script is written in? You got it, the exact same one. This is definitive proof that the alphabet wasn't owned by any one ethnic group. It was a regional tool, and anyone with a story to tell could use it. So, why have we spent all this time deconstructing a simple name? Well, because getting the story of this script right actually changes how we see the ancient world and how we understand ancient Israel's place within it. So, what are the big takeaways here? First, the earliest scribes in Israel used a shared Canaanite alphabet. This connects them deeply to their neighbors, the very people the Bible often describes as the other. It also challenges our modern assumptions about cultural uniqueness back then, suggesting that the lines between peoples were a lot blurrier than we think. And finally, it shows us that the name Paleo-Hebrew actually tells us more about our modern need to create neat little boxes than it does about the messy, interconnected reality of the ancient world. And it leaves you with a really powerful thought to chew on. If the very letters of an alphabet have been mislabeled, just to fit a more convenient modern story, what other historical facts are really just the stories we've told ourselves about the past?
So you got to break this down for me. Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician are the same. And
That's what I'm about to do right now. Yep. Go ahead, brother.
And it was saying there's only a slight difference on like.
Yep. Not even a slight difference. So.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna let you go ahead and cut. Go ahead.
As we witness, I'm only going to be confirming what the video said, but I wanted to let the video play just to give the brothers and sisters just a starting point and reference of what my point of tonight's presentation is, right? Paleo Hebrew is not some self-invented script or language. Paleo Hebrew is literally nothing more than the Phoenician script. That's all it is. And again, the only reason that brought upon this presentation is because we had the conversation last night and we had some brothers that strongly disagreed on this point. So after I bring out this information, I want to know if they still disagree. So let's get into this, right? The modern invention of Paleo Hebrew, right? So on one side, on this side over here, we got the Phoenicians, right? From Babylon, 10th century, right? And over here, we got the Israelite, Gaza, 10th century, right? These are the exact same scripts. Wasn't it the brother King J last night that was like, humble, you can't find me these scripts and you don't even know they was written in cuneiform. They was written in cuneiform. Do these look like cuneiform to you? This looked like what we would call Phoenician to me. And that's fine. If y'all want to say Phoenician, take it away. This is just a dialect of Biblios, right? A dialectic Canaanite in Biblios. if we want to play proper terminology, how they tried to do last night. So let's get to this thesis. The script used in Israel during the 10th and 9th century BCE is structurally, visually, and historically identical to the Phoenician script of the Iron Age Levant. Ancient scribes recognize no distinction. I thought I was doing faulty scholarship really fast. I had to, go freshen up. I had to make sure I was still in my right frame of mind when it came to this type of stuff. Let's get into it. The scholarly consensus, right? Frank Moore Cross from Harvard. The Israelites did not invent a new alphabet, as they was trying to say last night. They simply adopted the Phoenician script wholesale. That's not Brother Humble Mystic saying that. That's a linguist from Harvard. Let's see what Joseph Navas say from Hebrew University. In the 10th century, no specifically Hebrew characters can be distinguished, and the script followed the scribal tradition current in Canaan. Again, this is not Brother Humble Mystic. See, I don't gotta come to y'all with just ideas out the side of my head. When I go to my scholars, I know they know what they talking about because they're linguists in the matter. Christopher Rolston, right? The early Hebrew script is the Phoenician mother script. Features often called Hebrew are actually shaped in regional standard, which means there's no distinction, just as I showed you right here, between these two writings right here. Primary evidence. The Babylon, 10th century, and the Gaza, 10th century. Contemporaneous to one another. Hey, brother A1, do these look like different scripts to you?
At first glance, yeah, we got to break it down. I want to break it down though, what these characters are. And I see it says 10th century under the pictures. Is that when these were found, or?
No. This is when these characters were being used, right? This is when this language was being used, which is essentially the same language. Let's get into it. Shared alphabet, shared origins. In the 10th century, the Phoenician script was international prestige script of the Levant, which means it was all around the Levant. It functioned as a shared Canaanite technology. Let me read that again for the people who missed it. It functioned as a shared Canaanite technology, a standard adopted by Israel, Moab, and Aram. So when we looking at the Moabite stele and the Mishnah stele and the Aramean stele, and y'all talking about, oh, all of those were in different language, you don't even know. No, they were all in this standard not function of Canaanite, which we call Phoenician. Writing was specialized. Writing was a specialized skill. The script functioned like a software standardized used by different nations, which means this person over here did not use a different script than the person over here. Or let me use my map right here, which means the people in Israel didn't use a different script than the people in Moab. They used the same language. But what they were trying to have you believe last night is the people in Israel had a whole different language than the people in Moab. They had a total different language than the people in Aram. They had a total different language than the people in Sair. But in reality, they all share the same language. Let's get into it. Case study. The Talzati Abituat. Right? Context discovered in the 10th century context in Judah, right? Look at this right here. You see this letter, you see this letter, you see this letter. This is what they will call Paleo Hebrew, right? But let's analyze it, right? Discovered in the 10th century context of Judah, right? Analyst Christopher Rolston notes the trident shape of the kaf, vertical mem, and the standard Phoenician aleph Conclusion: despite the location, there are no non-Phoenician script features. Let me read that again. Despite the location, there are no non-Phoenician script feature, which means this is in Phoenician script. How do they know this is a Phoenician script? Because they can tell by the Phoenician letters. Let's get into it. Case study: the Gaza calendar, often cited as the earliest Hebrew inscription. The earliest Hebrew inscription? Let's get into it. Resembles 10th century Phoenician inscriptions from Babylon. What? So you telling me the Gaza calendar, which is known as Hebrew inscription, when you study it, is nothing but 10th century Phoenician inscription from Babylon? Wow. And they say, I don't know what I'm talking about. Man, they gotta go. What I tell them last night, they gotta go hit the weight room. They ain't big enough. They gotta go do their homework some more. Navad, no specificity. Hebrew characters can be distinguished. Look, this is the Geyser calendar over here, if y'all can see my cursor, right? And this is the Shabal inscription from 900 BCE. These are the exact same script. Am I making things up, brother A1? Right? When you look at this right here, and then you look at this right here, and then you look at this right here, and then you look at this right here, right? These are the same. This is the same script. Let's get into it, man. Cross differences are faint at best, which means this script might use more straight lines. This script might use more curvy lines, right? As we can see, when we see this right here, we see 1, 2, and then this drop down here, right? But then when we see some of those like over here, we'll see this right here. We'll see 1, 2, and it drops straight down. So it don't bend back like this way. Or it's exaggerated, right? We see this 1, 2, and it bend back, and then we see this 1, 2, and it got a little hook. So that's what it's talking about when you want to see the differences. That's the differences. But everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. Let's get into it, right? The Pan-Lavinian Standard, the Mishnah Stele. The Mishnah Stele that everybody like to talk about. Let's see if they actually do their research on it. Identity Paradox. The Mishnah Stele, 9th century BCE, is written in Moabite language by Israel's enemy, yet uses the exact same script found in Israel and Phoenicia. What? So you telling me that even the Moabites, who everybody always try to say, oh, these are the evil Moabites, they ain't have no dealings with the Israelites, they even use the exact same script and language as the Israelites and the Phoenicians? Come on now. The implication: the alphabet was not ethnically owned. It was shared. It was a shared technological standard. That's what they're not understanding. That's what I was trying to get them to understand last night, right? This alphabet wasn't just owned by one group of people who like to believe in the Bible, right? With the lineations. It was, oh, we had this language back then. No, y'all did not. This was a shared technological standard amongst the people. Let's get into it. Debunking the Hebrew markers, right? The myth, the elongation, the arguments. This is why it was important that I went into the slight different variations, because people are trying to, you see how they this uses a longer straight line, this uses a curvier line. Let's break that myth right here. The argument: some scholars claim elongated tails on letters aleph or the kaf and the mem proves a distinct Hebrew script. The rebuttal: Rosenthal, right? Elongation is not a national identifier. It appears in undeniable Phoenician inscriptions like Kitkenton and Aramaic inscriptions, Tel Farikia. So this isn't no distinguished things that only happened among the Hebrew Israelites. This also was a thing that happened amongst all other people as well. So, they can get out of here with that. Oh, well, we can tell how it was different because of the elongated skull, the elongated tails. No, you can't. Let's get into it. The Francis model of scribal training, Phoenician scribal centers, the pristine tradition, right? So when we come down here, the Israelite royal court. Then out of this also comes the Moabite royal court. Out of this also comes the Armenian royal court. Why is this important? Scribal training centers operated like franchises exploring a standard prestigious tradition. Royal courts adopted the micro features of the Phoenician script because that is how the freelance scribes were trained. That deserves a bomb right there. That one right there. Because we all want to know, well, how do we know they used the Phoenician script? And if they did use a Phoenician script, why did they use a Phoenician script? Well, it's clear. They used the Phoenician script. They all adopted the Phoenician script, right? Because that's how the freelance scribers were trained. Let's get into it. The turning point, the 8th century. Rise of national states and bureaucracies, right? The Sham Phoenician mother shift, they say mother script in 10th to 9th century BCE. The 8th century Iron Age Bronze 2. Then we get the Hebrew national script, right? This is where the Hebrews finally break off and get their own script. So this is where it stops becoming Paleo Hebrew and starts becoming the standard Hebrew script, and then it goes into the Masoretic Hebrew script. Now this again is where for this is they call it Proto-Canaanite, which is also another crazy misnomer. But this is around the time that it stopped this language is stopped known as Proto-Canaanite and start to call the Armenic script or the Armenic national script. And then of course we know the Phoenician script, right, which started all off. Let's get into it. The ideology of Paleo Hebrew. The term Paleo Hebrew is a modern scholarly convention, not an ancient reality. Now, last night, all I kept hearing was, is an anachronism. Is an anachronism. You using the word Phoenician because you can't use that as an anachronism. Well, so was the term Paleo Hebrew. So if you want to switch one anachronism with another anachronism, I'm cool with that. I just want you to be accurate with what anachronism you're using, right? Because you can't go into colleges and universities talking about Paleo Hebrew. They're going to turn you right around out the door. Let's get into it. Shindenwine, the label emerged from a desired distinguished Israelite inscription from Phoenician ones, asserting a unique cultural identity. Historical reality, a Canaanite technology with little sense of ethnic ownership in early monarchy. Paleo Hebrew. This is not Paleo Hebrew. This is a Phoenician script. And the proper way that we would say this is it's a Phoenician Canaanite script. We're going to call it Phoenician Canaanite in a minute here. Right? Bang. The culture and theological implications. The insight. The earliest Hebrew texts include the earliest tradition of the Torah were encoded in a script identical used by pagan Phoenicians. This is why they keep trying to deny that their script comes from the Phoenician script, because then they would have to agree that their scribes were pagan. They don't like to agree with that. And so that's why they keep denying this. The key point, the Israelite culture was deeply embedded in the Canaanite world. They inherited their writing technology rather than inventing it in a vacuum. So once again, this double downs on the point that which y'all will call Paleo Hebrew is not an invented technology. It's an inherited writing technology that came from the Phoenicians. Right? The Phoenicians of Babylon. to be more specific, if you want me to get specific with you. Let's get into it. The conclusion, a shared inheritance, right? The reassessment. Paleo Hebrew is simply the Phoenician script used in Israelite context during the early monarchy. Exactly. Technology. The alphabet was a shared regional standard, a Canaanite technology, not a national invention. Once again, that's a fact, right? Context. The distinction between Phoenician and Hebrew script in the 10th century reflects modern ideological desire, not a historical reality. Again, more with that Eurocentric mindset. You see, the Eurocentric mindset is so dangerous, right? It's not only whitewashed the Commission history, it also whitewashed the history of the Levantine people as well. And hey, listen, if y'all want to consider yourself the Hebrew people, right, or the Israelite people, I think it's fair for y'all to go reclaim what's y'all's. Come back and tell us the right stuff about y'all. Stop letting these people tell us about what y'all stuff is, and y'all go start doing y'all homework and bring us the accurate information. Because until you can do that, then none of that stuff that y'all talk about is credible. And with that, that ends my presentation. For that. So the point of the point of all of this is I had some brothers, King J, I can't remember all the names, but they was sitting up here really telling me that the ancient Hebrew people had this language before the Phoenicians, which is idiocracy. This right here is what I talk about damaging to our community, because they don't know how many people now running around saying that. And now they got to come back with a lot of bow down heads, man. Like, dang, man, you led me in the wrong direction. But once again, this is why I always explain to us we got to go out and do our own due diligence of research, so we don't have to rely on the words of some faulty people talking about some faulty scholarship. We can go straight to the source ourselves now. So that's why this is so important. And with that, I land my plane and I open up the floor. Thank you so much, brother A1. I appreciate you, bro.
You already know, man. You already know. You dropped your presentation down. I had a question about one of the slides. I should have wrote it down.
Go ahead.
I can't even remember what it was. No, I should have wrote it down. It's all right though. I don't even remember.
Oh man. Well, I can always bring it back up whenever you do.
Yeah, it'll come back up. It'll come back up for sure.
What you think about it though, Brody? Give me your takes on it.
Yeah, I like the angle you coming with. I want to see how they respond to it. I think y'all were arguing past each other yesterday a little bit, but I think you brought a little bit more clarity. King J gonna have to watch this and yeah, put something together. You know what I'm saying? King J always got a presentation ready for somebody. Shout out King J.
Mm-hmm. And I welcome it, man. Hey, look, you watch this. I'm challenging you. Watch this presentation and do a rebuttal presentation. Oh, let me cam up when I say that. I'm challenging you. Watch this presentation and do a rebuttal presentation. And hey, listen, if you come to me and you say, bro, I ain't find nothing in your presentation I can rebuttal, I can accept that. But if you do, be a man and go do a rebuttal presentation. Or you already know we welcome you with open arms over here. We welcome you with open arms over here, bro.
Click that link. The panel is open. Questions or comments about anything you just saw. Talk to me though, man. How they have you feeling yesterday about it?
Oh man, it just lets me know that even in people's own tradition, it lets you know the lack of study and scholarship that's going around in the community, man. And I can't stress that enough, because if we are out here representing these things, then we should at least have enough information on these things to have a decent conversation, right? Am I saying I'm a scholastic expert in Hebrew or the Semitic language or Medu Neter? Nope, I'm not claiming that at all. But what I am claiming, and let me come up when I say this, what I am claiming is that I know enough about those languages to have a conversation, and I promise you I'm 100% accurate on everything I'm saying about it. I know that much. I've done that much study and that much research that I can come and sit with somebody who speaks the language, and we can have a conversation on how the language was constructed and the history of the language and who was speaking the language. See, I can have that conversations. How many of you can have those conversations without getting caught up in your belief systems? See, because that's what it's all about, bro. It's all about the belief systems. You see what I'm saying? Because it's you know what? And oh man, who said this the other day? Damn, I can't remember who said it. But it's a sort of lie, man. It's an ambiguous lie. I think it's called an ambiguous lie, something like that. But it's a lie that you gotta keep perpetrating to keep it going. You see what I'm saying? And that's all these cats doing, bro. That's all these cats doing, man. And it's like once they start to concede to the truth, and a lot of them know it, bro. A lot of them know it. They just don't wanna. They feel as though if I give up the fight now, I'm gonna be looked at as weak, or they're gonna clown me because I didn't jump on the other side. Man, you didn't woke up. Listen, you didn't got some information and you didn't elevate it. That's how this works. You get new information and you elevate. You got the question back?
No, I just like the graphic right there. That looked nice.
Yeah, that's fire.
It went with the title. He was over here cooking. You feel me?
Yeah, man, it's the Phoenician script, and that's the thing right there, because people was telling me the other day that, oh well, if you use the word Phoenician, that's an anachronistic statement, and I could have bust their head last night with that, but I could have bust their head last night with, well, if Phoenician is an anachronistic statement, so is Paleo Hebrew. But you know what? I just killed them with the AI overview. That's all I had to do. Once you pop the AI overview up there, the whole conversation truly was null and void, because the AI overview literally said everything I just broke down in my presentation. You see what I'm saying? So, and then this flip-flopping stuff, bro. Y'all gotta stop that, bro. Y'all gotta start standing 10 toes down on y'all information, bro. Y'all gotta finish strong. Y'all can't keep letting people, listen, I know I'm a tough opponent, but man, every time I deal with you brothers, man, y'all brothers flip-flopping all over the place. You feel me? Same thing with Yara, bro. Yara talked to other tats, man. That man 10 toes down in Hebrew Israelite. He start talking to me, my man flip-flopping all over the place. I'm not that guy.
Whoa. You know y'all rise 10 toes down for the cause. And I bet he would show up to prove you wrong any day. But go ahead. Don't let me
I had my man Yara banging on his own book over there, man. He know what's up. Oh yeah, man. Hey, listen, they don't tell you that the white man did this to the book. They don't tell you that the white man did that to the book. That's not even, hey, look, we don't even know what Jesus said, man. That's not Jesus' words in the book. See, that's something too. I think people forget that when we on these platforms, right, everything we say becomes documented. So when you sitting around brothers like myself and others, you got to be really careful with what you say. You know what I'm saying? Because, a brother like myself is really fast to go play back those clips. So Y'all gotta be careful, man. Y'all gotta be careful. What up? What up? What up with y'all out there, man? I see we got 9 people in the room. What up, Oli?
What up?
Quantum
What up?
only.
What up? What up? What up?
What up with you? How you feeling? How you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling
Shout out
good.
Quantum Onlyism to the stage, the one and only great mind, creator of Quantum Onlyism.
What's up, my guy? I want to say again, another nice show, Humble Mystic. I feel you having to get up and get your topics out and get your points out, man. You did good last night too. I don't know, y'all got y'all own thing, so I kind of be knowing what y'all talking about. But again, it's very informative, and I appreciate you putting that out there for us.
Most definitely, brother. Most definitely. It's my pleasure, bro. That's what I'm here for, my guy.
Yeah, any comments? Did you see the presentation? Did you catch any of the presentation? Quantum Onlyism, can you hear me? Shout out King
So,
J. We might not have to wait for
I want
that
to ask you
presentation from King J.
another thing. My man's humble.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
I don't think
Have you ever heard
Quantum Onlyism can hear
anybody
me.
saying that
Can you tell him to step out and come back in?
Egypt is in America?
Hold on 1 second. A Quantum Onlyism. Step out and come back in, bro.
Bet.
Shout out King J and shout out
What up?
Jose
What up, King
Francis
J?
to the panel. Give both of these gentlemen a round of applause.
Whoa.
Go ahead, King J. It's on you. I think you were watching and heard him call your name.
Yeah, I watched the brother's presentation. I wanted to watch so I could um see exactly what he was talking about, so I could um I still don't think the brother got it. I mean, I think he still was kind of off in his scholarship. The brother made a couple of mistakes again. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he alluded that the Hebrew, the Paleo Hebrew, it derived from the Phoenician.
Yes, it's the
You keep
Paleo
saying
Hebrew.
that.
I'm gonna state it so you can hear me again.
I heard you.
Paleo Hebrew
Uh-huh.
is the Phoenician script.
Is the Phoenician script. Okay, would you want to debate that? Because my contention would be that it's not the Paleo Hebrew is not the Phoenician script. They would be more or less sister scripts. They did not derive from one another, but they have a common ancestor. So that would be my argument, and you could die on that hill again, and we could set it up to whenever you're ready to set that up. Because it don't take much prep for that.
Okay, most definitely. We can most definitely set that up.
Do you understand the point that I'm making? Because
I most definitely understand the point.
so
Listen,
what am I saying to you? Because I just want to make sure
you are saying that Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician both came out of one language that birthed both of these languages. That's what you're saying. You're saying these languages are contemporaneous to one another.
First of all, the scripts. First, let's be clear.
These scripts. Okay, we can leave it as scripts. You're saying that these two scripts are contemporaneous of one another.
They are contemporaneous. I'm saying they're contemporaneous.
Go ahead.
Not only are they contemporaneous, you're still using the word Phoenician during the time period. So just on the simple fact that the word Phoenician is a Greek word that doesn't apply to come around until 600 BC and 600 BC, and you're using it to describe Canaanites, or to be specific, Sidonians, or more specifically, Tyrrhenians, people who live in Sidon and Tyre, right? Because when the Greeks come along, they are describing the people who live in the cities of Tyre. Well, no, just specifically Sidon, because they are known for actually the snails, because the snails is what they're using to produce the purple dye. So they are describing this particular group of people from Sidon and calling them Phoenix, or no? Yes.
No.
And yes.
No. Because
So
the
we
script, hold on 1 second. You can't say that because the script
you can't say
originated
what?
in Babylos.
We're not talking about the script. I'm giving you the history of the word.
Of what
So
word?
Phoenician.
Why do you keep hanging on the
Because
content
you
of the
keep
word
because you
Phoenician?
keep
So
because we're
Paleo
talking
Hebrew is also
because
an anachronism.
listen, humble, because we're talking about 1050 BC, right?
Yes.
Those people are called Kanani. They would call themselves Kanani.
Okay.
Or Sidon, or listen, or
I
Sidonians,
wouldn't
or
disagree.
Sidonian. So listen, so this is where you keep mixing it up, getting it mixed up at Sidonians. Later on, 600, 700 years later, if some Greeks want to come along and to say, hey, back in 1,000, be 700 years ago, these people, these Sidonians, we're going to call them Phoenicians now.
They did the
That's
same thing to the
fine.
Hebrew. That's
Brother,
what
quit
that's
conflate. I
what
don't
makes
care what they
Paleo
did
Hebrew
with whoever
anachronism.
they did, brother. We talking about what actually happened to them.
The
You
same
keep
thing.
conflating, brother. I'm not conflating or debating the points. We're talking about the Phoenicians particularly.
Exactly, the Phoenicians, right?
Okay, right. And
You
so
can't say, hold on 1 second.
who are the Phoenicians in 1050 BC?
Who are the Phoenicians in 1050 BC? The Phoenicians are the area which makes up, or which we would call Babylos, Tyre, and the other one.
Sidon, brother. It's
Yes,
Sidon. It's Sidon, brother.
yeah,
It's Sidon. So
yeah.
the Phoenicians in 1050 BC are called Sidonians. Okay,
No,
correct?
they're not. They're Babylonians.
Baby, Babylon is not on the coast
Not
of the
Babylonians. I
Mediterranean Sea.
apologize. Not
You
Babylonians.
need to,
They're the people from Babylos.
brother. I'm telling you who they are. Biblos is right there too. So, brother, it's all three of them are right there, brother.
So
All
let me
brother,
ask you a
listen,
question.
listen.
Let me ask you a
All
question, KJ.
we don't
Hold
have
on.
to
Let me ask
argue
you a
about
question.
that point because they
Let
all
me
three are
ask
next
you a
right to
question.
each other,
Hold on
brother.
1 second. Let me ask you a question. Let me see
Sidon,
if you
Tyre,
can answer.
and Biblos are
Let me
right
see
next
if
to
you
each
can
other.
answer this question. Hold on. Where did the script originate?
What script?
The script that they use that
Who?
became
Who
standard.
is they?
Hold on. The script that they used that
Who is
became
they?
standardized script around the Levant region.
Who are
Who
they?
came up with that script?
Who are they? I'm asking you. I'm being
The
really serious.
Canaanites.
So
Everybody,
listen.
the Amorite, the Amorites, the Tigres, all of those people who came up with the standardized script that all of those
Well,
people
I
use.
broke this down. I broke this down yesterday, brother. So I want you to pay attention, and maybe you can understand it today. The Proto-Sinaitic script is the origin of both of these scripts. Brother, you asked me a question, so let me answer the question. If you don't agree with it, still let me get the answer out before you cut me off in mid sentence.
I got you.
So, okay, so you asked me that question, brother. The Paleo Hebrew and the script that you are calling Phoenician, which is just basically a Proto-Canaanite script, because they weren't calling that themselves Phoenicians during that time period. They would have called themselves Kanani. So Proto-Canaanite and Proto and Paleo Hebrew are both derived from the Proto-Sinaitic script. That script that I keep telling you, that's coming from the miners from Serebi El Kadim, those Semitic speakers from that Semitic mind. When those Semitic speakers enter the Levant, right? You have what the Sidonians, right? Let me get it out. You have the maritime coastal Sidonians that have a dialect or variant of this script, and then you have a Highland, yeah, and then you have a Highland Hebrews who are lived in the highlands who have a variant and dialect of the same script. It's called isolation. And once they are isolated, once this proto-Sinaitic script enters into the Levant and goes into certain geographic areas and becomes isolate, we see different variants of the script. So we see in the coastal areas, we see Proto-Canaanite, which you're calling later Phoenician, and in the highland areas, we see Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew.
Okay.
Variant
Well, here's my hold on.
two different sister
Okay.
scripts from the Proto-Sinaitic script,
Okay.
not derived from each other.
Okay. Watch this.
They are both contemporaneous with one another.
Okay, so here's my stance. My stance is right. what you call Proto-Hebrew or Paleo-Hebrew is the exact same script as the Phoenician script.
It's not the exact same script. It's a variant. They both are variants of the Proto-Sinaitic.
Time out. Is that
That's why they're similar. That's why they're similar.
Can that be our debate?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
Is the Paleo Hebrew derived from the So just can we fix that word, brother? Because that word alone will put us at 600 BC.
They both are.
And you would die. Listen, brother. Listen, brother. Listen,
anachronistic. They both. It's
brother.
just a matter of terms. And
No,
if you
it's not,
want to play the
brother.
semantic game, the term Phoenician is way more accurate than the term Paleo Hebrew.
Brother, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about I just want to use the correct terms because the word Hebrew is a historical word. I can say Ibri. We can say Kativ Ivri. So you're not, brother. Listen, you're not listening, brother. You loud and you wrong. You keep shaking your head. You should be really learning, brother, because you're finna die on this hill again. You're gonna need to go back and sharpen up your. Listen, brother. You will die on this sword again. And I'm just telling you, I'm just asking you for just for your benefit, brother. Let's not use the word Phoenician because it will put you at a certain time period every single time, brother. And say with some Greeks. You could just say Proto-Cana. You could just simply say, brother, listen, hold on. Let me finish the word, brother. Let me finish my thought, brother. Let me finish my
we debating the
brother.
title on the screen or not. You see my stance.
Brother, yeah, you would die.
Script. You see my stance. Are we debating the stance or not, man? We don't need no filibustering.
You gotta put is, not as. First of all, is the Paleo Hebrew the Phoenician script? My argument is that they are not the same. They are not derived from one another. That they are sister scripts and they are derived from the Proto-Sinaitic script. They're just different. It's very simple. They're both just variants of the Proto-Sinaitic. You can't if you can't comprehend that, brother, you'll die. You're finna die. And the simple fact that you keep misusing the word Phoenician when you're simply talking about in 1050 BC, you're talking about listen.
Set it up.
You set it up. Y'all running the show.
We here with it. Hey, when you free?
My girl just ran and grabbed some smoke. So shit, when she come back, I set up a PowerPoint and everything. In 2 hours, we can set it up at 7:30. We can do it at night.
You wanted to be a quick death.
You finna die.
Listen, I ain't one of those. Now listen, King J.
You just died, brother. If I could tell my
hold on one second, King J. You ain't dealing with no brother Ashe or none of them, bro. No, bro, we gotta do this the proper. If you tell me 2 hours, bro, I'm ready. Listen, I'm always ready.
Brother, the only reason why now you able to still continue to talk is because I'm not able to show my screen. Brother, you would have been died.
Laptop. Come share your screen.
My laptop in my lap right now. My laptop in my lap. I'm just waiting for cigars, brother.
Open up your laptop and let's get it in.
Listen, it's 7:30 now. I want to really set it up for real. So give me an hour. So it's 7:30. So let's say 9 o'clock. I'm gonna come back in an hour and say, brother, we could just have a conversation about this, and if you would just listen, you'd be like, damn, bro, I see where I'm wrong at, brother.
I'm not.
You keep misusing the word Phoenician. I keep trying to tell you that's where you keep messing up at, brother.
But so is Paleo. Matter of fact, hold on. Wait.
No.
Hebrew going through this.
Avery is a good term. You can.
No, it's
Hebrew
not a
is
good
not.
term. No, it's not a good term.
What is the word for Hebrew?
No, it's not a good term. No, it's not.
Avery.
Right.
Okay.
Paleo Hebrew, hold on. The term Paleo Hebrew is a modern scholastically convention, not an ancient reality. This is a scholar right here. Squidward, hold on. This is a scholar right here, a linguist to be exact. The label emerged from a desire to distinguish Israelite inscription from Phoenician ones, asserting a unique cultural identity. I'm not saying this. This is what the linguists are saying. So now are you saying that the linguists are wrong? Are you saying the linguists are wrong?
What this says actually just debunked you.
Are you saying the linguists are wrong?
brother. The
Are
word
you
Hebrew,
saying the
brother.
language
How,
so
brother,
wrong?
brother. Your comprehension is just slow. The
My
word Hebrew,
comprehension is
brother.
slow.
Can
And
I
what?
talk,
So
brother?
maybe so
Can
can
I
you
finish,
read it? You
brother?
read.
Humble.
You read.
If you ask me a question, let me answer the question. The word Hebrew, Hebrew, is a English word.
Bro. Now
Comprehend
it's
it,
an English word. I
comprehend,
tell you earlier, A1,
comprehend,
I be
brother,
having these
comprehend,
guys flip flop,
brother,
bro.
brother,
This how they
humble,
be flip flopping, bro. You ain't
humble,
ready, bro. Bro, you sure you gonna be
humble,
ready in an hour, bro? You
humble,
sure you gonna be ready in an hour? I
humble.
put this together in 45 minutes, nigga. A1 was on the phone when I put this together,
I
nigga.
can tell.
I
I can
apologize, bro. Let
tell.
me calm down. I'm getting in my element. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm calm.
But humble, real quick.
So
Just let me finish. Just let me finish the sentence. You cut me off.
go ahead.
The word Hebrew, Hebrew, is an English word, brother. The word Ivri is the correct Semitic word. So that's where the confusion a lot of time goes in the Hebrew pronounced Hebre. Hebrew is English opposed to Ivri or Ibri is the actual word that actually literally means Hebrew. So Hebrew in English. So if you look
Bro,
for IVRI or RBRI, you might get a different answer depending on what you
nobody
actually type
so
in.
different
in
ain't
that.
nothing. The reason the people called this Paleo Hebrew is
Mhm.
because they wanted to distinct the Israelites that were using this language from the other people that was using this language. So, man, listen, it's all right here, bro. And he talking about my reading comprehensions is off. I want him to read it. So
brother,
so so we
brother,
can
the
make
fact that you
sure,
still think
or
that
we have
Phoenicians,
somebody else read it so they can make sure we comprehending the same thing, right? Paleo Hebrew is a modern scholarly convention, bro. And you
right?
talking about
I
some
just said
read
that,
and all of
brother. I just said that
that.
Hebrew
Right,
is an English
right.
word.
So then
You
how
don't
can you sit here
comprehend. You
and
don't
say, hold on
comprehend
one
big
second.
words, humble.
So hold on. How can
You
you
don't
sit here and
comprehend big
say,
words,
hold on, how can you sit here and say the term Phoenician is anachronistic if the term Paleo Hebrew is anachronistic as well? Stop
brother.
throwing
So all you have to,
rocks in the
brother.
glass house. You're
So
gonna
the
burn
difference,
the
so
building
brother,
down.
to
Stop
answer that
throwing stones in
question,
the
brother,
glass
to
house.
answer
You're gonna
that
break the building
question,
down.
brother,
Come on now.
to
Come on
answer that
now.
question, all you have to say was Paleo Ivri.
Paleo Ivri to Paleo Hebrew, that's not what it was called. That's
It's
not the name
different.
of the script.
It's different
The name
because
of the
now
script is Phoenician.
because Ivri is not a modern convention.
The name
The
of the
word Hebrew
script
is.
is Phoenician.
You don't even comprehend the
Hold
information
on.
you're reading, brother.
Hold on. Are you sure you're gonna be able to deal with this in an hour, bro?
Brother, I'm dealing with it right now.
Show me the differences. What's the difference between those two scripts right there?
Dialectic variation, geographical
Can you show me
location.
the? Can anybody on this panel show me the difference between those two scripts right there?
Yeah, I can. We
No,
can.
you can't
And
because they both
you're
both
gonna
Phoenician.
die. You're gonna die with the Mesha Stella.
They both Phoenician
You're
scripts.
gonna die
Come
with
on
all
now.
of these. They're not
Let's
Phoenicians.
get into it.
They're
Let's get
Canaanite.
into it. How you going? So again, can you show
I'll be
me?
back in an hour.
Can you
I'll be
show
back in.
me the
I'll
difference
show you in an
between
hour.
the scripts?
Hold on. Humble, because now we getting a little ahead of ourselves. Give me. I'm gonna set up, get a presentation real quick. I'm finna do it right now.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
come back in an hour,
Come on.
and you finna die slow down.
Come on.
It's all love, brother. But I'll be right back.
Most
All
definitely,
right.
King. I'm here for you, brother. I'm here for you.
If you die, you die. Let's go.
Hey, listen, man, you gonna need a whole cavalry, bro. Hey, look, this
let's,
something light
let's,
that I had to throw
let's
together,
get it.
man. It's destroying you. I come
Um,
to listen. I promise you, I will come and I won't even it's circulating. Of course, I
we
got
finna
you. You not
we finna
understand.
put an end to this tonight. We finna put an end to this tonight.
Most
Word for
definitely,
me, finna die. So
most
I'm
definitely.
give me an hour, family. I'll be right back.
Got you. I got you.
Look.
You should have asked him what's the parent script between both of the languages and see what he
I
would have
got that. I got that right here. Listen, this is something that King J do as well, right? He say he watched the presentation, and clearly he ain't watched the presentation. Cause if he watched the presentation, right, he would have seen, right? What that say right there? Anybody that see the shared phonetic, right? Mother shift, right? This is where this right here, right? The rise of the national state, right? This right here is what they would have been calling Proto Hebrew.
Yeah,
but
but
it can't be called Proto-Hebrew because it's still using a standardized Phoenician script.
But you do know the.
Hold on 1 second. It don't turns into a fully Hebrew script until later.
You do know the.
It's still using a Phoenician script.
You are aware that the parent language of all of these is probably Medu Neter, right?
Yes, that's going back. Yeah, we ain't going that far. No. Time out. Oh, don't move the goal. We're not going that far back. We ain't going that far back. We going as far back as these languages can be controlated to one another, right? Which is right here to the 8th, to the 10th, 9th, and the 8th century BCE. With 8th, 9th, 10th century BCE, we see all three of these people right here using this very same script. Right now, the thing is, what is the name of, or not only what is the name, but who invented this standardized script that all of these people are using?
I understand.
The people that we call. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Yes.
I understand what you're saying, but when you look at this, right, and you look at the early hieroglyphics dictionary, they show you Phoenician and Hebrew and Arabic, making a correlation between those three languages and Medu Neter. So we know that Medu Neter is
time out.
We know that they're definitely the parent language.
Not moving the goalposts, bro. We not going that far back. We know that. We ain't dealing with that. We're dealing with these scripts, right? What is if I can make it even plainer? We're dealing with the script of this time period right here that you see on this screen. Okay. We're dealing with this script, right? And so when you see this script, right, the Geyser calendar, which y'all would call this is a script from what y'all would call the Hebrew people. So y'all would call this script Paleo Hebrew. Okay. However, this script right here that you see in the Geyser calendar is not Paleo Hebrew. This is the exact same script as you see over here on the right, as the Shabadil inscriptions, right, in 900 BCE. They both using a phonetic script. There's nothing different between these languages. I mean, between these scripts. I apologize. I know I keep using the word languages, but between these scripts, there's nothing different between these scripts. That's the point I'm making. So the Hebrew script is not different than the Phoenician script. The Hebrew script is the Phoenician script.
Well, both of these scripts look the same to me.
That's the point I'm making. But King J seems to think that these are different scripts.
Well, you also should have asked him, in out of his language, where does paleo come from? Paleo is a Greek or Latin word.
Time out. So see, look, you was sitting up here the whole time, bro. Hey, listen, so how you hold on 1 second. Because you was sitting up here the whole time, right? Didn't I just deal with this?
I understand what you're saying, but he tried to throw paleo in front of Hebrew and make it seem as if paleo.
But that's why I was
and it can't. It can't because that's a Greek word or a Latin word. That's not indigenous
that's
to the.
Why I was dealing with both of them. Once he tried to say Phoenician is anachronistic, and then I have to come back with, well, so is Hebrew, because they're both Greek words. You can't say one thing is anachronistic and not say the other is anachronistic.
And so is paleo.
And so is paleo. Paleo, the word paleo just means early.
But it's a Greek word. It doesn't fit.
Exactly.
Talking about, so you can't use that word and throw it in there.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, we in agreement on that. Yeah. See, listen, and that's why he's saying give him an hour. He can't even deal with what's on the screen, right? This is why I say, bro, King J be doing that flim. He'll come up. Yeah, I seen the presentation. It was good, but I still got some pushback, and then he'll go against everything you just did a presentation on and not address anything that you did the presentation on. Right? He won't address the Phoenician script. Now, matter of fact, what did I say in the presentation, brother A1? I said now, a great question is, number one, who brought the Phoenician script into existence? And two, why does we call it the Phoenician script? Right? So number one, The people of Babylon brought the script into existence, right? And number two, the reason that we call it the Phoenician script is because of the Phoenician scribal centers. All of these people right here, what you see, these royal courts, studied from the Phoenician scribal centers. Why do you think the Israelites wrote in Phoenician? Because that's where their scribal, that's where they were taught from. They were trained to write in Phoenician. That's why we call it Phoenician. This is why we don't call it Hebrew. But see, if he was paying attention to the presentation, he could have came up and addressed that. Nah, brother, we don't got no time where the Israelites trained up under the Phoenicians and they gathered their script and they adopted their script like that. He can't challenge that point because he know it's factual, right? So, and then this right here, right? When he was like, oh no, one is different. Bang, the argument right here, I debunked it right off the bat with another scholar, Rosenstone, right? Elongation is not a national identifier, which means just because you see elongation on the Hebrews or the script that the Hebrews use does not mean that they modify their script in that way to make it different. No,
But it does, though.
No, it does not. People wrote it in different ways. So it does. Some people use elongate. That's why I brought this one up right here. Because it depended on variations, right? Again, both of these are the very same script, right? However, these people use a more straighting variation, right? So you see their lines are straight. These people use a more wiggle variation. So you see their lines is more zaggy and curved and cut off and things of that nature. With matter of fact, if I can use the words properly, right? This is a more curved script, and this is a more square script. If I could be more, so that's the only difference. But these are the exact same scripts. That's where he's not going to be able to get around that right there.
But the script doesn't mean anything, though.
The name of this script is called Phoenician. He can't debunk
that. But that's not Phoenician script.
Then what's the name of this script? What is the name of this script right here?
You will call it Canaanite simply because you've seen that in the land. That is Canaanite, sir. See,
gosh.
Listen. I'm actually in the middle of writing a book. I'm doing an essay. Okay. I'm writing a book on biblical Hebrew, and I'm going into all of this right here.
Uh-huh.
And so when we talk of script is one thing, but language is another. So what separates them is the syntax. Syntax is what separates them. Okay. I mean, can you actually sit here and translate, parse it out for us, translate it? Can you show me where a sentence begins? Can you show me where it ends? You see what I'm saying? So Hebrew, when we talk about Hebrew, we're talking about the people, or excuse me, the children of Israel. Okay. And so when we look at the actual sites where Israel, or what they call quote unquote Jews, and even in Samaria today, they still write in Canaanite script. Okay. But what differs from the northern and the southern, of course, is the way they wrote, how they wrote it out. So you see the differences there. And what separates the children of Israel from the rest of the land is how the Torah was written.
The Torah used Phoenician when it was written.
Brother, when you talk about listen, when they discovered the Proto-Sinaitic scripts, or these markings, when they found the Proto-Sinaitic script and the markings, what did the markings show? Who were the people that wrote that? Okay, the children of Israel. We know because we see Moses in there.
No, what in the world? Hold up.
Yes. You see Moses in there. You see the
You saying Moses? You saying the word Moses in Proto-Sinaitic?
yes. That's why they give that to the children of Israel coming up out of Egypt.
No, you gonna have to source that up, brother.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna do a presentation. A1, thank you for letting me up. But I'm definitely gonna do a presentation. This is actually my book I'm working on. My biblical is entry level biblical Hebrew. Uh,
Are
I
you
am
saying, hold
certified.
on real fast, let me get an understanding of what you're saying, bro. Are you
Mhm.
saying that the Canaanite speaking people who came in contact with the Egyptians were Israelites?
Brother.
Is that
When
what
you
you're
say
saying?
Canaanite people, you don't actually know who's coming in there because
No. Answer the question. Is that what you're saying?
you said Canaanite people. I'm telling you Hebrew people, the Hebrews.
I
I'm
said
telling you
the
Hebrews.
reason I'm
You
saying
said
the
Canaanite.
Canaanite speaking people, right, is because that's how it emerged. That's what Proto-Sinaitic is.
That's false.
Proto-Sinaitic was developed by Canaanite workers and laborers in the Sinai Peninsula,
You can't prove that.
especially in the Sarah. I can't prove that,
Yeah, you got to
bro.
source that up.
You want to get in the ring? Hey, yo, hey, let's get it. As you said, source it up.
Yeah,
Let's
source
source
it
it
up.
up real quick. Don't worry about it. I'll source it up.
Hold on one second.
I'll source it up. Don't worry about it. Get
Yeah,
this.
source up. Canaanites wrote anything to any rulership in Egypt and showing that they wrote that in Phoenician. Because the only thing that you're gonna show that's coming out of Canaanite, of any Canaanites writing anything to Egypt, it was written in cuneiform. There's no such thing as no Canaanite speaking people writing no Phoenician nowhere. You made that up all the way up. It
What?
sound good though. It sound good though.
I made it
Sound
up.
good. Yes, you made it up, sir.
Okay. So once again, I'm trying to don't worry about it. I got you. I'm gonna get this proto-Sinaitic script joint for you, and then I'm gonna jump over there and I'm gonna show you where once again where Canaanite speaking, what you would call Hebrew, was using the Phoenician script. Don't worry about it. Hold on one second. All right. Hold on, let me see. All right, bang. So let's get it
And
here.
we
Since you said
mhm.
I made this up real fast, no, let's get this here. Hold on. Stop sharing
Yeah.
that screen. Start sharing this screen. Let's get it. See, listen, man. This is like Diamond's Gym over here, man. This is like Diamond's Gym. When you come in here, you better be ready to put it all on the line. Right? When you up here making claims, you better be ready to put everything on the line. Historyofinformation.com, exploring history of information and media through timelines. Let's get into it. The Proto-Sinaitic script first arrived at the Sekabit el-Kadem. The Sekabit el-Kadem, an ancient Egyptian turquoise mining site in the Sinai Peninsula, right? The WM5. Let's go here. Let's go here. I don't want to read no commentary. Let's actually go about. Let's actually see what this person's saying. Cause I don't want to read about what they say he's saying.
Well, that's Petrie's work.
What is this
Uh-huh.
person actually saying?
He's saying that that's the children of Israel.
Who are these people? That's what I want to figure out.
They're going to tell you they're going to equate it to the children of Israel. That fits the timeline.
I don't think it did. I really don't think it did. Okay, so it say the people who created the Proto-Sinaitic script were Semitic-speaking Canaanite workers and miners living under Egyptian rule. Okay, we know they were Semitic-speaking Canaanite. So they were Canaanite. They were Canaanite. They
No,
wasn't
no.
the children of
What
Israel. They were
what he
Canaanites.
what he's referring to as all the linguistic scholars, because there isn't a direct saying, "Oh, this is a tribe of Issachar," or "This is the tribe of
Well,
Levi."
of course, because we
But
know
they
that
have,
didn't exist. That didn't exist.
yeah,
That didn't
yeah, it
exist.
did, yeah, it
No, it did
did,
not. No.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
hey,
12
listen,
tribes of Israel.
after I'm done with King J, we can deal with
Mhm.
you and your tribes. If you want to
Yeah,
deal
yeah,
with them tribes, we can deal with them 12 tribes. I'll tear them
yeah,
to
yeah,
shreds,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. We can deal with the tribes. Don't come to me with that one West. I don't believe in no 12 tribes.
I don't do
Don't
listen.
don't
I
come with
kill
no
all of
charts.
that.
Let's just stick with the history. We could definitely get into that. Now, what they call Canaanite. Okay, this is later scholars. Okay, because there is no direct uh saying of what tribe, of who this and who's that, but they have these writings, and the writings and the markers, the markings that shows that, again, we see the name Moses. We see it's something else I'm missing, but that's why they put it with them. Now they're talking about Canaanite. Geopolitically, the children of Israel would have been considered Canaanite because they came out of the land of Canaan.
Okay. Okay. Now, here's my question to you, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
When did they distinguish themselves from Canaanites?
They always were distinguished from
No,
Canaanites.
they were not. Thank that.
Yes,
Look,
they
look,
were.
look. See, look.
Listen,
That's where I'm gonna
listen,
get you at. No, they were
listen,
not.
listen. Watch
No,
this.
they were
Watch this.
not.
Watch this. The
Nope.
only the way they practice their burials is, number one. The only people that practice that type of burial were the children of Israel.
No, bro. They had Canaanite practices of burial. They mimic
No,
Canaanite
bro.
practices. Yes, they do.
Okay. Pull the source showing the
Bro,
artifact
hey,
of
I ain't about to
Canaanite.
keep doing your homework for you,
Yeah.
bro. You gonna
No,
have to
you ain't got
talk.
to do no.
Listen, I'm looking
Listen,
for
listen,
5
listen,
different
listen,
things
listen,
for you, bro.
listen. So what we gonna do? We gonna definitely have a debate on this topic. We ain't got to even go no further. We gonna stop it
Okay.
right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna see what King J talking about. I missed the presentation. I'm gonna watch the replay for sure. And I see we want to be up here for like an hour and some change, so it ain't gonna be too much to comb through and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Should be easy. And I'm pretty sure the slides looking good. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you're talking about. But we could definitely get on that topic for sure.
Let me ask Sapphire a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question, Sapphire?
Yes.
According to the Bible, there's a difference between Hebrews and Israelites, right?
No. Well,
Yes, there is.
yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, because if we talking about Lot, his children. We talk about all the sons of Abraham. All of them will be considered Hebrews.
Right. So what we're dealing with in the Bible is they use something anachronistic when they describe where Abraham was from. They said he was from Ur in Chaldea, and that is Chaldea would have been an anachronistic term around the time that he was supposed to exist. So we know that's historically inaccurate.
Well, actually, Kasdim, the old Assyrian, is considered the Kasdim. Okay, so that's Sargon the Great. Sargon, which is like
The Babylonian king.
2,500.
He was a
Yeah, like
Babylonian
25.
king. He was a Babylonian.
Well, he was a Akkadian king. He wasn't
Same thing.
Babylonian.
Same thing, pretty
No,
much.
no, it's a difference because Babylon is in the south, Acadia is in the north.
But they're related, aren't they? Yes, they are.
It's a no. You can't just say they're related. Not everyone is related. Who's from Acadia? You know what I'm saying?
Right, but when
So
we're talking
if
about,
we
but
look
when
at the biblical, if we going by the biblical narrative, we see that Shem and Ham live amongst each other. So
that's not
related
history,
like
bro.
blood,
That's not
but
history. That's not history.
that is
There's no
history.
such thing.
That's
There's no
history,
such thing
brother.
as Shem or Ham or Japheth. Those are not historical figures. That's a Bible
It's
story.
definitely historical. It's definitely historical. We got
No, that's not
old.
true.
We got old, bro. It's already inscriptions been found. It's already artifacts been found with names of sons of Japhet that goes back to 3000, 2000 BC. We got artifacts, names of people from Shem's line. Is Shem mentioned directly? No. But we say Ham. Ham is mentioned directly.
Where?
Kemet too.
Outside of the
Kemet
Bible.
too. Kemet too. Yeah.
Bro,
Ham. Ham is
there is
Ham is
no
Ham. We
there's
see
no
we
historical
see Ham,
inscription with no name
bro.
Ham in it. That's a
Bro,
lie.
when you go down into Kemet, that that's saying the people of Ham. If we
No, bro.
if we was to
No,
put that if we was to
no,
put
sir.
that in biblical Hebrew terms,
No, sir. No.
yes,
The
Kemet,
Kemetic people never refer to
Kemet.
themselves as Ham. They never did that. There's
How did
no
how
word
did
in
not?
their language. They never refer to
Do
themselves as Ham.
we?
They
But
never
they
did.
call themselves Kim. But they call themselves Kim too.
Chem is not Ham.
Kemet,
Chem is not
Kemet.
Ham.
Yes, it is.
No, it
What
isn't.
does Kim mean in Medu Neter?
Black or dark. That's exactly what it
Thank
means.
you. So what do Ham mean in biblical Hebrew?
I don't know.
Yeah, hot, burnt face. Well, Kush is burnt face, black. Yes.
Kush is not Ham. Kush is not Ham.
No, that Kush is Ham.
No, it isn't. Kush
Yes, it is.
No. Kush is the parent culture of ancient Kemet. There's no word in there's no Kushite word for that.
No.
Kush has primary. The word Kush or Kes has primary attestations in Kemet. That is why we know that is a historical word. The Greeks refer to them as Ethiopian. So Kush and Ethiopia are the same.
Ethiopia.
And there's no word in any of those languages for Ham. There's none.
Still Ham. No, Ham is right there in your face. You don't say Ham in Hebrew. That's not Hebrew. That's not the Hebrew language.
Well, it's not a Kemetic language or the Kushite language either.
It's Ham. No, it's Ham. The same way as it is in Egypt.
It is not the same word.
It's the same word, brother. It's the same word.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
That's biblical nonsense. It is not.
Argue with yourself in the mirror.
There's no argument. There is no word in ancient Kemet for Ham, and there is no word in the ancient Kushite language for Ham. Somebody made that up, and you believe in that foolishness because you're Hebrew Israelite. That doesn't go back to any historical linguistics in any of those cultures at all.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Ham, and Ham is the same word. It means the same thing.
Cam is cam. Not that foolishness you just said. There is no K. It's when you transliterate it, it's a K.
Not no K.
Or an M or K or M.T. There is no there's no H in there.
Brother.
There's no H in there. Kemetic language. There's no H. There's no H in there.
The word that makes up Chem in Egypt has the same consonant as in the Hebrew language.
No, it does not.
Chem. It's not no Chem. It's Chem.
It does not.
Brother, that is a guttural consonant.
Hold on. There's a K
that's
and
a guttural consonant.
Transliteration and a K and an M by T. There's no H in any of those words.
That sounds like a debate right there.
No H. It ain't no H in Hebrew either. So what you talking about? It ain't no H in Hebrew either. So what you talking about? No, what you talking about?
I agree there is no such thing as ancient Hebrew. I agree with that. There's no argument.
Wait, say, brother. It is.
What did you say? Hey, hold on, Jose. What did you just say?
I said there is no such thing as ancient Hebrew. Hebrew is not an ancient language.
Right, that's correct. And that's why
It's ancient
you run
Hebrew.
into problems. That's why you run into problems when you try to look up what Paleo Hebrew is,
Brother,
right?
you don't know what
You
you're
have
talking
to
about
play the
nothing.
hypothetical game. You have to play a
Ain't no
hypothetical
hypothetical.
game.
It ain't no
Yeah, you
hypothetical.
do.
I'm a
Yeah,
linguist.
because in reality, Hebrew is Greek, bro. Real talk.
How is
and he's
biblical
trying to make
Hebrew Greek? It
and
make
he's
no
trying to
sense.
make and he's trying to make an argument about some H, and there is no H in the word chem or chemet.
I didn't make an argument. You made an argument about some H. I ain't say nothing about no H. That sounds stupid because there ain't no such thing as no H in no Medu Neter or in Hebrew.
Are you
I
silly?
mean, it's an
Are you
H.
silly?
There's an H, but not the no. Yes, I'm
There's several
serious.
H
Ain't such
sounds
thing
in
as no.
there's several H sounds in
It's
Medu
only one H consonant. It's only one consonant. You
No, bro.
have different vowels. You may vocalize it different, but it's only one. It's not no eight nothing. It's only one.
I'm going to explain to you when you deal with Medu Neter as well as what you're calling Hebrew or whatever. They normally do not transliterate any vowels. They'll
Hey, can I
only
say
do
something real quick?
transliterations.
Paleo Hobbit is Greek.
I don't know what you're talking about. I deal with strictly
The
with
Hobbit,
biblical Hebrew,
that's the
and I know,
Hobbits. Like the story of the
and I know,
Hebrews is pretty much similar to the Hobbits.
brother, get out of here. Listen, I know a little bit of the Medu Neter. That I done got way rusty, but I actually learned the Medu Neter.
Well, clearly you're very rusty if you're talking about common chem is the same word.
It is.
Not, no, it isn't.
It is. It's the same.
It is.
It's the same consonant root. It's the
No, it
same
is not.
consonant root.
There is
Yes,
no
it
H.
is.
There is no H.
Jose, would you agree
You
that it's
keep talking about an
allegorically the
H.
same?
What do
No.
you keep talking about an H, man? You sound crazy over here. You keep
There
talking about an
is
H. Ain't
no
no such
H
thing
in
as no
Kemet. So
H.
where do you get that foolishness from that there's a linguistic
What about an
relationship
H?
between the words?
You don't want to talk about an H. You just looking real silly right now because I
So what
mentioned
is
nothing
com?
about no
So
H. It's the
where
same.
does com
They
come
are
from?
the same consonantal root. It's the
Which is what?
same.
Which is
It's the
what?
same consonantal root.
Which is what?
The het mem.
I'm gonna say it again.
Het mem.
For them to be the same
Het
continental
mem.
root, there has to be an H in Kemet, and there is none.
No, it's no H. What you sound stupid. I just told you it's the same consonantal root. It's a
Which
biconsonantal.
consonants?
It's a
Which consonants?
biconsonantal root. It's a biconsonantal root.
There's
I'm
no
gonna say
such
this one more
thing.
time. It is a biconsonantal root,
There's
meaning
no
there
such
is two.
thing.
It's two letters. All right, A1. I appreciate it. Humble. I'm looking forward to seeing what you gonna put forth against King J. I got money on King J on this one. I ain't gonna even front. Shout out to the Titan Debate League. A1, man, I see you. Keep up the good work. And with that, I'm about to get off, man, because I'm in the sleeper berth right now.
Appreciate
You
you,
know, I
big
got
bro.
for sure. I got an early trip. I'm still listening in. And hey, man, y'all be blessed, man. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. I'm out. Shalom.
You know that man ain't had nothing I just said, you know.
Hey, Jose, what do
I
you
just,
think about him? What do you think? Where do you think it came from?
it's biblical nonsense.
Well, no, but I'm saying they had the word had
It's
to come
biblical
from something.
nonsense. Somebody made it up. There's no
So you
historical
don't think it was
evidence for anything.
allegorical or anything like that?
Allegorical means they made it up. That's
Okay,
exactly
but
what it
if it's
means.
an
It's not history.
allegory, you have to know where it came from.
But it's not history though. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't count for history. There's no historical argument for that word. Just like the word
Okay,
Sem.
I was just asking. Though. I was
Yes,
just
yes.
wondering if you
But
thought it was allegorical, if it had any you know what
it
I'm
has no
saying?
history to the
Any
word in actual history. That's biblical nonsense. Just like when you talk about Sem and Shem, it's the same word. So Semitic is something that comes from a biblical term. It doesn't exist in history. Somebody took that and made that something that doesn't exist. People don't know that. Sam and Shem is the same word. So they made it
What
up.
do you think about the Hebrews? You think the Hebrews existed?
Well, the people that they call Hebrews would have been like the Hyksos or the Amu, some Asiatic people that deal with Kemet. That's what they would have called them. The Hekakasu, which means
Allegorically, right? Allegorically speaking, right?
no. They would have called the people that they are calling Israelites Hekakasu, foreign rulers, or Amu, which means Asiatics. That would have been historical. They think that's the historical name for the people that they're now calling Israelites.
Okay, but I thought you said that would have been false though, because they can't show the Hebrews on any of the
Because
what did you say, Akkadian or Hittite?
because those what that came later. They're saying that those people would have earlier been known as the Amu or the Heka Kasu, which simply means foreign rulers. That's not a people group per se. That any foreign ruler of Kemet could have been called a Heka Kasu. They just associate that specifically with these people that they call Amu.
Oh, what do you say about that as far as the Hebrews? Do you think they existed? Do you think they was what do you think?
Do I think the Hebrew people? Do I think the Hebrews were a real group of people that existed and still exist? Yes. Do I think those people are African Americans? Not in the least bit.
Okay, but now I hear your question clearly. No, there was no such thing as a Hebrew because Abraham never existed. So
Okay.
there's no such thing as
Oh, are
that's
you
what I'm
talking
saying.
about? Hold on 1 second. Are you talking about biblically speaking?
Yeah.
No.
Based on the Bible,
no, they didn't exist.
did the Hebrews
No,
exist?
No.
Okay. So, and that's what I'm saying. When you look up, when you
Well,
try to
Eber
find the
wasn't a
origin
real
of,
person. So how could Hebrews exist if Eber, which is the first Hebrew, because his name literally means Hebrew or he who crossed over, right? He didn't exist.
yeah, correct. So when you look up Paleo Hebrew, right, or the origins of Hebrew, don't you think you're gonna run into problems anyway altogether
There
and
you go.
confusion?
There you go.
Historically,
That's the
yes.
whole point. That's the
Right.
point I'm making.
And right, correct. So like, so who do you think actually created Hebrew? If you could like brainstorm,
The
who do you
Greeks.
think created the Hebrew?
Greeks.
Oh, well, I'm talking to Humble. Do you agree
Oh,
with that, Humble? No.
are you talking about so let's not use the term Hebrew for an example, right? Let's use the term Jew, okay? So the term Jew became used after the Babylonian exile. During and after the Babylonian exile is when those people started calling themselves Jews. Before that, they were Elohists, right? And
They always been Jews, Humble.
no, they have not always been Jews.
Yes, they have. The term
No, they
Jew
have
literally
not,
just means Judean.
bro.
It's the same term.
No, they have not always been Jews.
Well, hey, continue on because I wanna hear what your answer is
So what
gonna
I
be.
was saying. So all right. So before the Babylonian exile, the people that we're talking about were just two distinct groups of people, right? One were the Elohists, the other were the Yahwists, right? The Babylonian exile. No, the Assyrian exile happened first. No, actually, I'm wrong. The Babylonian exile happened first.
No, he was right the
People
first
of
time.
the north came down to the south and whatnot, and then the Elohists, right, brought or attributed the attributes of El to Yah. This is where we first get the emergence and we first ever recognize that Asherah switched husbands. At first, right, Asherah was the husband of El. But later on, after the Babylonian exile, we see Asherah being synonymated with the husband of Yah, right? Now, then we have the Assyrian exile. Now, during the Assyrian exile, the Assyrians let some of those people who fled and they couldn't come back, they let some of those people back. Now, here you have a whole group of people distinct of themselves, getting their own culture together, doing what they're doing, and you have a people here operating under Babylonian rule. doing what they doing, interbreeding their gods with the Babylonian gods and things of that nature. So when these people finally come back to their homeland, what the Assyrians allowed them to do, right, there was a mix-up because these people held on to one belief and the people here underwent a whole different range of beliefs. So that's how we get to the people that we're talking about now, who we call the Jews.
But what about their script?
Watch this. During this time, all of these scripts, right, is scholastically known as Phoenician. Scholastically. It's not known as Paleo Hebrew. It ain't known as Proto-Sinaitic. It ain't known as, it's known as Phoenician. That's the script they used. Before it was a Phoenician script, right? It was a more standard Canaanite script. What the Phoenicians did, right, was, or let's not say what the Phoenicians did, what the people of Babylon did was they took the Canaanite script, right, and they structured it. They added 22 consonants. They gave it a more structured tone. They gave it lettering. They gave it shape. This is what they did to the script. And they made that the standardized script. So when people are saying Paleo Hebrew, they are literally talking about the script that the people of Babylon created, right, or crafted from the standardized Canaanite script. Now, this is why y'all often hear me say Phoenician Canaanite, because in essence the script is Canaanite. We can't nobody deny that. But the script was crafted by a group of people in Babylon who later on people call them Phoenicians. And the name of that script scholastically is called Phoenician. So I don't know what King J is going to try to pull. All I know is he better be ready, man. He better not waste my time on me get mad.
I feel you, man.
Elder Yara.
So in essence, you pretty much don't believe in the Bible and the Hebrew, that the Hebrews existed in the Bible. So I mean, that's just what I was trying to like understand as far as like.
No, when we talk about those people, do I think that those people, whatever we want to classify them as, if we want to call them Jews or Israelites or Hebrews, do I think those people exist? Absolutely. But do I think that they have anything to do with, I'm using this term friendly, African Americans? Absolutely not. We are two distinct different groups of people.
Okay.
But there's a difference between the biblical Israelites and the historical Israelites. They are not the same people.
I agree with that. I would agree with that. The history, if I could clean that up a little bit, the history that the Bible gives us about the Israelites is a very different history that we see when we dig with archaeologists and paleontology.
Yes,
gives us. Those are two completely different histories.
Well, how so? May I ask?
Because
give me one example. One example.
Well, one example is Abraham came from Ur of the Chaldea. There's no time in history Ur was ever known as Ur of the Chaldea.
You're getting that wrong.
Ur was known in all of his existence. Ur was always known as Ur of Sumer, never Ur of Chaldea.
You know you're incorrect, right?
That's incorrect.
That's one. Hold on one second. I got you. But that's one example right there in which the biblical history is all the way off.
Yeah, you know you're incorrect though, right?
I'm not incorrect.
Yes, because you're saying that at not one point in time. That's not the
right.
At not one point in time. Yes.
Never. I said this right here. Hold on one second. Let me repeat myself. Let me repeat myself in case y'all didn't hear me. Never in history, right, was ever associated with Chaldees.
That's not correct, brother.
Hold on. It was always associated with Sumer. Now y'all go find me anywhere out
I
here
got you. I
where
got you.
the
I
historical
got you. Let me ask you a
is
question.
associated with Chaldee.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's get into it.
Who are
Don't
who
ask
are the
me no
Chaldees?
questions. Go get the sources.
Who are the Chaldees? First of
Don't
all,
ask me no
I
you're getting this
mean,
wrong. I'm about to
you
tell you.
can't
First of
have a
all, you're getting this
dialogue with them,
wrong.
bro. Just
It's
have a
an
dialogue.
anachronism. That's the argument. The argument is that
Right.
of Chaldees didn't exist until the 7th century. That
That's
is
the point
you're
I'm making.
butchering the
Hey,
argument.
don't come in
You
here
said
trying to agree with me and then try to
you
you know
said
that's the
at
point I'm
all.
making.
You just said it twice.
That's right.
And I'm telling you that was under Chaldean rule in the 7th century.
No,
That's
they
why
was
it's an
not.
anachronism.
No, they was not.
Yes, they were,
Bro,
brother.
bro. Okay. I'm about to
So so
stump
so
y'all
the
right here.
child
Hold
so the
on.
Chaldees didn't
Well,
conquer
Mike
Babylon
I'm
in the
about
Tunney.
to
7th
stump y'all
century?
right here. By the time the Chaldean people came on the scene, hold on. This is why y'all need to go and learn your culture. By the time the
Whoa.
Chaldeans came on the scene, has already vanished as even
You
a
are
civilization.
empirically
So how are
incorrect.
y'all saying that they was under
That's
Chaldean
that's
rule if
that's
those
that's
people
that's
wasn't even
false.
there?
You are
It's
empirically
not
That's
incorrect.
false.
false. So
Yeah.
I don't want to talk. Go get me the scholarship. Go
No.
get me the
I'm
scholarship.
about to tell you right
I
now.
mean,
This is general knowledge for anyone
Go
that want to
get me
listen.
the
You can even
scholarship.
go to
Go
Wiki.
get
Go
it
to
if it's
Wiki and
general
look up
knowledge.
Ur Chaldees. It's a simple Google search. And
Go
it
and
will
it's going
tell
to tell
you
you it's
that
anachronistic.
the Chaldees
It's
did
going to
not
tell you it's
conquer
anachronistic.
Babylon to the 7th century.
Let him get it
right.
That's
out.
why it's an anachronism, because when you read it in the text, it is talking about a period. That's how you can tell that they're writing in a different period,
Right.
because they are using anachronism, and it's
This
not
guy.
an issue. But you are saying that they did not call Babylon at all. That just is empirically
They
incorrect.
did not. What the first hold on, time out. Let's back up here. First off, I
I'm
said
sorry, not Babylon.
they never called of the Chaldees. First off,
You are empirically
hold on,
incorrect.
time out. I live in Baltimore, Maryland. I live in a city that's within a state, right? How can you be a city within a city? You don't, that's not how it works.
I have no idea what you're talking
So
about,
what
man.
I'm saying is Sumer is the state region. Is a city. Hold on. Is a city within Sumer. So then how do you get the Chaldeans being a city within another city of
Chaldeans are
but
not a
never
city. What are you saying, humble? Listen,
what?
you got to slow down. You have to slow
Okay.
down, because you're saying things
Okay.
that are empirically incorrect.
Bro, this guy
Why
is
are you
so hold
saying that
on.
the Chaldees are a city?
Let's
Hold
let
on one second.
Ben finish, and then you can
All right, go
respond.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You're saying things that are empirically incorrect. The argument that is made is that of the Chaldees did not exist until the 7th century, because the Chaldeans, which are a people group, these are a tribal group of people, did not conquer the city within Sumer, until the 7th century. That is why when you read in the text, you can tell that they are writing these texts
Let me
at a
tell you
certain
something.
point in time, because they are using anachronistic terms.
No.
Getting that empirically
Let me
correct.
pull this stuff. We ain't about to keep getting. Let me
That
do
the
it.
Chaldees
I'm tired
didn't
of pulling
conquer
up
Hold
Ur
on,
sources
at
hold
and
all,
on.
and
everything.
that
Let him cook.
doesn't
Let
make
him cook.
sense. It doesn't make sense. And this is why I'm saying you got to slow down, humble, because they're going to catch you on this playback. Just like yesterday when you
Yeah.
said that Akkadian was after some other language, was after Proto-Sinaitic. You got to slow down, because they're going to catch you.
Akkadian is after Proto-Sinaitic. What?
You see what
Bro,
I'm
come
saying? You see
on,
what I'm
bro.
saying?
That's
See these
incorrect,
people.
bro.
Hey, yo, y'all gotta go hit the weight room, bro. Y'all ain't.
Listen,
Come
listen.
on, y'all.
No, let me say this and I'm gonna
Y'all
stop. Let me say
tripping.
this and I'm gonna stop. This is what happens when you research this subject for the wrong reasons,
No,
because you
bro.
get stuck like this and you don't have a foundation in the study, because you're saying things that are empirically incorrect.
No. This
You
is what
gotta slow
happens.
down and you gotta listen
Time
sometimes.
out. This is what happened when y'all get a bunch of believers and y'all don't actually understand. Hold
Humble,
on,
I'm
let
not a
me finish. I'll
believer.
let y'all cook. Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
This is what happened when you get a bunch of believers and y'all don't actually study your own culture. This is what happens when y'all get a real person who study this. I study history. I study anthropology, not just Kemet history and Kemet anthropology, all of it. And this is what you get. I expose y'all because y'all don't study it. Because if you studied it, then you know that wasn't around when the people of Chaldee came into Babylon. That's crazy. For you to even be a biblical believer and don't know that is crazy. Why do a person who don't believe in the Bible understand that about your history, but you don't? This is the issue right here.
All I'm saying, humble, is you jumping out there and they're gonna get you. But I'm gonna be quiet and I'm gonna fall back because
no, you ain't gotta fall back, man. Get it in.
I'm gonna let them get. Listen, he humble. I love you, and you know I love you, but you don't know what you're saying because you're using terms that doesn't make sense. You're saying Akkadian, and I said yesterday. I'm sure you're. I really feel like you want to say a different word because Akkadian is an ancient language. So why are you saying that it's after Proto-Sinaitic? That just doesn't make sense.
So is Proto-Sinaitic not an ancient language?
First of all, Akkadian and Proto-Sinaitic are two different languages, by the way.
I never
Akkadian,
said it wasn't.
These are two different languages, and one comes before the other, well before the other. Where you're getting wrong is you don't know where to put them.
That's why King J always says chronology and timelines matter when you're having these conversations, because it's easy to make those wrong turns. So
Bro.
yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not really difficult, to be honest. It's just that, like, and some of us, we all do it at a certain point. But when you can't really study this type of information with a confirmation bias, because the moment you do that, you're gonna go off, right? It's just like me. Even if I say I'm an Israelite, I just can't say the Israelites built the pyramids. That's crazy for me to say that, right? But you've heard people say that before, right? But when you study without a confirmation bias, you won't say that. You see what I'm saying? You'll know the difference between what the Bible is talking about in certain instances. You'll study what Pithom is. You'll study what Ramses is. You'll study what Avar. You'll study the differences of Avaris. You'll study the difference of Goshen. You'll study the differences in these areas. You look into multiple disciplinary studies that won't allow you to make these types of arguments that you're attempting to make. And I'm not saying this like you're not studying, but I'm gonna tell y'all something that I learned from Chris Harris a long time ago, and I always debate against Chris Harris. It's one thing to acquire knowledge and information, but it's a different thing to learn how to synthesize your information, right? And how to place it within an argument, right, that actually makes sense. But it has to be, as being said, your empirical arguments have to be rooted in primary sources, right? And there's just certain things that we know, right? Because there are more than, if you actually study there's more than one variation of that name that was being used during those times.
Yara.
Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself.
Let me get in
Don't
that
do
real
it.
quick, Yara. Let me get in there. That's something that was really profound, right? And I do agree. But I feel like this is where, again, I was just telling King J, y'all throw rocks in a glass house and y'all foundation collapse, right? You just said when we look at this, we can't look at this with any bias.
Right.
But that's what y'all do, and that's why y'all hold the arguments y'all hold, right? This is why y'all are able to say that Proto-Sinaitic is older than Akkadian, and like,
no, that's not confirmation bias, brother.
That is confirmation
That's
bias.
not confirmation bias. No, that's a fact.
Yara said that.
No,
but that's not confirmation bias.
Yara said No, I did not say pro. Hey, yo, y'all
I told you these playbacks gonna be crazy. These playbacks gonna be crazy.
I said
That's why I
Acadian
said slow down.
This is when I was talking about King J, and King J was talking about that both of the languages where he's gonna. I told man, look, he better come back, but he's trying to say that Proto-Sinaitic is the mother language of Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician, and he's saying Phoenician and Paleo Hebrew are sister scripts.
He's correct.
He's not correct.
He's 1000% correct because they're both child languages of the Meta Netter. That he's correct.
We know that, bro. We know that.
Yeah.
He's 100%
I was
correct.
gonna bring that up. I was gonna ask you what you thought it was.
I'm about to explain to you what I think it is, right? Whenever we see a script and they say that it's Proto-Hebrew or Paleo Hebrew, that's a Phoenician script. That's not a script.
You're confusing script with language.
Hold on. That's not a script that the Hebrew people derived from Proto-Sinaitic all on their own. No, that's the same script that the people of Biblios crafted from Canaanite. Yes,
the people of
I
Biblios,
just showed that. Hold on one second.
The people of Biblios are Canaanites.
Black Sage, what do you think Paleo Hebrew is?
A dialect of Canaanite language.
It's
just a dialect. It's just a dialect.
The scripts don't matter.
Yeah, the script doesn't matter, right? And I think that's where our good brother Humble is confusing dialect with script. And it's easy to do that.
Doesn't matter
because you're confusing the two.
You're confused.
I'm confusing the two.
Listen,
yeah.
What?
Script
in your argument?
Are you saying? So hold on one second. Are y'all saying that a person from Jerusalem and a person from Babylon would not be able to speak to one another?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
that's not what I'm saying. Dialect and written script are two different things. You can have you can have a Semitic dialect using cuneiform, and we see that with the Assyrians.
Facts.
No, time out. That's not the whole. Time out. I see y'all going off the wrong track. Hold on. Me and King J are debating if Proto-Hebrew or let me say it right, Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician are sister scripts, right? Which means they came into existence at the same time, or are they the same script, right?
I'm telling you that they are the same
I'm saying,
script.
hold on one second. I'm saying that they are the same script. When we see the early, which we will call the early Israelite people, if they were even Israelite at that time, I think they were still Canaanites. I don't even think they were Israelites. But the early Israelite people, we don't see them using no scripts that's not Phoenician. We don't see them using their own alphabetical system. We don't see them using anything of their own during this time. They're using a standardized Phoenician script.
They're
That's what I'm saying.
They okay. Here
it doesn't matter.
I got what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I really do. And you're right there. And I'm not being facetious. I'm saying you're right there. But when we're saying is that, and this is why I gave a source, because I heard something on here, somebody speak on here, I think it was yesterday. They were saying that the Modic and the Meta Netter, the Egyptian hieroglyphs was somehow a different language. No, it's not different. It's the same language. It's just different script, right?
Right.
And I think that's what somebody said that on the panel the other day, and I was just like, yeah, that's really bad. But when you talk about Paleo Hebrew, which I don't really care for the term, but I understand why they use it, right? It's just like, it's so I'm gonna give it to you like in the most rudimentary way I could do it. So like you're from Baltimore, right? There's a specific way you pronounce words, right? Than from somebody in the Midwest, right? And because of the way you pronounce those words differently, we could be talking about the same thing. So I'm from Chicago, right? So we don't say car, we say car. We drop that R off. We say car, right? Now somebody in California might say car, or you might hear somebody say core, right? Depending on where they're from. It's just like when we talk about Ebonics. It's English, right? But it's a different
Hold it
dialect,
down, brother A1. I'll be right back, Brody.
right? And so when you talk about those different dialects, sometimes um the scripts can be the same, but the pronunciation of those scripts and sometimes the meanings of those scripts, even though they can be identical across cultures, can be mean something completely different.
Right, and they
And
are
we
subject to change. Right.
yeah, absolutely. And we see that clearly with quote unquote the Paleo Hebrew. And it's very simple. We know that they use 22 of Kemetic hieroglyphs, right? In their alphabet. They use, for lack of a better term, in their script. They use 22. But the definitions and the pronunciations of how they use it is different from the Meta-Neter language or the Canaan or the Phoenician, right? It's different. And so even though I believe Phoenician is clearly older than the Paleo Hebrew, but it's not by that much, right? I would say probably what? Is it within 100 years or so, maybe 100, 200 years, they say they put it on the timeline. But we know that that's why they call them sister languages, because they almost develop very closely at the same time in the same region of land, right? Um, and so, but the Metanetta we know is thousands of years older than both of them, right? And it's clearly, you clearly see it. It's just what it is. So I think the brothers just he gets too caught in making his argument because he wants to just smash the Paleo Hebrew. He wanted to just destroy all things Hebrew. Once you do that, like I can't make a like you can't make an argument, even if you're a non-believer or believer, you can't make an argument for or against in a concise way if you try to smash every culture that had an influence on the Israelite culture. And we know, Akkadian had an influence on it, right? We know the Egyptian had a culture, or the Kemetic had an influence on the Israelite culture, right? We know the Assyrians because they were captives to the Assyrians for a while. We know the Babylonians, they had an influence, right? This is where they come. This is why now we have the Aramaic, right? Which is completely different from old biblical Hebrew, right? Or quote unquote Paleo Hebrew, right? That's why the scripts look different, right? But they still call it Hebrew because they're now they went to from a proto-Sinaitic script, right, to more like a Aramaic script, right? So, but they call it Hebrew. So I think that those
Hey, real
things.
quick, Black
Yeah.
Sage, I'm just asking.
Yes.
Do you have any type of relic that we can reference to see the transition from what they call Paleo Hebrew or the Hebrews using the script, whatever script that you name?
Yep.
Yeah, I mentioned one the other day, and it's a ostrakhan, I believe it is, and that's just a pottery shard or something like that they were using to practice on the script. I have a whole breakdown and showing it, but they
So
call
what's
it
the
the ABCdery. It
okay?
just
What's
ABCdery, and
the
it's dated to
attestation on it?
1500.
Is
It's
it
dated to
Hebrew
1500.
or
It's
Israelite?
he. Yes, it's he. Well, when you say whether it's Hebrew or Israelite, I would never say it's Israelite, right?
Okay.
I would never say it's Israelite, right? Just because their language, just like how we speak English, right, is a melting pot of many different languages, right? Because if you just read the biblical text, it'll tell you they were captives to this group of people for so many hundreds of years, or they were captive to this people for so many hundreds of years. So what happens with that particular language? You start to pick up loan words, right? we see this, right? They were a melting pot of people, right? And so then you have words that they pick up through trade. You have words that they pick up through marriage, through commingling. You have different, different words and different things that they pick up. So if you're looking for something like that, you'll never find it that's just completely just, oh well, this is the Israelite language versus that. You will never find that, right? And so I think people get lost in that particular argument, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so you'll
What about
see.
Ben Eaton? I want to hear Ben Eaton's take after you.
Yeah, I yield.
What was the question?
Do you have any relics or any type of inscriptions that can attest for either Israelites or Hebrews on any of these scripts?
Like the term being used, or
Yeah, because
the
like
lexicon?
when you look back in history, right, and you see if a people exist or whatever, you kind of want to look for attestations, whether it be in um, a Canaanite script or a Akkadian script or whatever we think is Paleo Hebrew.
Mm, I mean, we can look at later, what like later attestations like Condylit El Drew. You can look at
Yeah.
that's another one that's slipping my mind, but these
You
are
have
these are
the
like yeah,
Eblate tablets.
yeah, these are later texts where I guess the language become more distinctive. But I mean, I guess the earlier you go on, these are all the same, practically the same language. I'm pretty sure these
Yeah.
people can speak to each other if they met each
Yep.
other. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Yep.
But,
That, that that was my whole point
but
earlier.
we
Yep.
apply these terms, by the way. We are applying these terms. That's why I said yesterday, these Paleo Hebrew, Phoenician, these are historiographic terms that
Right.
we
That's
that don't
correct.
get used the way that we use them in
Right.
history. That's what I'm saying. So it's like,
Right.
you know,
Yeah. Yeah. And we make a lot of fallacious arguments because we do that.
right.
A lot of people do that a lot of times. It's like, yeah, you can't really say. That's why I was just telling the brother. I don't really look for nothing that says Israelite. You're not gonna. You can look for that all day long in antiquity. You're not gonna really find that,
Well, what
right?
about
Well,
what
I
about
gave you the
this?
option of Hebrew or Israelite to try to like get some understanding, like common ground. I wasn't
Yeah,
just
like I said,
pinpointing in
not
on
even.
Israelite.
Yeah, not even Hebrew. You not. It's not gonna. You're not gonna really find it like that. Um, like I said, we'll be. You'll see some things like the brother was saying, like I always had the Cotillet Adrude, like you'll see that the Pithos jar, right, where they talk about whether it says Yahweh and his Asherah,
Hmm.
or whether it's written on there or not. You'll see that, right, in what we would call, I guess you would call that Paleo Hebrew, right? Um, I always, like I said, I keep mentioning the Abri Cedary, where you can see them actually practicing their script. The Ibla tablets, right? The Ibla curse tablets. That's another one. I think that's dated to maybe around maybe 13 or 1250 or so BCE, right? You'll see them writing there. Um, you'll see there's quite a few. Other than that, like the oldest things that you'll see prior to that, what I just named, they're more pictographs, right? They're more pictographs. Um, which is the earliest forms. You'll have things like the ox head, right? You'll see that for the aleph, right? Which is what they use as an olive. But you'll see that same symbol in Phoenician, and you'll see that exact same symbol in the Meta Netra. You'll see those. You'll just see them, right? You'll see those pictographs. So even when I talk about the Egyptian letters that they use, I mean the pictograph, not letters, but the pictographs that they use, they're Egyptian pictographs. There are 22 of them, and that's the virgin. That's the beginning of their script.
Right, but Elder Yawa, while I would agree with a lot of what you're saying, we have to stop trying to take this Bible and force it into real history. because the Bible is not
Why
the
are you saying?
Bible is
Why are
not
you saying
the
that,
Bible
Jose?
is not a historical book.
Well, the Bible, it may not. Hold on, that's not. See, that's a very fallacious argument,
It
right?
is fallacious.
Because
Well, I
these
would like y'all
people,
to name the actual fallacy, but go ahead.
It's because you're understanding the text to be historical, and that's the issue. It has historical kernels, but if you go
exactly
into it thinking that
Thank you,
reading it
man.
as a history
Thank
book,
you.
that's the issue. But you're saying that it doesn't have history.
right.
No, I
That's
no, and that's not
incorrect.
what I
What
said.
fallacy would that be, though? Like you
That's
guys
not.
said,
It
it was
is
a
a
Man.
fallacy,
fallacy
so I'm
And
interested
that's not
in
what I
what
said.
because the
fallacy is
text
that.
isn't worried about being
Ben, you misspoken me.
historically accurate.
That's not what I said. I said
You
it is
guys want
not
to
a
read it that
historical
way.
book. I didn't say it doesn't have history in it. It's two different statements. I didn't say that.
Okay,
Okay.
but you said it's not a historic.
We
Explain
can
when you say
look
it's
at
not a
we can
historical
look
book.
at we can look at Hezekiah and say that
Does it?
Hezekiah was definitely a historical figure. But we can't go and say, well, these people were enslaved in Kemet when there is really nowhere for slavery in ancient Kemet in the way that we're talking about. There's no
Well,
word.
that's false.
That's what I think.
No, and let me tell
That's
you, hold on,
false.
and let me tell you why it's not false. Because the word that you want to use for slave, hem, is used for husband, is used in the word wife, and is used to describe the king as majesty. But you don't know that because you don't study. Hem F
That's
means
not true because we know they used that
hem
term when
F
there was the
means his
king
majesty.
because he was hold on, he was a slave to the deity.
No, no, no,
So
no,
yes,
no,
he come
no,
on, don't
no,
see
no.
you're about to do it, Jose. Don't make me do
There's
it
a
to you on this panel.
controversy over that word if that word directly means
Listen,
slave. Look
controversy,
up Wikipedia, it does not
washoversy,
directly mean that.
whatever. We
It
know
doesn't
that
directly mean
term
that.
was. Hold on, bro. If you say that there, listen, there was a system known as Corvée. We know what that was, right? It was pretty much a draft system. They would draft you from your family in ancient Kemet to 6 months. They'll pay you. You send the money back to your family. They pay you
That's
for
not
6 months.
slavery.
Listen, let me
Slaves
finish.
don't get paid.
Let me finish. They will pay you and send you back, right? You send the money back to your family or whatever, right? But it was a draft system, right? A system of basically corvée. If you did not come, if you didn't show up, then they could enslave your whole family. They can take your whole family and force your family into
Yara,
labor.
Yara.
Don't do it.
The
Don't
word
do it.
hem.
It's not
Hold
necessary.
on, hold on, hold on. Let me finish before you talk. The word hem
You
is a
finna do it
controversy
again,
over
bro.
whether that word means slave.
Listen, I don't care. I don't
And you're
care. I'm
supposed to
telling you
know that
what
if
they
you study.
did. Stop trying to give me etymological fallacies. What I'm trying to tell you is what they
You don't know
did.
the language to know if it's etymological.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you what they did. Stop
I'm
it.
going to say it again. There is
It
no
doesn't matter
word
what
for
listen, it doesn't matter what
enslavement.
they call them. Listen, they could have called, they could have called them Bozo the Clowns. It don't matter. We know
It does
what they
matter.
did.
It
Stop it.
does matter. It
It
does
does
matter.
not. It doesn't.
Stop
We know what
coming.
they
Stop
did.
coming here with your lack of knowledge and telling
Stop,
people here
stop.
means
No,
slave because it
Jose
does not.
Francis.
It
Jose
does
Francis. This
not,
is why, Jose Francis, we know what they were doing. They wrote it down.
bro.
We know what they
No,
were doing. Stop
it did
lying,
not
bro.
exist in the
Stop
way
saying
that we're
that's a
talking about it.
lie, bro. That's a
They did not
lie.
have.
And
That's
then
not a
we can
slavery
show.
system. They did not.
Listen, bro. Listen.
They did not.
We have attestations of them selling females into slavery. Would you stop it? If I have to
Okay.
come on this
Hey,
show,
Show me the
just
hold
word
on,
for slave.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
precise
on,
and concise, what
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
stele
on, hold on,
or papyri did you get this from?
hold on,
Hold on.
hold
What
on.
What's
what
the argument
text?
being
What
made?
record?
If I come on this show, and I'll do it tomorrow. If I come on this show tomorrow night, no, hold on, I think I got a face off on the
Take your
28th.
time. We gonna be here whenever you're ready, all
If
right?
I come on, let me see. I might come on Saturday at some point because I think I'm open. If I come on Saturday at some point and I show you the papers and I show you the actual information, bro. Not nothing Elder Yara created, not anything I made up. But if I show you in the text, if I show you the names of the people, if I show you the slavery that was happening in ancient Kemet, and I'm not talking about during the time of the Ptolemies either. If I show you this, then what will you guys do? know what you're gonna do? You're gonna say, you know
Hold on.
what?
Let me answer the
Hold on.
question. If you could show me
Somebody
that,
drop a vase or
Let
something and it
Yara
break
land his
on the
plane,
ground.
please. Please let Yara land his plane.
No, I'm just saying. If I come on here and show it, the only thing y'all gonna do is say, you know what? Show me where it says slave. I'm gonna show you what they did
that's not
because
the
we know.
question.
Listen, there
That's
you
not
go again. There you go again. It doesn't matter.
There is no word to describe slavery, so there cannot be a slave.
Listen, bro. You keep saying there's no word just because you keep saying there was no word. Just because you keep saying
That's
there was no
important, isn't
word
it?
to describe slavery does not mean slavery was not occurring.
Jose,
Well,
are
yes,
you
it
saying
does,
that?
because you
Are you
can't
saying that
That's
describe
a
there
something
was
if
no
there's no word.
horrible
slavery in
argument.
ancient Egypt? Are you saying that there was no slave? I'm trying to understand the argument.
Hold on, I'm coming. Go ahead, talk. A second.
I just want to ask Black Sage, do you think people who don't think the Bible is a history book or the Hebrews existed, you think they're being fallacious?
Either fallacious liars or just completely ignorant.
What fallacy would that be? Would that be ad hominem? Would that
No,
be
that's
red
not an ad
herring?
hominem. No, that's not. That's
Sleight of
not.
hand? Which what would it be?
A lot of what you guys do bring is a true Scotsman's fallacy. A lot of times, like y'all just like a lot of times, and then what my good brother Humble does a lot is an appeal to authority. Oh, I got the sources, but the sources don't say what you say.
Yes.
Well, what about the people who use logic?
What do you mean?
So there's stories in
You
the
mean you mean
Bible.
you mean deductive reasoning? What do you mean? Logic.
No, logic. There's stories in the Bible that are science fiction fantasy.
Well, let me help you with that.
So
A
I
lot.
don't even have to
Well,
go to an
there's
authority figure or a scientific source to discuss that or inquire about that.
well, no, you're wrong about it because it's not science fiction fantasy. None of that is in the Bible. But what you do see is didactic literature, and you guys don't know the difference, right?
Really fast, y'all. Really fast, y'all. I want to give a special shout out to my sister Issa Quinn. You already know Duel of
Peace,
Concepts in the building. Big shout
peace,
out to my
peace, peace.
Jeez. Yeah, there are things called this. It's you see
Hold on
didactic
one second.
literature.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace to the panel, y'all.
No problem.
I
What's
did
up?
have a question to ask Brother Yara
Mhm.
because so the from what I heard, the conversation was that there was no historical context, like no historical events that are happening inside of the Bible, and you kind of brought up the whole enslavement in Kemet of the Israelites or the Hebrews. And then you kind of went into a history about if slavery happened in Kemet. But can you bring up the history of the Hebrews being enslaved in Kemet? Because, like, where is that information?
Well, that information is what we know. Um, Matthew B. Tech, and I always bring this up, right? Matthew B. Tech talks about he's an archaeologist. He excavated, I believe, a virus.
It was a
I believe,
virus. Yeah,
yeah,
Manfred B. Tech.
Manfred B. Tech. Yes, thank you, brother. He talks about certain cultures that he shows that we know as he goes down in the different stratas and the different layers that he dug down into. We know that there was a slave culture in that land, right? We know even after the Hyksos are run out of Avaris, right, which was the Hyksos capital. We know after they're run out of Avaris, they're chased out by, I believe it's Amos, right? After he runs them out, they go into what we in the land in Canaan, what we call Shahurim. They go up into Shahurim. What we do know historically is that there was a group of people, right, that were left down in the area of Goshen, right? The Bible also supports that, tells us that's where they were, Goshen or Goshen. The people that were left in that area, that is who I refer to as the proto-Israelites. Those people that were left in there, what were they doing? There were sheep herders. They were keeping the kings. That's where the king kept his cattle. Um, we know that those Bedouin people that were there, who I refer to as the Proto-Israelites, these are the same group of people I believe we can connect by the time we get to circa 1200 or so BCE, roughly, and they began to be mentioned on the Myrna Stele, right? Um,
That's a
that's
vague
That's
inscription
a
though.
lot. That's a lot of
it's
time
not
in
a vague
between.
inscription, brother.
What?
So
But
don't do
my
that.
question would be like, because that's a lot of time in between this history that you're giving with the Hyksos and the Stele. So, what evidence do you have to connect those two time periods, like, and those people in those time periods?
Well, that's exactly what we that's exactly what we do have the material culture of those people. Manfred Bistek also talks about the four-room houses that he
Oh,
excavated. We know that that is a part of the Israelite culture, right? Which came to be known, people that came to be known as Israelites. That's a part of their culture, building those particular four-room houses, right? We see that. So they've been able to find that in Israelite, for lack of a better term, Israelite material culture. We see that there. So it's an archaeological connection that we can actually, that I believe we can actually show. So, and when you say it's a lot of time, that's actually not a lot of time. From the time period that we know that there was a group of who I call proto-Israelites that remained in Goshen after the Hyksos was run out of there. And by the time we get to the Myrna Patastele, that's not a very long period of time in the concept of chronology and history. That's not a long period of time. That's a very short period
No,
of
what
time.
I'm saying is that that's a long period of time for you to connect two groups of people only by houses,
No, it's
or
not.
only.
It's not by houses, ma'am. That's a rudimentary understanding of what we're actually talking about. And I'm not being facetious. I promise you, I'm not. It's just that's for me. It's the
But
only
I'm
way
just
to
talking
discuss it.
about the example that you gave. You said the four-room house, did you not?
I
Yes.
I have to
Right.
disagree
So
with you though.
that's what I was speaking to,
Well, that
the
we know
example that
that.
you gave. So
No,
if
we know that
I'm
there was
repeating
a
your
different way.
example, then your example is rudimentary.
No, actually not, because we know that the four room houses was built. They use a certain type of technology. They use a certain type of brick, right, or mud brick. We only see that in later Israelite material culture. It's the
Are
same
you saying
process.
the four-room houses are distinctively Israelite? Because
Right. That's what
I
I'm
can't
trying to figure
agree with
out.
that.
Yes,
That's
yeah, we see we see that
so
carried on because we
so
know that there's some Amorite. We know there's some Amoritic cultures that use it in the very same time period. But we
and
know,
even before.
uh, well,
And even
no,
before,
there's a particular.
Finkelstein, and Ann Killebrew and Biblical People in Ethnicity. That's her book. And Finkelstein did
Hmm.
a report,
Hmm.
and I forget the specific time, and I could show it if we need
Yeah,
to. But
yeah. I don't disagree with
the four
Finkelstein
room,
at all.
the material culture of
Hmm.
what we later see within the distinctive Israelites, where we can see within the highlands, are
Hmm.
not distinctive to Israelites. These are they are carrying over cultural traditions, material cultural traditions from their past Canaanites.
Well, let's see let's see what actually Finkelstein actually says, because Finkelstein
Actually,
doesn't
yeah,
actually say that these are not Israelites. He doesn't say that. What Finkelstein
I ain't say
actually
that.
says is that what he actually says is, according to the biblical narrative, it's not as large. They didn't have as large as settlements as you would think the biblical narrative was trying to portray, but they are distinctively, to a degree, Israelite, because we see.
It's no way Finkelstein says that, because Finkelstein's
And
makes a
that's what I'm
mark, and
saying, yo. It's
Finkelstein makes
when
a
it
mark.
comes to
You're
religion
not
Is that
saying
and the
that because
Bible,
you're
is
not
that
saying that because
it's
Israel,
too
saying
much
that because he said
confusion,
Jesus. That
bro.
ain't
is
what
that
you're
what
saying.
we
I'm
see
listening to
later
me.
on
That ain't what you're saying.
in
Don't do that.
Stop.
among Israelites are, you're right, y'all,
Continue,
are
man.
four-room houses, and early on, we that came about saying that it's distinctively Israelite because that is pretty much all we see
Hey Ben,
in these
hold that,
sites.
bro. I cannot hear
I
you.
got you.
I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna pop right back in. I don't know what happens, bro. Where I'll be losing you, but I'm
I
gonna go out.
got
I'm
you.
gonna pop right back in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait till you come in. If anybody else want to jump on.
And she brought up a good point. It's way too much confusion, way too much ambiguity when it comes to did this happen? Did that
Mm,
happen?
exactly.
Like what is going on?
And it's not, and it was kind of like, not part of my larger point is that even if you are trying to connect these Hyksos people, or these people that broke off from this Hyksos, the Hyksos themselves weren't slaves in Kemet. From what I heard, they were, the ruling class. That's why they had to get ran out of there. So that
Yeah,
goes
I agree
against
with that. I would never call the
the
Hyksos.
right, but that's
They
what
were not even a class
oh,
of. They were
okay,
not
hold
even a group of people. They were rulers. They were only
right. So
specific
then how
group
are
of
we
people. They were
then
not even a
calling
nation of people.
right? So how are we then calling them proto-Israelites when in the
I'm not calling the
story?
Hyksos proto-Israelites. I'm not.
Because
But that's
early history
literally what you were
apologists used
saying.
to
You were
mention
saying
That
that
is
they
not
were
literally what I said.
you
I said
said that they
after the
were
Hyksos.
oh God.
I
Go ahead.
said, listen, no, you got to
Go
listen
ahead.
if you want to understand what I said.
Mm-hmm.
I said it when the Hyksos will run out into Shahurin. That means they were already gone.
Mm-hmm.
There was a group of people that still remained in Goshen or Goshen, right? Which is
Who are
not
the
very
group?
far from Avaris. There's a group of people that are still there. That group of people is who I refer to as the
All
proto-Israelites,
right, so where
not
did
the
this group of
Hyksos,
people
because
come
I
from?
But that's
believe that the
ambiguous.
Bible is telling us.
Where is this group of people come from? Because you're saying you started the story with Hyksos, but then
Oh
you're
yeah, I
saying
believe
that
those.
they're separate from the Hyksos. So
Yes, I believe these are a group of
who are
people.
these group of people?
Yeah, these are. I believe they come in at certain periods of time. You see this on the Hassan mural. You see these people that are coming out from Mesopotamia into Kemet due to famine. Circa 19, what is it? Circa 1900 BCE is where we put that there, and that sort of actually lines up with the biblical narrative because the biblical narrative tells us that at around 1900 BCE, that's when Abraham and his people or whatever would have started coming down into actual Kemet from
So you
Mesopotamia.
pretty much shoehorning
I'm not
stories
shoehorning
into
anything.
Kemet.
I'm not shoehorning anything.
Yeah,
I
Right.
just
that's what
gave
you're
I just
doing,
gave you a
brother.
primary source. I'm not shoehorning anything.
Right, but
I'm
how
not
did this
shoehorning anything.
again
But
go to
you
your
you
original point of
misrepresented the primary
slavery
source.
and the
How did I
Hebrew
misrepresent it? Tell
slavery?
me how.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all. You did because the B'nai Hassan mural, they not coming in for famine. They are traders. They trading in eye paint, black masegmet, right?
Well, that's not 100% true,
That is
right?
literally
See,
on
and
That
that's
is
what I
not
mean.
100%
It's
true.
Too much
LA.
confusion.
Wait,
I got
time
you,
out.
y'all.
Wait,
I
wait,
I
wait.
have an
Hold on. Hold on
entire
one second, Big
presentation on it.
Ian. Hold on one second, Big
If
Ian.
you can
Hey,
read,
hey,
you can
Yara,
read
hold on one
from
second,
What's up?
Big Ian.
ULC
That's literally the point of
misinterpretations
the
of the
stele.
B'nai Hassan mural. It runs through the entire thing.
Right.
That's what
So
you
that's what I was
say.
gonna
It's a
hold on
No,
one second,
misinterpretation.
Yara. Hold on one
that's
second.
the
So
academic
I gotta
consensus
piggyback.
Nah,
because
So
it's
hold on one second, y'all.
literally
Hold on one second.
that's
on
not the. Is that
the
the? Are you going
stela.
to tell me that that's the consensus?
I can read it from
Hold on,
Hold
y'all.
on one
So
second, gentlemen.
what I just said
I gotta
is
piggyback
the
off of Ben Eaton
basic
real fast.
consensus
Hold
on the
on, Ben
B'nai
Eaton.
Hassan
Hold on
mural.
one second, Ben Eaton. So I gotta piggyback off of Ben Eaton real fast because that's exactly what that mural talks about. This is what I be talking about, bro. Y'all can't be talking about these things and y'all don't know what's going on in these things. You can't be talking about the Beni Hassan and you don't know what that's depicting.
Who the hell told you this is not what it's depicting? What makes you think I don't know what it's
Are
depicting?
those people on the Beni Hassan not traders and commoners?
They are
Coming from
Or
where
traders.
are,
are
are
they?
they
Hold on,
traders
watch
and
this.
commoners or are they slaves?
Where are they?
Are
I
they
never
traders
said
and
they were
commoners or are
slaves.
they slaves?
You
I
gotta
never
let them
said they were
answer.
slaves.
Gotta
They're
let them
not
answer,
slaves and they're
humble.
not coming in
I
for
never said they were slaves. Who said they were slaves?
So what are you?
Who the
So what
hell
are you?
said? Oh no, wait a minute, wait a minute,
But
wait a minute.
let
Who
me
the
let me
hell
dress it up.
I
said?
think
Let
the
me
Hold
clean it
on,
up.
confusion is
hold
coming
on.
in at
Who said they were
the
slaves?
confusion is
You
coming
mentioned
in
the
at
Hold
when
on,
you were
Hyksos.
Tahuti. Hold on,
talking
No,
Tahuti.
see,
about
Let
there
the
you
Issa.
go.
Hold on,
history.
See,
everybody. Can y'all hear me? Let Issa Queen go, and then we're gonna pass it to Tahuti, and then we're gonna come back around to Humble and back to Yara.
I
After
appreciate
Yara
you.
completes his statement, though, go ahead, complete your statement, Yara.
Yeah, I never said the Beni Hassan showed slaves coming into Kemet. I never said that, not one
No,
time.
no, you ain't say that. He didn't. He ain't say that.
Okay. What I said was you see them coming in due to famine, and that's what Ben Eaton said. No, they were just traders or whatever. That's where he and I have a disagreement. I never said they were slaves because if you want to know my position, just simply ask me. If anything, when you talk about proto-Israelites and my connection with them with the Hyksos, is that the proto-Israelites were enslaved or oppressed to the Hyksos, not the native Egyptians. I've argued that against Jabari.
Even
That's
that,
my position.
but then even that position is wrong because that goes against your own book because your
No,
own
it doesn't.
was the Assyrians.
No,
So
no.
the book don't say it was the
They
Assyrians.
called themselves Egyptians. Don't y'all get that? They took on that culture.
You just said it was the Hyksos.
Well, hold
Exactly
on, hold
right.
on. We that's not what we saying. We saying something totally different. Let Issa go, and then I want to go after her.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
Yeah, yeah.
really quickly because I just thought that the premise of the conversation was him saying that there wasn't no historic history happening. And then we brought up the slavery, and I thought she was trying to prove that the slavery happened. And the common conversation started to go around what you were actually trying to prove. So, like, it really doesn't matter if they were traders, if they came from Mesopotamia, because the premise you was trying to prove was that the slavery actually happened. So how can we prove that?
Okay, so when I say the slavery actually happened, I said the slavery of Israel, and from my position, is that it happens under the Hyksos rule, not under native Kemet, not under native Egyptians. And I've argued that against Jabari several times. So I think what happens is that people when they think they're because I have a because I do hold that there's history in the Bible and I come from a biblical narrative on certain things that my understanding of the Bible is what your understanding of the Bible is, and it's not. I can promise you it's not because I study completely differently, right? So the Bible even tells you that these were not native Egyptians that were oppressing Israelites, right? Because it said these were a group of people who knew not Joseph. That would have not have been the Israelite. I mean, that would not have been people of ancient Kemet. It would have not have been them, right? You have many in the book of Isaiah, they always use certain references and code words. They even talk about the Assyrian that oppressed them while they were in Egypt. So, but that's an anachronistic term that is being used there when they say the Assyrian. But they're talking about people that came from the ancient Near East that oppressed them. The Hyksos is what I call a people who came in and they assumed political power, right? They didn't come in with an army, they didn't come in with a great population of people. They assumed power, right? Through political grandstanding, whatever you want to call it. And these are the people that I believe that the Bible is telling us that oppressed Israel, not the native Egyptians, because later on in the text it tells us, do not abhor an Egyptian because they allowed you to come and sojourn in their land when you had nowhere to go. So the narrative of the Bible doesn't even go with a lot of the arguments that you guys are trying to make. So that's not my position, right? So my position is historical. Now we can argue with that. Ben says there wasn't due to famine. He says that the consensus of scholars says that. I'll go back and study what he says. But my understanding that they were people that came in due to famine. And in their travel, in their coming in the famine, these quote unquote proto-Israelites, I call them, they would have bought trade with them. They would have bought things to trade, right? But I don't believe that they came into Kemet as slaves. The Bible doesn't even say that.
All right, but I think even still, it's so much ambiguity and confusion with the amount of time and the references that you use, that you literally have to shoehorn a story from the Bible to make us believe that the Hebrews existed, and they were enslaved in Kemet, or some group of people was enslaved in Kemet, whatever the case may be. Because now we have no attestation in Kemet for this, and you just pretty much using like mythology, and then you telling us we
Piece
fallacious
of
when we
mythology.
question you.
Yeah, yeah, it is, because here's the point: there would be no attestation to a degree in ancient Kemet because they weren't the oppressors.
So are you saying that there's no Hyksos records in Kemet?
I didn't say there was no Hyksos
If
record.
there's Hyksos records in
There's
Kemet,
Kemet. Listen. This is real easy. You ain't got to do all that. Well, we know of the Hikakasu, right? There were many groups of people who were referred to as the Hikakasu. You had Nubians who were called Hikakasu, or quote unquote later on, who would have been in Greek alliteration Hyksos. You had many people who were called Hikaksu, who had been in that region of land for many years, right? Um, papers and attestation of even before that Queen Soberneferu, right? Who was a female queen going into Libya, right? Getting slaves, right? We know Amos, when he ran the Hyksos out after, I might be saying that wrong. It might not have been Amos, but we know that they still were making expeditions, going up into Canaan in those areas, bringing slaves back, bringing Libyans back, bringing people back to work and not paying them. That's slavery. We know this what we're doing. I mean, like, we have plenty attestations of that, and I don't mind coming on and bringing and showing my presentation on that too.
Yeah, definitely. We would have see that.
Yeah,
We would have see
that's
that
easy work for me.
presentation.
Yeah, that's easy.
All
That's
right.
easy work.
Is the argument that even
Like,
in
I know some Israelites y'all used to dealing with it maybe, and some Christian not, but yeah, like, I do this.
and I just want to let y'all know it's 10:01, and King J ain't back yet.
Oh, you was waiting on King James. You was waiting on King James for something.
Listen, I don't lose no smoke, bro. I don't lose no.
But Sister Issa, I don't want you to. I want to say this to the sister. I don't want her to think. I mean, it's just about the information. With as much respect and much love to you, sis. I know how it is in dealing with Israelites and Hebrews and different things like that. I don't bang on Kemet like that. I don't, right? Because I know the cultures are too.
I
think
The cultures
to
are
be
too intertwined,
Sister
right?
Issa, hold on. Let me speak for Sister Issa real fast. Let me speak for you, Sister Issa, really fast, sister. My sister is built for this. You see what I'm saying? This is what she come from. This is another walk on a beach for her. Hey, listen, this is her environment.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
not from
wanted
what I've
to.
heard.
I don't know what you've heard, but
I
that.
don't know what you heard, but hey, listen, she got humble as a brother, so you know she a
I'm
dog.
just thinking that ain't saying too much right now, at least not tonight. But
Yeah,
I got you though.
I guess. I just don't like being cut off. But besides that, um, I was just trying to pick your brain because the
It's all
whole
good.
Higgs part was
Mhm.
I've heard of that theory before, but I haven't heard other people say it. I've missed your debates, and I think that's actually a cool way of thinking about it. I just don't agree, right? Because like
Mhm.
the brother said, it's not even that it's too out there. It's not enough dots that you can connect to make that story plausible for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm glad the way that you said that. Like I said, I'll just have to come on here because I do understand that a lot of the information that I've had and presentations that I've done, like I said, people take what you want and take, and dismiss it, whatever, recount it. But um, one thing I will say that, like, when it comes to using best primary sources, I will. If it's secondary sources, I will, but I would clearly let you know it's a secondary source. I just, but these are things that, like I say, like a lot of it from what we have, and we got to realize a lot of these conversations we're having, we're talking about in antiquity. And when you even listen to a lot of the scholars today, guess what? They're making the same deductions, if not some even more fantastical than what we hear on these panels. So I don't think that I don't think that having these conversations are futile. I think they're important because they definitely lead to better questions and better understanding on our part, because a lot of things that we have,
Yeah.
we're just getting privy to a lot of this information. um I'll tell you, I've just recently myself, within the last few months, coming to another source of another source of information what I didn't have access to before in prior years, that would have helped me in a lot of different my arguments and things that I put out there. So if anybody's from Chicago around here, I just got full access to DePaul University's library. And so there's it's a wealth of information in there, man, and things that I would have been like, yeah, this would have helped me 2 or 3 years ago, a year ago, in having this argument or this debate or whatever. But it's always about learning. So when I'm on these panels, definitely there's some of you I'm gonna try to son. It's just no doubt about it. There's just a personality thing, but I'm up here to learn. Um, you know, um, yeah, so it is what it is. I understand, it's so, and I don't have an aversion whether it's a sister or brother. I'm up here to learn. So, um, but I don't usually say things I don't have sources for. Whether people disagree with them or not, I usually don't make those,
Oh yeah.
things.
Definitely. Hey, listen, that's what we over here for. That's what we.
Yes,
That's what we.
indeed.
Do. You know what I'm saying? That's everybody
Real.
around here bring the information. We bring the scholarship. Though we may not agree, and though we get into it, we know how to arrange to get. It can get a little spicy and a little hot. But hey, listen, as long as we keep the decorum, as long as we keep respect for one another, and we keep bringing the information out. That's all that matters. I appreciate y'all.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual.
Hey, I wanted to ask the sister, what do you think about the Paleo Hebrew um language, and then do you think the Hebrews exist?
I think the Hebrews existed at a certain time in history Do I think that those are the people walking around today? Not necessarily. I think they're more, related through God and religion and culture rather than blood. Um, and the proto, uh, it's Phoenician or ancient Canaanite language. That's what I think about that.
All right. Ben Eaton, what do you think about the Bible? You don't think it's a history book? You think it is? You think it's allegorical? What do you think?
Well, I study the text academically, so you see the text for what it is outside of any one specific theological view, and when you do that, you understand that although the text have a lot of historical kernels that we can indicate, that's not that's not necessarily the point of the biblical authors writing. They're not writing to be historically accurate. They're writing for a purpose, for an intention, right? And that's how I see the text. Now, I don't believe in the text like any like how Christians or Hebrew Israelites. That's not my lane. I merely evaluate the text academically, historically. That's it.
All right. So,
Oh, I agree with that completely.
well, so here's the thing, though, Benny. So you said you analyze it on an academic, but you don't believe in it, right? So are you saying that you read it for fun and you don't follow any of the traditions?
No, I don't follow any biblical traditions or anything. Just I mean, it don't really matter, but just a little background.
Mhm.
I come from an entire Hebrew Israelite family. So I was born, you know,
Mhm.
my father was a Israelite teacher. He teach Hebrew, and I was born amongst my family Israelite. I don't practice none of that anymore. I haven't practiced for a long time, but uh, that kind of drove my passion for historical studies. The biblical studies is kind of like my thing because I quite enjoy ancient Near East studies as a whole, and those things are often, on the same line. So but no, I don't follow any of that anything. I'm honest. I am a atheist, if I can use that term. Then yeah.
So do you
I
study
consider-
anything else, or is it just the biblical scriptures?
No, I study ancient Near East history. Uh, Primarily the area of archaeology. I kind of focus more on the archaeology. I consider myself a academic. What's the word? Communicator. So I communicate scholarship. I am not a scholar. Ain't nobody a scholar, but I do my best to communicate what academic scholarship is saying, what the scholars are saying about a specific subject. And everybody got their little freelance, what they're interested in, and I guess I'll go based on what particular parts I'm interested in. But primarily, I'm just a old historian.
No, that makes sense. And I get that point of view most definitely. I can relate a lot because I'm someone who I read I from pleasurable reading. I read from a lot of sources. A lot of it is from self-help. But when it comes to, I guess we could use the term religious. I don't really like using that term. I don't really like religion. But when it comes to those type of readings, I'm into a lot of them, and just connecting the dots for me, like you were saying, is about archaeology, is about history. It's about who was saying what first. You see what I'm saying? And who was getting what from who. You see what I'm saying? And so when you see that in these texts, then you get to really grasp a deeper picture than the religious picture, right? When you find out that
Mhm.
Proverbs come from a Menotep, then you understand, oh well, they wasn't but you kind of get a sense of the culture that was going around for a Commission ethic paper, as we'll say, or papyri, to get placed in the biblical book, biblical literature. And so they must have saw value in that. And but it's the thing that if I'm going to read it in the Bible, I might as well go get the primary source and read it. That's where I stand with it at, right? If I'm going to read Noah's Ark, I might as well go and read Epic of Gilgamesh. And any of the principles and any of the life lessons I get from Noah's Ark, I'm sure I'm going to find Epic of Gilgamesh. And that's just but you don't see no Hebrew Israelites fighting for the Epic of Gilgamesh like they fight for that Noah's Ark. But we know they're the same story. They just want to cherry pick stories.
I'll say it's same-ish stories, maybe.
I like comparative theology because that's how you kind of get into why people are writing the things that they're writing, what they're trying to convey. And I also like to compare it to the politics of the time period. You find a lot about the culture in that way.
And you always got to remember, and this is the avenue that most scholars within this field are starting to head to. Like if you read Professor Jonathan Adler when he talk about Second Temple Judaism, he focuses more on the people, not the people who are educated and are being able to write these things, but what did the everyday people practice? And we start to see that it is very different from that's just how we are, right? We interact in society a different way than people who are higher up, right? And it's the same thing, throughout, within history. It's like, what are the everyday people practicing versus what they, what the, I guess the empire or this this area of elites are saying and practicing, and it often is different. And especially with ancient Israel and Judah, you have what we can see from the everyday people, and you can see that it's so different from what you read in the Bible, for instance, right? Like these people are still polytheistic well into post-Babylonian era, well into the Hellenistic period. These are very polytheistic people, but these are the everyday people who traditions don't much change, right? That we don't get to hear from, right? Because they don't get to write things down. We got to rely on archaeology to help us understand what these people who just live regular lives was doing, and it's completely different.
Let me ask this question real quick. Have you guys read A Stolen Legacy by George James?
By George James, yep.
So while I was asking the question, what do you guys think about Hebrew being Greek?
The terminology,
or not Hebrew being Greek specifically. Let me clean it up a little bit.
I say the
What do
term
you
is a
guys
Greek
think
term.
about the Greeks influencing the Hebrew language as well as the story?
I mean, they did that to
everything. What do you mean
right?
specifically? Could you help me out?
So, pretty much when we was conversing yesterday, somebody pointed out something that was interesting as they was trying to argue against it at the same time. They said the Greek script was similar to the Hebrew script. And then you have all types of parallels. I brought up also yesterday, Pandora's box being parallel to Eve biting the apple. And then you have the flood, Noah's flood story being parallel to the great flood of Deucalion, which is created by Zeus. And then, you have the Hebrew Bible or the Old Testament, is only in the oldest surviving version of it is only in Common Greek script. So I was just wondering if what you guys thought about that.
I mean, it only makes sense because of the time period that we see these people in. We see them come into the very like the very beginning of the Hellenistic time period, right? We see them in the Library of Alexandria. We see them creating the Septuagint. Um, so when these people, I'm talking about them in their prominency. I'm not talking about when they first come. I'm talking about them in their prominency. So we see them in their prominency. We see where they draw from a lot of different cultures, not just the Greeks, right? Now the Greeks was very influential during that time because I mean they in their hand they literally had the powerhouse of information, which was Kemet. So pretty much during that time, everybody was learning from
And
them.
Babylon. Let's not forget
And Babylon.
Babylon.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and Babylon. But during that time, everybody was learning from them. You know, so that ain't nothing hard to believe or hard to comprehend.
What about you,
So,
Ben? Or okay, go ahead.
um, to be honest, for me, I feel like the Greeks and Romans absolutely hit us with the 52 fake with this entire religion. I feel like it was crafted by their hands and basically put them in a place to be rulers over those people. And you see that in the Old Testament with them creating the Septuagint, quote unquote, inviting all of those priests to come and have write down these scripts, but then they wrote in the wrong dialect of Greek. So I just feel like the whole thing is a a planned story to keep themselves in power that later on Rome does as well with the New Testament. I think that it's a mind control thing.
I agree.
What about you, Ben?
What's the question? What was the question you said?
With everything being said, um, do you think Hebrew is Greek? And do you think they created the Hebrew Bible since the oldest versions are in the Greek language?
I don't think I don't because when we say Greeks, it's like a general term. But I guess I don't think the Greeks created the Hebrew Bible. I think it's a Judite creation, but it's a particular Judite creation. Because mind you, these people who are living in Alexandria, Egypt, they are Hellenized. And for centuries they've been Hellenized, so much so that Greek was for most of them their only language, right? So we got to remember that. And I mean, Hebrew is a Greek term. The term Hebrew is a Greek term. The first time I've seen the term used was in Josephus when he identifies the language when he's trying to identify the language, and he call it Arabic Kanani. He doesn't even call it Hebrew. It's just, but as far as I guess the Septuagint, there's a particular history about the Septuagint, and in my opinion, of course, I think it's a Judite text, but like I said, I think it's a particular case. Because you think about it, I'm sorry. Can you think about it? Remember, why did the Septuagint get created anyway? That's a good question. Why did the Septuagint get created anyway?
The
Well,
Septuagint was
you read the
created.
book. Go ahead.
The Septuagint was created so the Greek speaking people in that time, or the Greek speaking Jews during that time, can have a copy or a translation of their book in
There you
Greek
go.
because they didn't have access to it in their original language.
Right. There you go. There you go. And in my opinion, that's when all the mess happens, because you can even tell by the issues that these people are having in these early centuries. They continuously argue with each other. They continuously argue with each other. They even argue about even the translation of the Septuagint. Right?
So I think the Septuagint was made to overthrow spirituality so they can take over the Nile River and the Red Sea. And this is from a Greco-Roman ambition. So according to the book Stolen Legacy, the Greeks went in to learn about Kemetic education and science. And this was in the 26th dynasty time, around the 26th dynasty period. So what they did was they learned how to read and write first, obviously, and then they tried to learn spirituality, but couldn't. So they created these stories, and over time, these stories developed into the Septuagint, and then that's what they use. It developed into the Torah, and then that's what they used to try to overthrow spirituality, and they failed. And then that's when Constantine came along and picked up where they left off.
Oh, bad. I had to fall off. I couldn't hear you guys.
It's an interesting book. I recommend that to everybody. I don't know if y'all interested in book clubs in the debate league or whatever, but that's probably something we could do
Most
when you talk
definitely.
about veracity and stuff like that. So I just recommend that book.
Okay. And yes, most definitely. So the time period you're talking about much earlier, literally I'm trying to think. I just had a brain fart. I was literally just about to say his name. I forgot his name. AGD Capone. Shut. Hey yo, you better come up in here. You talking all that trash from the comments. Come up here. But it's documented on why they, because that was looked like they had to get quote unquote Greek scribes to come and put together the Jewish, what they call it, the 72 or the 70.
Yeah, but that's probably not how it happened.
Like, that's crazy. I was like, yo.
Yeah. And it makes you think. It makes you think because the production is costly, right? It's very expensive.
We was just talking about the Chaldea earlier, right?
Mm.
My question, even on that, to take it back to that really fast, is how do we know of the Chaldee was Abraham's birthplace if Abraham's birthplace wasn't mentioned in the oldest attestation to what the text is saying, right? So when we look in the Dead Sea Scrolls, we don't see of the Chaldeans from Abraham's birth.
Mm-hmm.
And so where do we get that concept from?
Redactions. Later redactions.
Hey, can I ask another question too? We know in the Bible that the Hebrews invaded Canaan, right, and took over their land. So, and that's another. You say what now?
I said no. They wasn't invaders of Canaan. They were emergers of Canaan.
Okay, but in Deuteronomy and Exodus, you have
you
all
talking about in the Bible? You talking about from the Bible? From the Bible
Yeah,
perspective. Okay, yes, I agree with you. I apologize.
Yeah. So when you talk about Paleo Hebrew, that's why it becomes problematic, because now you have to deal with, well, are we going by the biblical narrative or are we going by a history that really doesn't lead us to nothing but a bunch of terms that kind of disguise hieratic or demotic or whatever the parent script was for the Canaanites, and you know what I'm saying, other
Well, you know what's
groups that were living.
interesting about that, really fast, if I may, brother. What's interesting about that is the only reason why these classifications came about is because they kept seeing the same script everywhere in different locations, right? So they went to Babylon and saw the script. They went to Tyre and saw the script. They went to the lands of Israel and Judah, and they went all over, and they were seeing this same script. So what they had to do was distinguish, okay, these people were using these tablets, these people were using these things, these people were using, and so by then they were looking for any slight variations to say, okay, these people had their own, these people had their own, these people had their own. But they couldn't find the evidence. And so they started coming up with these terminologies, Paleo Hebrew, Proto-Sinaitic. And the reason they was doing it is because when they was looking at the scripts, all of the scripts were the same. Right. And they couldn't distinguish one script from another. Right. But you see how, like, just for example, what Yara was up here doing, right? When he was trying to make everything sound so ambiguous. And
hey, Humble, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna jump back on it a little bit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, brother Benny, most definitely.
All right.
And so how Yara was trying to make the history a little bit ambiguous, that's what it would be like for the linguists to actually describe this to the colleges and things of that nature, right? So they're like, oh, well, we over here and we see the script, and then we come over here and we see the script. Why do we see the same script? So now they want to say, okay, well, this script was exclusive to this script was exclusive to that. But history does not show that. That's a 19th century implication. That's why we're getting these terms. That's why every time King James say, oh, well, the term Phoenician is anachronism. Okay, well, we know that. The issue is, what do you call this script?
Right. But the short thumb,
Hebrew, and we take away the word Phoenician, then the only other word we can use for this script is Canaanite. And we know it's Canaanite, but what separated Phoenician from just standard Canaanite is the fact that Phoenician had an organized system, right? Phoenician added the 22 consonants. Phoenicians added the vowel symbol. The transmutal of the sounds into the letters. They added that from the Canaanite. So now, as they added that, you see everybody using this one script that the people of Babylon crafted. And then you later come and see that Greek people called these people Phoenicians. So if these people created a script, right? And even it wouldn't it be safe to call it the Babylon script? Because these are the people that crafted the script to begin with. You see what I'm saying? But then you got the Greek people that come later and classify all these people as Phoenician. So
I just think
I say even I'm playing right here. This is why I say even scholastically, it's more appropriate to say the word Phoenician than Paleo Hebrew.
Right. Because you have to pinpoint when you putting your history together, and trust, and by no means, based on everything I said, I don't think Hebrew is a part of history, but whatever, we can agree to disagree. But when you put these things that are science fiction, fantasy together and look at it through a historical lens, that's when you run into problems. No matter if you want to recognize the Canaanites or the Phoenicians, or recognize the Canaanites coming before the Phoenicians, because again, the book doesn't come, the script, the Hebrew script or the Greek script, the Hebrew Bible doesn't come until way after that anyway.
That's a fact. I would agree.
So it begins to get trivial when you even engage people who have these biblical beliefs, whether they halfway have them, all the way have them, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then even that within itself, you got to, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get to Brother Capone. Even that within and of itself, you have to deal with so many other variations, right? You got the Masoretic script. You got the square script. So You got all these other things just to deal with within the big old mess that's already there. So it gets really complex at that level. So I most definitely grasp what you putting down, brother Tahuti. We got brother Capone on the building. What up, brother Capone? What it do, Brody?
Hey, shalom, shalom, peace to the panel. Um, I'm just gonna comment what you just said, humble, about the different scripts. You find this in a lot of different cultures, civilizations during that time, even in Egyptian, where you have the metal netter, the hieroglyph. You have the hieroglyphic metal netter, right? Of the hieroglyphs. Then you have what the
Hieratic.
demotic, the hieratic, and then you got even demonic later on, right? So we know people def- depending on the style of writing or what's quicker to write, they will adapt certain systems in order to complete that task. Even in the cuneiform. Cuneiform was one way to write the pictographs quicker, right? By using a wedge-shaped pen or wedges to represent certain pictographs. I just wanted to throw that in now, right? So we don't forget that. Another thing is when you mention about the Greeks in the labeling people as Phoenicians, are you including well, let me ask you, are you talking about Phoenicia, or is you talking about um are you including Carthage in that?
Carthage.
Because they call the Carthaginians the people of Carthage, which is North Africa, they
which
call
is
them
which is
Phoenicians as
also
well.
Phoenicians as well.
Right. They
No,
also
right.
call
No,
them
I get
Canaanite
that.
Carthaginians.
Canaanite Carthaginians. No, I most definitely understand that point. No. Um, I want to say that that's a great question. I don't know if they was classified as Phoenicians at the same time. They may have been.
They
Let me see.
was. That was
They
a
may have,
large Phoenician community.
right.
Which
But
is
I
where we
don't
get
think
this.
I don't think I don't
That's where the
think
Phoenician
text.
script come from.
Right, that's what I was just about to say. No, the Phoenician script comes from the people of Byblos. I'm sorry, people
No,
of
they
Byblos.
was writing that's Canaanite.
No,
That's what
that's the
what you call
Phoenician script.
Canaanite. The Phoenician script comes from when they was in Carthage.
Capone.
Phoenician is a Greek word.
We know. No, we
So
not going. Don't go
so
moving the goalpost too early, Capone.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm
Let's
letting you know that if it's a
move.
Greek word, it had to be during the time of the Greeks to be labeled Phoenician.
So the reason the text is called Phoenician is because that's what the scholars identified the people over there, because that's what the Greeks identified them as. If anything, if we want to get super, as we was just talking earlier, appropriated with what the text should be called, but is not called this or scholastically, it should be called Canaanite
No,
or
it's three.
variation
It's
of
three.
Canaanite.
It's three. I
But
told you. I
hold on
told
one
you that
second, I
enough.
got you. But because they noticed that the Greeks called these people Phoenicians, they labeled the text Phoenician. So, but the text comes from the people of Biblios, from that region. That's where the text originated from. And then it spread from that to Tyre to the other one. I can't remember the other
No,
name.
no,
But it spread there, and then they brought it to Jerusalem, and then from Jerusalem it spread again. So that's how that script spread.
no, no. So you making that up?
I'm
So
not making, hey, bro.
you making that up? I'm telling you where the script comes from. Carthage.
Hey, yo.
Carthage.
Hey, Tahuti, are you on a laptop or are you on a phone?
I'm on a phone.
Oh man, you
Why?
can't.
What's
What
up? What
is
happened?
I
Phoenician?
was
Look
about
it
to
up.
say.
It's gonna go right to
I don't
Carthage.
want to, cause you know when I've been looking things up all day. You know, I've been beat people across the head with
Yeah.
a Phoenician.
So admit that you just
So
made that up.
I didn't. I'm about to ask somebody else to look it up. Hey,
No,
to
but
who?
saying
You look up.
But hold
Who
on, we
you
don't
didn't look
have to
it
look
up.
that up.
But
We know that's incorrect. We know that's incorrect.
what's incorrect?
You said the Phoenician script comes from not Canaan but Carthage.
Carthage.
Comes
Yes,
from
that's what he
Carthage.
said.
So Carthage is a later civilization that comes about because the Canaanites were fleeing the Assyrians. Remember, they a maritime civilization. So to escape the Assyrians, when Canaan was getting overran, they went to the boats
Wait.
and
Hold
went
on.
to North
What?
Africa and
When
established
did the
Carthage.
Assyrians? Where did the Assyrians go out to Canaan?
8th century BCE, 7th century BCE.
So you taking the stuff that's written about the Israelites, and you saying that those are the Canaanites? Do you mean Canaanite by citizenship?
So what we saying is the
You mean
Paleo Hebrew
Canaanians?
script. Hold on, you asked me a question, right? We
Yeah, go
saying
ahead.
what I'm saying specifically is there's no such thing as Hebrew. We talked about this yesterday.
That's
So,
English. That's an
but
English
if
word.
we gonna be
We're
hypothetical, hold
talking about
on. You
ancient
asked me
things.
a question. If you want to be hypothetical and play along, if we want to call anything Paleo Hebrew, it would have to be either Canaanite, Hieratic, or something that came out of Kemet. Because remember, according to the story, y'all came into Canaan, and then y'all came into Moses went into Kemet to learn. So at some point,
Moses was
if
born
y'all
in
don't have
Kemet.
your own script coming into the party,
Moses
and
was
then y'all
born in
start
Kemet.
learning things at the party, then y'all
Moses was
have to
born
have
in
y'all
Kemet.
script that comes from out of the party, bro.
Moses was born in Kemet.
Okay, but that's further indication that if we are going to say that there is a Paleo
So,
Hebrew script, it
hold on.
would
So
have to come from
If Moses
Kemet.
was born in in Kemet, do that make Moses a Commission?
No,
What
Moses
is
was.
Commission? What, like, that's something totally what? So you talking about Kemetic or
Yeah.
Comediu? What are you saying?
Do that make him a part of Kemet? He was born in Kemet.
So he was adopted, right? So technically he is, if you want it's a story.
Oh,
So
okay.
technically he is a part of Kemet and he learns, but there's
So
this thing with him and God and he wants to free his
hold on. No,
people.
let's leave the mythos out of it.
So
Let's stick to the particulars, right? So technically, if I was looking for Moses, all I had to do is look for an Egyptian that left Kemet, that suddenly
but
left Kemet.
how would that support your argument that Paleo Hebrew or
Oh, okay,
whatever
well,
Phoenician is
right.
Carthaginian?
Okay, we have first century sources that list the Hebrews with the Carthaginians in Carthage. It was a colony there. And I'm not going to be giving y'all all my sources, bro. Y'all should know
So
these
now the
things.
Hebrews were in Carthage.
The Hebrews, they escaping certain persecutions, bro. What are you talking about? You had they had the whole Maccabean revolt, which I was telling you about.
So,
The
but
rise of
before,
the
let me
Roman
stop you because
Empire.
one point at a time. Before you were asking me and trying to imply that it was difficult for the Canaanites to flee from Canaan to establish Carthage, but now all of a sudden the Hebrews can easily just pop up in
Now
Canaan
let
or
me
in
answer that
Carthage and
because
all of a sudden learn
the
from
stuff
them
that
instead
you
of.
was the stuff that you was saying that was the Canaanites is known in history as the Israelites monarchy, right?
But
Uh,
how is that so if, according to the
even
story, the Hebrews went in and invaded Canaan and made slaves and raped
okay,
women and stuff like that?
if that's then if we're gonna use that narrative, which I agree with, then how the Canaanites are fleeing from Assyrians in the 9th century?
Really fast, y'all. Really fast, y'all. Hold on one second. Let me get
Don't
my
make sense.
thing here.
Even in
It
the
makes
Amana
sense
letters,
because the
it
story
says,
the story is allegorical. So what they're doing is they're using real occurrences in history and
that's what she's
renaming
saying.
them
Hold on
something
really
else.
fast, y'all. Hold on really fast, one mic. So I just want to give a quick shout out to the comments. You know, let them know that we see y'all. We appreciate y'all. We got brother Copper Draco in the building. Big Copper Draco over here. You know what's up. We got Ben Eaton in the back chat too. We got Jimmy Cotton down there. We see you. We see you. We got Sister Hey Goddess down there. We see you.
Hey, Shalom.
FYJ Entertainment. We see you too, brother. We see y'all in engagement. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Keep that engagement up. We appreciate y'all. Feel free to like that, to hit that like button. And if you haven't already, you know, share this to your Facebook, share this to your Instagram, share this to wherever you need to share this. Let's go, let's grow. Y'all know what it is. Let's get back to the program now, y'all. Go ahead, y'all. I don't know which one of y'all was speaking, but whichever one y'all want to pick up.
No, he was speaking.
I mean, like it's how is that impossible? Oh, what I was saying was it's allegorical. So like if the Canaanites were fleeing Canaan to establish another civilization, obviously when they make up a story to where the Hebrews who didn't exist, right? They will use something that actually happened to validate the story in the Bible or come up with that story in the Bible. So allegorically speaking, the Hittites were attacking Canaan and the Assyrians were attacking Canaan and they had to flee. So they took that story and said, now the Hebrews are attacking Canaan. Same thing with the Hyksos. They saw
Wait, hold
they
on.
saw the
When? What?
Hyksos expulsion.
When? You got to put some dates on it.
So the dates don't match up because the story is made up. So
No.
when
The
the
attacking part.
stories actually
The
happened
attack
or
is
the
real.
history actually happened, but the
No, look.
stories didn't.
The attack is real. We can skip the story. We know that the Assyrians conquered at some period of time. So that's why I asked you, what period, what time period you talking about?
I told you the 9th century BCE.
9th century BCE. Well, in the
Right.
13th century BCE, we have the Amana letters where it says the Habaru are the ones that are attacking the Canaanites.
But who is the Habaru? It ain't the Hebrews. That's a mistranslation.
Well,
So who is it?
that's
Who is the
you saying
Habaru?
that. Wait, hold on. If you
You
saying
said
who
Hold
is,
on
13th
one
hold on,
century.
second.
listen,
Hold on one
hold on,
second, y'all. Hold on
hold
one
on,
second, y'all.
hold
One
on.
second, 1 second.
Go ahead.
Capone, I'm gonna let you get right in there. Hold on 1 second. Well, let's shout out brother Ben Eaton for the super chat. Y'all already know. Big round of applause. Hold on, where's the thing? Oh, here it is. Y'all know we gotta give out Sparkle. Shout out Pal sponsors. Thank you so much, brother Ben Eaton. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, brother. Get back into it, brother Capone.
All right. So now the brothers just made a mistake. You know that saying in what's that? Minute to Society. You just fucked up because you asked the question. You said who, meaning you don't know. So you can't exclude somebody. You can't exclude a group of people when you are asking the question who. So I'm gonna identify the who. The who are the Habaru or the Hebrews, and it's a linguistic match. If you have a better one, provide it. But you can't just exclude the Hebrews when they telling the same story during the same time and the language is the same. You can't just exclude them when they telling you that they lived in this land and they are distinct from these people.
Habaru don't mean Hebrews, brother.
Habaru. What does Habaru mean?
Not Hebrews.
What does Hebrew? No, better yet, this
There,
is a
go
better
ahead. Hold
question.
on, hold on.
This is a better question. What do
What?
Hebrew mean? What do Hebrew mean?
Somebody that crossed over.
Why
But
you
you
yelling
asked
about
it.
it though?
Oh, now I'm yelling. This is why I ain't want to come up because I speak loud and I'm about my shit. I'm about my stuff. I ain't gonna keep cursing.
But you
I'm
passionate
about my.
about a
I'm about. Hold on.
slave. Hold on, you
I'm about
passionate
my
about
nation.
One mic. Hey,
I'm
Capone,
showing
You
you how much you
passionate.
don't
hold
know.
on, one mic,
You passionate
one
about
mic to Hody,
Canaanites
one
who
mic to
went.
Hody,
Hold on. You passionate about the Hebrews who
hey,
went up
to
into
Hody, hold
Canaan
on one
and
second,
raped some women.
one mic to Hody, hold on. Hey, Capone, you know I'm about to get up in your chest, bro. Don't come in here crying. You know we don't do no crime, bro. You better hush up with all that. Stand on your square. You know what you up here to do. Go ahead,
No,
Tahudi.
no, no. I'm telling him, I'm showing him how much he don't know. So no, I know King J wanted to get in there. Go ahead. Go
But
ahead,
now,
King J.
so
I ain't
because
finna dominate.
I know you had mentioned it earlier, or said it earlier, Capone, when you said Habaru. So to my understanding, Habaru is just a general term for that a lot of groups could be Habaru groups because it's just a group for maybe an outcast of a person or a group. Most Semitic, most nomadic tribes were deemed that Habaru, Abaru, but it would be more like the Amu. The Amu would be classified as Habaru, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that the word you're saying that the word Habaru is Hebrew, and then so that's the problem
Yes,
I have.
it's a transliteration. Hebrew is an English word. That's my stance.
The word. So
Fast, y'all. Really
that's
fast,
where you
brother.
will lose etymology wise
No, I
because
won't.
Hebrew is Ivri. I was bringing that up with
Ivri,
the brother
right?
earlier today.
I agree.
Ivri,
So how do you
IVRI,
go ahead?
or I. So that
Well, it
has
ain't
nothing.
IV. It ain't. That's a.
Well, it
It's
wasn't
a
a V. We know.
modern.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
know it
more
wasn't a V,
modern.
right?
It would
Yeah,
be IB.
it would be the
So
Ibri. Yeah, for sure. I don't have a
okay,
problem with that.
okay.
But
But let me ask you this. Let
All
me
right.
ask you this.
Hold on
that's
one
not
second,
Habaru.
Capone. Hold on one
I'm
second,
gonna
y'all. Before
I'm gonna
y'all
show
keep
you.
going
I'm
back
gonna
and
show you
forth.
it.
All right, hold on, Capone. Before y'all keep going back and forth, let me reintroduce King J. We got brother King J on the stage. He is back on the stage, and before he left, he said give him an hour, he be back. You know, he wanted to go put some things together. Did you go put some things together, brother King J?
Yeah, I did. Got something for you.
All right.
For sure.
So now listen, this is how we about to do this, King J. Because hold on one second, because I'm over here. I'm preoccupied right now. But how we gonna do this is we gonna both have 2 presentation rounds, right?
How
And
long are our presentation rounds?
we ain't, you doing a presentation, when we doing presentations, do you have a slideshow or anything?
So just to be fair, I wasn't in that amount of time. I wasn't able to gather just a ton of stuff. I probably got maybe 10 slides. I didn't
Okay,
want to take
that's
all
fine.
day. So
I ain't
maybe
even
if
got
we could
that.
do,
You all good. I ain't even got that.
if we could do maybe 2 5-minute presentation rounds, and then maybe a 2-minute, back and forth round with each other,
That's
or a
perfect,
5-minute
bro.
back and forth round with each other.
Okay.
And
So 2 5-minute rounds and 1 5 going back and forth.
Yep.
That's perfect, bro. That's most definitely perfect. Hey brother A1. Hold on, y'all, because I know y'all know how he be getting. The man be like, yo, pop up out of nowhere, like I was here.
You know A1 out of that.
Yeah, we know. That's my guy, man.
So GD Capone, you agree that Habaru doesn't mean Hebrew, right?
Well, you gotta
Or what
define. You gotta
you
tell me
gonna stand
what
on that?
Hebrew means. You gotta tell me what Hebrew means.
I think it means just a Greek hobbit. I think that's what it means.
A Greek hobbit.
Or
It means
a Greek created hobbit. That's what I think.
it means to cross over. So
Yeah,
those who
from
crossed
Greek
over the
to mythology.
those who crossed over the Euphrates River. So
So the
that's
first time we see the word Hebrew, right? And this is what I was trying to tell King J. You have to, so it says the Hebrew. Abraham the
Hold
Hebrew.
on, y'all. Hey, GD, hold on
Go
one
ahead.
second. I got
Go
you. I'm gonna
ahead.
let you
Go
finish
ahead.
as soon as I get in. Hey, King J, listen. Hold on, let me cam up when I say this. We gonna get it in tomorrow. What time you free tomorrow?
Tomorrow. We ain't got 20 minutes right now because that's all. That's all it's gonna be. 20
We gonna need
minutes.
a Capone. You feel like moderating?
You
can let Tahuti moderate.
Tahuti, you feel like moderating, Tahuti?
I'm
Being
here. I'm
easy.
here.
Hold on,
Yeah, I'll
hold
moderate.
on, humble.
But the thing is, though, like, hold on, stop, like one at a
Hey,
time.
hold on. Let me.
Is it, so y'all debating about is Paleo what Paleo Hebrew is, right? What are y'all debating about?
I'm
This
saying
book
that
about this.
Paleo Hebrew, the Paleo Hebrew script is the same as the Phoenician script. King J is saying that the Paleo Hebrew script and the the Paleo Hebrew script and the Phoenician script are separate but sister scripts.
King J will be correct.
That's saying to see that I'm gonna have to stay out of that one because one, I really don't believe in the slave religions, and two, like that's just so ambiguous. That's trivial. That's what I was telling you earlier. But I mean, I feel you, man. Y'all do y'all thing, and y'all see who comes out the winner.
Hey, hold on. We got the world best spokesman in the building right now, brother A1. You know he about to give us a slight introduction. Hey, brother A1, we agreed on the 5. We're gonna have a 5 minute rounds of presentation, and then at the end we're gonna have a 5-minute back and forth. Something real slight, something real quick. Hey, brother King J, I hope you're ready to get in this cage, bro. I hope you're ready. But go ahead. Without further ado, go ahead, brother A1.
And I'm back. I just heard you say without further ado, here go brother A. What's up? You said 2. Run the rounds down to me again. I was in the kitchen.
We got 2 5-minute rounds, and then we got a 5-minute back and forth round. So a quick 15-minute, So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So a quick 25-minute. Yeah, you mean something slight.
Big bet.
I'm about to see how bad he want it right here. We about to see how bad King J want it.
Who's
I
going?
don't
Who's
think he
taking the
got that.
affirmative? I don't know what the topic is or who's going first.
So the topic is was the Phoenician and Paleo Hebrew script the same, or were they distinct sister scripts?
Put it in the chat for me while I
I
pull up the
got you.
time.
Hold on 1 second. I got you. Give me 5 seconds.
And then put it on the screen.
So, who's saying it's the same?
Me.
Hey, real quick. So Benin, you said what you was saying that I made up?
The Haribo
I got
argument. You're
I got
making that up, brother.
I got sources to back everything that I say out my mouth, bro.
I
My
got you.
sources made up.
I'm prepared. I'm prepared. We can have a discussion about it. I have no
All right,
problem with
that's
that.
what's up. Cause I heard you say some things, so I know exactly where to go with you. You ain't gonna be able to refute it.
Bet you $20 you don't.
Hey man, this is child's play, man.
You talking about that word Hebrew?
Okay, yeah. He think it's child's play, right?
It's child's
Because
play.
he's stuck. I'm gonna show you guys how stuck he is.
I want to give a presentation on how the word Hebrew means Greek hobbit.
Right.
That's kind of crazy too.
So,
That's kind of
Yeah, I
crazy.
know it is, man. I just wanted to
you
like
know
try
what?
to get some chuckles or whatnot.
I
You know
just
what?
typed it down there, brother A1. It ain't spelled perfect or nothing, but I just threw it down there real quick.
And y'all got to go against a lot of scholarships to make these claims.
No, and that's the crazy part about it, GD, is that you think we got to go against scholarship. You have to go
You
against
do. You
scholarship.
going against mainstream
Okay,
scholarship.
what scholar says that Haribu and the Hebrew are the same,
John Henry Clark.
linguistically
John Henry
and
Clark.
and ethnically?
John Henry Clark.
Nah, you misrepresenting them.
Oh man,
What's
come
the
on,
other
gotta
dude
stop.
name? What was the
Gotta
dude
stop.
name that I used in our debate?
You
I
said
gotta look at my
scholars, right?
slide.
Can you tell me any scholar that is proficient in the history?
Oh, so
Now,
he's not. So John Henry Clark not proficient.
No,
I'm
he's
not
not
saying
a
John
linguist. He
Henry
would
Clark.
not.
It's not even his lane. It's not
John
even
Henry Clark would
necessarily his
not
lane.
be a professor
Okay,
or proficient in
okay.
this
Point
title.
taken. Point taken. Well, I got more.
Hey, can I just add something too? When
You
it
got
comes to
more, but you only said John Henry
mainstream,
Clark.
when it comes to mainstream and consensus, we know we living under white supremacy. So like, why are we going with the mainstream and consensus? We can
Oh well,
look
I
up
went
what
to John Henry
consensus
Clark.
means.
Wait, time
But
out.
you
No,
said
no,
I
you
no,
didn't
no,
say
did
no, no.
consensus.
mention
I
No.
said mainstream. I ain't
Hold
say
on one
consensus.
second.
you
Hold
did
on one
say,
second.
but
Hold
I'm
on one
saying
second.
how.
I
The
said y'all have
reason
to
we
go
go
against
with
mainstream
mainstream, yes,
scholarship.
hold on one second, Capone. The reason we go with mainstream, and yes, that don't mean that mainstream can't have some messed up ideologies, but the reason, and this is where we get into doing our due diligence about what scholars to use. That's, we got to know about what scholars to use. But the reason we use mainstream is because of academic consensus, right? If one scholar is saying something and 100 other scholars back up what that one scholar is saying, then there have to be some credibility to what this scholar is saying. If a scholar is saying something and nobody backs up what he's saying, or maybe one other person share a similar view to what he's saying, then we have to question the credibility of the point that they're bringing of their scholarship. So
That was perfect,
mainstream
humble.
versus
That was
underground
perfect.
do matter.
I'm just saying, like when you look up, is the consensus correct? You will find all types of research that finds problem with the consensus, including the standard definition and response that you will get from including the AI, Google, whatever or whatever resource you want to utilize to look that up. So I'm just
Yeah.
putting it out there though. When you believe in the Bible and you say mainstream, you have to know that the mainstream actually protects the narrative of the Bible, and that's why you have Christian apologists who type papers that are
So if it's
misleading.
not mainstream, that means it's pseudo, right?
No,
No, not
that's
really.
when you have to go to archaeology.
Right.
So now when it comes to mainstream, yes, you can go to mainstream
I
archaeology
mean
to
not
try
pseudo. I
to
meant to say French. My bad. I
to
meant to
try
say
to to try
French.
to verify the
Yes,
Bible, and
I would
then
take
you
the
have
word
to
French.
go with even biblical archaeology is problematic because anytime they do a dig in Levant, they come up with Kemetic relics.
I mean, you can kind of just avoid all the issues by just having a good methodology. That's all. You evaluate the data as scholars do, and like you don't have to just simply rely on what an academic says. Of course, the consensus is wonderful because it tells you that you're heading into the right direction. But there's things I disagree with, right? And there's people should and can with scholarship. You don't have to be blind to just say what they say is true. Have a good methodology.
So, and I'm just bringing it up though, like mainstream scholars and stuff like that. When you go to biblical scholars and stuff like what scholars are you using? Like mainstream is just so broad.
Well, I don't know what he means by
Did he drop
mainstream.
off?
That's what he's saying. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, okay, he dropped off. But that's what I was trying to get him to understand. When you look up certain scholarship, you're supposed to identify the scholarship and not just say mainstream. That's just broad.
Yeah. No, I get
No, I
that.
said you have to go. You have to go against it, right? So I have my scholars, right? I have the scholars that backs what I'm
Hey, humble.
saying.
Well, y'all.
What field of scholarship are they from though?
I gave you one. I said John Henry Clark.
But we just said what disagreement with that was he's not a linguist, and then the other disagreement
So
was
what? So what?
you just
So who's the?
misrepresenting them.
So who's an African linguist then?
So African linguist would be Obadele Cambone. You have Ivan Van Sertima. He's Shepsu now, but he still has work available that you can read.
Did you just say Ivan Van Sertima?
Yeah, and then you have also Czech Antijote is not an official linguist, but he has the scholarly backing in multiple disciplines to where he can look at language and actually come up with a scholarly interpretation of it. So you have linguists in coming out of Africana studies, specifically if you wanted to know Africana study linguists or whatever.
So
But go
so
ahead,
I'm
you had a
glad you
question?
said Cheek onto Dia, right? And I'm glad you said Ivan Van Sertima because I have all these scholars in my slides, right? And I have their quotes right here. And John Henry Clark, he quoted Sheikh Anta Diop. So
Okay.
that's why I use John Henry Clark.
All right, so bring that, and
So
hopefully you're not misrepresenting it though.
and I ain't gotta misrepresent anything. It clearly says the Hebrews and the Hebrews in both in the same sentence. So now this and now I want to ask you, in the realm of possibility, right? Is it
And we
possible?
gotta stay in the realm, right? We gotta stay in
No,
that
I'm
realm
just
for the
saying.
Bible. But
I'm
go ahead.
just throwing this out there,
One
right?
mic, one
Because
mic,
I'm
one mic, really fast, one mic. Hey, yo, man, listen. We got a brand new YouTube member, Milk Dud. Let's show our brother some great a round of applause. Let's show him some shouts out. You know, we appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. You know, again, you know, we don't operate without you. I want you to always to remember that. And thank you so much for your support. And listen, don't be scared to engage in them comments. Let's get into it, y'all. Go ahead, y'all.
so all right. So my conversation with Ben Eden is gonna be different from with you. So like I said, like right now so in a round I'm asking you this question. Is it possible for the Habaru people that attacked the Canaanites in the Marner letters to dwell in Canaan, have children, and become and identify themselves as such as Habaru? Is that in the realm of possibility? And write their story.
What Habaru groups are you talking about?
The ones that's in the Amana letters that attacked the Canaanites.
That attacked the Canaanites.
Yes, and
Okay,
don't.
right. So when they complained to Egypt to come help, and they ain't never get no help. Those are really just outsiders. There's nomadic tribes.
Outsiders.
They're not.
You are providing your own conjecture.
There's not an ethnicity attached to it.
Right,
I
and
agree.
and
I
this
agree
the
with the
whole thing is the
outsiders. I
possibility
agree with the
clause.
outsiders.
But they're not.
That's all
So
that
to
is.
answer that question,
Raiders.
so
They're just raiders. They're raiders.
so
Hold
you
on,
was
bro.
you
You
was
got
asking
your
me
own
that
debate,
question,
King
right?
J.
This is completely contradictory to how you identify Israelites. But they,
Well.
or
To
Hebrews.
you, I'm gonna come with you. I got some scholarship for you to read, right?
No, you
For you to
don't. And I'm
examine.
telling you, you
But
don't. Trust me.
But
bro,
what
I
I know
just
you
had
don't.
this.
what
Listen, brother, I just had this debate, bro. I've been doing study. I just studied
Never
this
had
for a
this
month
debate with
straight.
me.
You
Never
messing
For a
had
up
this
month
debate with me.
straight.
the Habaru word, though.
Have you did that amount of studying?
I have an article from 4 years ago on this. Trust me, you haven't debated me.
Okay, so look, let me provide you with an article that you can look up. Stuart A. West. It's a scholarly article on. It's a scholarly article on
Trust
J
me.
Source. Stuart A. West.
You just
Read what he
making
says.
things up, brother. Trust me.
Stuart A. West? Look, I'm
But
glad you
speak on
named
in
a
regards to
scholar.
Habaru and how you use
I
it
couldn't.
to
I named
weaponize it.
John Henry Clark. I never seen
And you
But I'm
don't
talking
even know
Afro-British
him.
about
Just
people.
read the text. Read the
but you
primary.
know John Henry Clark, what he says about the religions. You heard his speeches about all three religions, and that's what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying.
religion though. I'm not talking about a religion.
So the Hebrews didn't practice a religion?
So could these people, could these Habaru people, through their descent, would their children be called Habaru if they had children?
Nah,
Hypothetically.
because if you look, if you were
Not if they moved into the city.
Would they
right,
children would they be identified
Not
as
if they move
Habaru?
in, not if they move in the city. They're only
They would
identified
be
as
called
Habaru if they're
Canaanites.
outside of the city.
Y'all don't
Right.
get
They
it,
would be
man.
absorbed by the Canaanite population.
So, man, I hate using this damn
But that's
analogy, but
possibility. That's more
this the only way
possibility
y'all get
clause.
it, bro.
Like
Habaru is
why?
a social class. Look, that's a social term, social class term, right? Is used to identify a group of people or a person socially. So, and it's used to diminish them. It's like derogatory almost. It's like calling someone a nigga. When the
So
when
you
a,
think
when a
Hebrew is
different race.
derogatory?
Yes, and it became common. It became common over time, and it
No,
tells you
brother.
this
I do.
within
I
the
do
Making
think
narrative.
that up.
the word hobbit is derogatory. So I can agree
You
with
are
you on
making
that.
that up.
Now, I ain't making
I
nothing
know.
up. I'm telling you.
I know you're making. So where are you getting that from? Where are you getting that from?
So I just
Tell the
gave you the
audience where you're
paper,
getting that
bro.
from, because you
I
can't
just
be
gave.
reading the
But
data, the
but
historical
your
data,
paper didn't say that what you just said, brother.
Yes, it did. Yes, it does.
Oh, that was your own
brother.
conjecture.
You're
Yes, it
making that up.
does.
There's no scholar that
Aside
supports what you're
from the
saying. So I
Negro
know you're
stuff,
making it up.
that's it. But everything else, that's exactly what the paper say.
All right. So
Brother,
just so
the
Read it.
just so
social class is fine. But when you start saying that the social class is an ethnic group, that's a problem.
Okay, so
Right.
what social class? So if a social class, if someone that's part of that's not,
Let's identify the social class first.
we talking about Habaru now.
So what are they doing? They're doing what? They're raiding, they're hoarding the towns. That's the social class, right?
That's how they identified in the Amana letters.
This particular
they had a
Hold on,
king,
I got
right?
a quote. I got the quote from the Amana letter right here. Hold on,
this particular nomadic tribe.
hold on. I got the quote right here, bro. Telling you, y'all don't know who y'all messing with, bro.
Brother, but what you're
All right.
saying is that
Listen.
the
So
word
look, here we go right
Habaru
here.
What
Look,
is
kind
hold
of
on.
You're
scholar?
making
Hey,
stuff up.
what kind of scholar
So
is the guy
it's all
that you
right.
named?
You're making it up.
Where's Humble at? We've been waiting on Humble for a minute now.
They was waiting on you
I'm
first.
right here. We waiting on
Hey, no, no,
A1.
no. Let them yeah, look. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead. I ain't butting in and
Our
nothing.
shit finna be
They
quick. I
want
ain't
hit
got
me
too
up.
much of nothing
We
about it.
on
Anybody want
A1.
smoke on the Habaru Hebrew
But
thing?
we can do it
Paleo
right now. We can
anything
do it right
Hebrew.
now.
We
I can
here.
get
Who
on my
said that?
computer and we can do
We
it right now.
here.
Who said that?
This has been.
Bro, didn't you just lose to a woman?
Right. You're not you're not honey. You're easy work. And this is my field. So I don't even know why you doing all that. Are you gonna
All
take it
right,
or not? We can do it
I'm
right
just
now.
messing with you, bro. Look, so this
Nah,
says
no,
the
it's all
land
good.
of
We
the
can do it
king
right
is
now.
lost. The Habaru are plundering the lands of the king. This is Marna letter EA 286, and this was found in Jerusalem, right, 14th century. Now, these same words, this same narrative is in the biblical text as well, right? So it says linguistic analysis. Habaru is Akkadian. Aperu is Egyptian. In Ivri or Abari is Hebrew. It says this is a phonetic linguistic match.
What are you reading? What source are you reading from?
Is that guy a linguist?
Bro, I'm gonna get you listen. All right,
Quote the
so
source.
let's
Just
go to
quote
what
the
you
So
said.
that's a no. He's not a linguist.
Let's go to Shikan Tadia. Let's see what Shikan Tadia said. You familiar with
Nah,
Shikan
man,
Tadia work?
stay away from him,
Sure.
bro.
Are you
Cause
familiar with his
you
work?
Yes,
misrepresenting
I
him.
am. Go ahead.
Look, this is a quote from Shikan Tadia. The Hebrews were not originally a nation in the modern sense, but a collection of people without fixed territory, a social category comparable to others known in the ancient Near East. Now, who known in the ancient Near East? The
A lot of
Habaru.
people.
Man,
A
That's
lot of
Diop
people.
view, and that's
stop
fine.
it, bro.
A lot of
That's
people though.
Diop's
But
view.
that's still ambiguous because like
That to prove a
he's
connection,
saying that
and you are
the
afraid to
word
even source
I'll
your
show you.
material.
I'll show you, bro. My
right. That's what
slides
I'm
ready.
saying. Like
I can just do the Habaru part. I just did this debate. I just smashed you on
I'm
the
gonna let
Haber.
Humble and
Why did
King
you
J
get
go,
away from the
but we
other
can do them right
scholar
quick.
though? What type of
Well, I'm on my way
scholar?
home. I can get on my.
What type of scholar was the other guy you named besides Check and the Joke?
Why you didn't look him up?
I did. I'm saying
Because I'm
you
doing
are
something right now. I'm
empirically
busy right now. I
wrong.
just can't. I can't look things up right
You
now.
and you're only making this case to substantiate your ideological views. You need them to be Hebrews because that makes sense to you.
I need them to be Hebrews. I don't need them to be nothing.
You do because now you can say, "Hey, look, we got Hebrews in history. They're
I
called
don't
the
need them. I don't need them
That's
to be
nonsense.
nothing. But when I researched the information, I found this. So I don't need them to be nothing.
Okay.
This is what's in the. This is what's in the arc. This is what's in the record.
What record?
So that's the only inscription or term that you using to say that
Not
they exist, or like what's
so.
going on?
So nobody is saying that it's an ethnonym. So now this is the thing. That's what's in the record, right? That's what you find when you do research, and you don't. You got to understand. Hebrew is a English word. It's English. So where did that English word come from? Even in the Egyptian, even in the TLA, they have the word Habaru and they has Hebrew as the translation. I'm reading the TLA and it says Hebrew. So what did I do? I researched that. I'm like, why is it saying this? Why is it saying Hebrew in the TLA?
Hey,
That's
Capone,
odd.
I made that point earlier with Humble. He acted like he didn't understand it when I said the word Hebrew, Hebrew, is an English word, but Ivri is not. You understand? Like you
Hey,
understand the difference, right?
no, hold on, Ben Eaton. We was talking about this guy Ben Eaton terrible, bro. Hey, yo, Ben Eaton, listen. Thank you for that, Ben Eaton. I want to thank you for that. I'm gonna take it out on King J. Hey, King J, you got
Oh,
Ben Eaton,
that was
bro.
King J. That
I'm
wasn't
taking
me,
it out
huh?
on King J.
I ain't say nothing.
You got Ben Eaton to blame for that, bro.
What I say?
What you was just saying?
No,
Man, I
that
didn't
was
say not
King
a
J.
word. That was King J.
Oh, that was King J. I apologize, Ben Eaton.
It's all
Oh,
good,
King J.
player.
Oh, thank you for that motivate. Oh, yeah. Okay. You just made it 10 times worse for yourself. He just made it 10 times worse for himself, y'all. And Capone, you know, Capone over there shaking his head laughing.
About to get on my computer. Give me a second.
Capone, no, man, listen. And Capone, listen, man. I can't do that because he just did what he just did. So I
Hey,
gotta come a little extra harder, bro. I gotta come a little extra harder now.
Humble. I'm gonna end with this. The Habaru. So this is what modern day scholarship says that the Hebrews emerged from out of the Habaru. Do you agree or disagree with that? And then we can just stop right there. And
You
that's
said,
to
Yeah,
Ben
man.
Eden. That's to Ben Eden.
oh,
But
go ahead,
still, your engine on fire, bro. You need to land that plane immediately, bro.
Ben.
But Ben, I want to hear Ben Eden's response too. So, like, yeah, how you respond to that?
That nigga Ben Eaton got out there. He ain't trying to respond.
What about you, King J? What do you take of that?
You said
Man,
what
King
again?
J better be getting mentally prepared for this beat down he about to get.
I'm ready for the little
He
sparring
don't need,
session, bro. You
he don't
you
need,
don't got
he
no
don't need, he
information,
don't
bro,
need to
that
be
you'll be able to.
responding to. He don't need to
Oh,
be
I just.
responding to no questions right now. He need to be getting right up here. I'm telling you, he gonna have
I
nightmares
can't
about
wait.
that.
I can't wait for our question and answer little section where we can go back and forth. You can't hide.
Where you at, A1?
Right here.
I'm gonna just shoot some dates as you. That's
We
all.
waiting for you, Brody. We waiting for you.
Oh shit, y'all got who going first again?
We got how we gonna do that? First off, you
If I
can't
go
say
first,
you going first.
if I go first, I close.
You can go first and close. What I mean,
I'd
you
rather
go first. I
close.
go second. and then I can go second the first round, and you can go. I'll go
Okay.
first.
Okay.
I'll go first the second round. You can go first. You can go second the second round, and
Okay.
then back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay.
But hold on. Don't we ain't gotta get into this too fast. Hey, brother, A1.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you better put on your Bruce Buffer, man. What's going on here?
Look, I'm
Humble,
over
you
here
ain't got
cooking.
nothing
I'm
to
over here
show.
cooking dinner while y'all was talking, so I got to
Oh,
run
you
from the
cooking?
kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. We can't get it in right now. We
No,
gotta
yo,
wait for the man
I
to get
need
done
like
cooking.
5 more minutes for real.
Go
My
ahead, take
stuff
your
done.
time, bro.
My
Take your
stuff
time.
finished
I
for real.
apologize, bro. Take your time. My man over there getting it in on a family joint. He like, I'm over here cooking, man.
But Humble, you can share a screen, can't you?
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
mean,
can see that screen.
I just got to make my
Just
plate.
go
Turn my
ahead,
camera on here.
go ahead and share my screen, and then
He
just
wants to. I gotta eat.
turn on my
Goddamn.
timer. I'm gonna go
Okay.
ahead for the 5 minutes, because I'm just
All
gonna
right.
share a couple of little slides for my first little 5.
Yeah, we gonna have to wait. Hold on. Oh, that's maximize. How I get that? Hold on 1 second.
You finna get
Okay,
beat
y'all
up.
ready?
Hold on, because I'm gonna have to share his screen.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we gonna have to remove this and then
Taking it down.
pull this up.
Let me know when you're ready.
I ain't do no
intro and
AI
stuff.
shit, so I just copied and pasted some.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of AI. I ain't gonna lie. So let me see where we at with it. So my screen is sharing. So I threw this together in about an hour or so. It's titled Beyond the Phoenician Myth: The Sibling Origins of Northwest Semitic Scripts, Why Paleo Hebrew, even Moabite and Phoenician are parallel descendants of the Proto-Semitic script. So I'll jump. I don't have an order on my scripts, but I'll go here. I did have an intro. So today we are correcting a common historical misconception. The idea that Paleo Hebrew comes from Phoenician is an outdated 19th century view. Modern epigraphy shows us a much more complex reality, a family tree where these scripts and siblings, where these scripts are siblings, not parent and child. And that's the argument that the brother is trying to argue, that the Hebrew is derived from the Phoenician. So in regards to the word epigraphy, I'm not just for definitions of words. Epigraphy is the study of inscriptions, specifically writings that is engraved, etched, or incised into hard, durable materials like stone, clay, metal, or bone. So, according to modern epigraphy, the term Phoenician is outdated. So that's for one. So let's go here. The anachronism of Phoenician. The problem. The word Phoenician is a Greek exonym from phonics, first used by Homer in the 8th century BC. The reality is this. In 1050 BC, the inhabitants of Sidon called themselves Canaanites, not Phoenicians. The correction. The script used at this time should be termed Proto-Canaanite, or at least linear Northwest Semitic, which hints to a shared cultural technology of the Levant, opposed to a later 600 BC Greek cultural identity that they later imposed, hinting to the definition of the word exonym, a title, a label that was put on them by an outside population or group. So here we go. So we must stop using the word Phoenician for the year 1050 BC. It is an acronym. The word comes from the Greek phonics, meaning purple people. Once again, first used by Homer centuries later. The people of Sidon and Tyre called themselves Canaani, to be exact. To say Hebrew comes from Phoenician is to use a Greek label to define a Semitic reality that predates it. So we'll go here. The common ancestor, and this is my argument, that both the Phoenician script and the Paleo Hebrew script come from this Proto-Sinaitic script, which has its origins in the Serbi El Qadim mines, which is the Torcos mines outside of Egypt, where the Semitic speakers would go, or what they actually, some say, are enslaved by the Egyptians during this time period. But as far as mechanism, they are Semitic speakers. They adapted the Egyptian hieroglyphs into an acrophonic alphabet. So basically, they used their Semitic vocalization and imposed it on Egyptian iconography. And so basically, in most of the actual symbols that they use in this alphabet, first, because it's 22 consonants, or it's basically the first abjad, I would say. This mother script spread throughout the Levant. As distinct nations formed, Israel, Moab. Is my time going? Hold on. Is my time going?
You got 1 minute left.
1 minute left? Okay. Let me jump back. My bad. So my thesis, this mother script, which is the Proto-Sinaitic script, spread throughout the Levant as the distinct nations formed, including Israel, Moab, and Phoenicia. These each took this open source script and developed into their own national fonts, which would be similar to basically isolates, right? Each as the Proto-Sinaitic script moved into Canaan, into the areas of the Levant, and nations started to develop into their own isolated geographic regions and areas. They all kind of have their own variation to this particular script. So that's basically what that is. So when we look at the letters, the fingerprints are different. Paleo Hebrew kept certain hooks and curves, and particularly like the wa, that the Phoenician script had already flattened out for it. So particularly for the fast trade record keeping. Okay.
Clock reset. Got a screen to share, Humble. You muted, Humble.
You know I do, and it's time to eat. Hold up, let me get to it. Real quick. We here with it. You know I got one. All right. Let me know when you ready, bro.
Time starts when you start.
All right. Shared ink, shared stone. The Paleo Hebrew and the Phoenician scripts are identical or contemporaneous. The script labeled Paleo Hebrew is not an independent Hebrew alphabet, but a regional use of Phoenician script. Let's get into it. Bro, before I even get into all that, man, number one, don't think you about to come up in here and think you about to get close to a debate, bro. You ain't show no sources. You just ran off a bunch of flim-flam, just, but this is what I like to call. I don't want to hear what you like to call it. I want to hear what is going to be called if I walk in a university and I talk about this script. What is those people going to call it? Let's get into it. So the distinction is a modern convenience, not an ancient reality. Like King J tried to present, right? He tried this is the model over here, the traditional narrative. This is the model he tried to portray. The ancestral Semitic slip, what they like to call Proto-Sinaitic, right? And then it moved to the 10th century, right? And then it broke off to Hebrew and Phoenician, right? This is the ancestral Semitic script model, which is completely false. Completely false. This is the reality, the epigraphic model, right? In the 10th and 9th century BCE, right, the Phoenicians' mother shift, right? This is a school for scribes, right? Compiled a script from the Canaanite script. What did they do? They added consonants, right? They added other strokes. They modified it, right? And then they brought this script unto the people of Moab, Israel, and Phoenicia used it. A unified, continuous script tradition. That's what we're seing. We're not seeing the ancestral Semitic script. This so-called Paleo-Hebrew script is merely a narrative, a national script of the Hebrews, a local variety of the Phoenician script. This is by Frank Moore Cross, a linguist from the University of Michigan. He's a linguist, and he's telling you that what you call Paleo-Hebrew is just a variety of the Phoenician script. It's still a Phoenician script. It ain't no different than the Phoenician script. It's just what they use. Let's get into it, man. I'm guessing he didn't have enough time to prepare for all of that, though, right? The script as a badge, the stakes of classification, the nationalist myth, right? The nationalist myth, claiming a separate Hebrew script, underpins the narratives of cultural isolation and religious exceptionalism, and the idea that people of the book required a unique holy script. This is why he's saying what he's saying, because he believed that the people of the book had a unique script and a unique language. This is a false narrative. This is a false myth. This is a myth in which he's doing, right? Let's get into what the reality of the situation, the material reality. Dismantling this dysfunctional reframes the Israelite as literacy, not as isolated miracle, but as a participation in a sophisticated, shared, living, scribal world, right? So now it gives us the sense of what these people were operating in. They were operating in a sophisticated, shared, living, scribal world.
1 minute.
Okay, let's get into it. So let's get into some of these right here, right? Exhibit A, Exhibit B, the DNA matches the Tel Zayat, right? When we look at this, people will say this is Paleo-Hebrew. This is Phoenician. How do we know this is Phoenician? The trident shape over here, right? Phoenician style, lacking the letter Hebrew leg, right? Then we got the mem, lacking the elongation of the letter, the national script, right? A 10th century scribe in Judean Sephira learning a Phoenician primer. That's what this is. This is Phoenician. This is not Paleo-Hebrew. Let's get into it, man. The Misha Stele, evidence of a regional standardized. This is the Moabs. What script are they using? Right? Again, they're using the they're using the Phoenician script. Right? The Misha Stele records the Moabite language using the standard Phoenician script. If Israel's enemy used
that bomb is time. That bomb
let's
is
get
time.
into it, man. It's time to eat.
King J, it's on you.
Let me share my screen real quick. My bad. I am sharing right now. I'm just gonna change this PowerPoint that I have. All right. So here we go. So I'm in our back and forth round. I want us to keep in mind this brother is constantly using the word Phoenician, and we're in a time period of 1050 BC. There is no existence of the word Phoenician at this point, or a people called Phoenician at this point. When we're talking about these creations of these scripts in this Levant area at this time, let's keep in mind the word Phoenician does not exist. These are Canaanite people that he's talking about, right? So let's just keep that in mind. So here we go. I am sharing my screen on A1. There we go.
Go ahead. I thought you had started your round. I started your time.
Oh yeah, my screen. So here we talked about previously. We're talking about the Proto-Sinaitic script being the common ancestor of both the Paleo-Hebrew and also the Proto-Canaanite or the Phoenician that the brother refers to. So Exhibit A would be the Isbet Sartar Abecedary. We spoke about that before. This is an 11th century BC abecedary found in an Israelite site predating anything that would be considered standard Phoenician or correctly termed Proto-Canaanite. The divergence. It uses different letter orders, the AN before the P or the PET, and was written left to right. I believe Phoenician is written right to left. Conclusion. This proves the Israelites were already using their own version of the alphabet before these Proto-Canaanites or Phoenician coastal cities standardized theirs. This is the primary source. This Isbet Sartat Abecedary. The Tel Zait stone. This is a 10th century stone found in Judea, not Phoenicia, not in Canaan. The argument found in a Judean context, this shows a transitional script that is distinct from the coastal Phoenician style. It displays the curved linear tendencies of what later will become Hebrew. Each regional variant has different styles. That's how you distinguish them. They're not the same. So when the brother keeps saying they're the same script, they're not the same script. They're all coming from the Proto-Sinaitic script, but they're basically just regional variants, different dialects of this Proto-Sinaitic script. And the variants are basically just in the strokes. The Mishnah Stela, the brother keeps talking about the Moabite stone. This does not help him. This shows that, so the argument, while the language is Moabite, the script shows unique Transjordanian flourishes. It proves that the national scripts, Hebrew, Moabite, and Phoenician, were all isolates that branched off from Proto-Canaanite substrates at roughly the same time. So this is basically showing that each one of these Hebrews, Moabite, or Proto-Canaanite, or Phoenician, as the brother wants to call them, all derived from one source, not from each other, as the brother is trying to argue. The brother is trying to argue that the Hebrew and possibly the Moabite, he would have to argue as well, all are deriving from a Phoenician source. But a Phoenician wouldn't be anything but just a Proto-Canaanite. Here we go. We'll look at some dates. What's this right here? When we look at the letters, the fingerprints are different. Paleo Hebrew kept certain hooks and curves, like in the letter Y, that the Phoenician script had already flattened out for the fast trade. Record keeping, you cannot inherit a trait that your parent has already lost. This is the definition of parallel evolution. In conclusion, Paleo Hebrew, Moabite, and Phoenician are distinct branches of the same tree. They are isolate variations. To credit the Phoenicians with the invention of the Hebrew script is like crediting the Italians with the invention of the Spanish language. They share a root. They did not create each other. Here we go. Here I'm showing the root. I'm giving some dates. Here we have
One minute.
We have a minute left. We have the Proto-Sinaitic script here, dating 1850 BC, which we see are derived from the Metanetter or the hieroglyphs. Then you see in between, we have the Proto-Canaanite script. Proto-Canaanite script. There is no Phoenician nowhere here. So I don't know what the brother keeps erroneously calling this as the brother is calling Phoenician Proto-Canaanite. This Proto-Canaanite script dating to 1200 BC, right, has three different branches or different isolate groups. One would become the coastal group, the Sidonian group, which he's calling the Phoenician group. The other group would have their own variant, and those would be the Highland group, which would be the Judean group. And then we have another group, which is the Transjordan group, which we see they have their variant with the Moabite script.
That's time.
Go ahead.
Man, get that trash off the screen, man. Get that down, man. Let's put up some real scholarship up here, man. terrible. Number one, I want to
It's
show
been
y'all
tougher.
again. This man didn't list not one scholar. This man didn't list not one source. He gave y'all some stones. This man didn't even do the due diligence, right? Of actually, dang, he could at least showed y'all a picture of a stone. Don't worry though, brother. Humble Mystic got y'all. I'm gonna break it down how it's supposedly broken down. How am I supposed to share this, bro? Where my stuff at? Hold on.
While you pulling that up, I'll go to a word from our sponsors. Sunday, March 1st, prime time, only here on Coliseum of Arguments.
Debate. This is a battle for the. This is not just a debate. This is a battle for the spiritual foundation of a people. Sunday night inside the Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Two worldviews collide. In one corner, the cosmic visionary, the student of angelic revelations, the defender of Oaspi, Cosmon Cal. And in the opposing corner, the scriptural warrior, the voice of covenant tradition, the defender of the Holy Bible, Gideon Yisrael. The question shaking the community: which is better for our people, the Oaspi or the Bible? Ancient.
Back to you, gentlemen.
Right.
This Sunday, only here on Coliseum of Arguments. Check out Cosmon and Gideon. Okay, timer reset.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Time starts when you start.
All right, so he brought up the Tel Zayat, right? You can tell this brother don't do no studying, because when you look at the Tel Zayat of Israel, right, and we see this stroke, and he tried to tell it ain't nothing but elongations, right? So we see this right here. This is this is primary evidence, right? Now, this is the Tel Faraka, right? This is Phoenician Aramaic, right? These are two different stones. Do y'all see different scripts here or the same script? Let's get into it. Elongated strokes are not unique Hebrew inventions, as my brother keep trying to say. These appear in the Phoenician and Aramaic inscriptions of the same period. Right now, let me show you something real quick, because the brother did a horrible showing of when he tried to show y'all these stones. So the Tel Zayat, right, comes into the 10th century BCE. This is still undifferentiated Phoenician script, right? Mutter script, right? This is the script that came from the scribal schools, right? We see it here in the Tel Zayat in 10th century. We see it here in Giza, the 10th century. We see it here in Mishnah, the 10th century. Mind you, these are all the same script. We don't get that. We get the 800 BCE, the mid 18th century rise of the national script, right? So all of these use their own script. It wasn't until later that they derive their own unique scripts, but all throughout the 10th and 9th century, they were using the same script. Projecting national scripts back to the Solomon 10th century is an anachronism. This splits happened centuries later. Centuries later. You can't say, oh, well, we got the Proto-Sinaitic and da-da-da-da. No. This split happened centuries later. That wasn't even a Hebrew or Phoenician. That was none of that back then. What he's talking about, and this is the thing about conflating. He got to stop conflating this. That's why I got this right here. Let me go to my other one real fast though, because this right here is the Phoenician reality. This right here, right? The Paleo myth. Why the ancient script of Israel is, and remains Phoenician. Let's get into it. Paleo Hebrew, 19th century nationalist construct, Phoenician, the internal pristine script. This separation of Hebrew from its Canaanite millennial is a modern nationalist construct, a historical one. William Shackwin, right? A scholar, a linguist at that, that's telling you this, right? The material fact graphically identical, right? Phoenician, Aramim. You see this script right here. This is Israelite, Giza, which I was just showing y'all. Y'all see this script right here. This is Judaite, Silam, right? This is another script. All of these are the same scripts. The same script. Here he trying to tell y'all these are different scripts, but clearly we see right here these are the same scripts. I'm not flim-flamming y'all. I'm just giving y'all what I see. I'm just giving y'all what my research showed me. It showed me we the same, that they're the same scripts. Come on now. The elongation fallacy. He tried to pull that elongation fallacy, claim Hebrew marker. They don't claim no Hebrew marker. The fact, the elongation appeared in standard Phoenician scripts, the Cretan and the Frankara, right? It is not unique to Hebrew. It is very difficult to consider elongation to be a distinctive feature of the whole Hebrew. Christopher Rawson, that's another linguist right there. Another linguist. Come on now. The franchise model, scribes, not nationalists. These were scribes. This comes from a scribal center from where? Biblios. Biblios started this. And then from Biblios, right, it spread here, and then it went down to Judah, it went up to Israel, it went up to Ammon, it went up to Moab. This is why all of these steles have the same script. It leads back to Biblios, which what is Phoenician reality. Local scribes were trained to enter international pristine script Phoenician. National variants are late in Iron Age 2 period development. Let's get into it, man. The unbroken consensus. Frank Moore Cross, merely a local variant of Phoenician script. So here's one linguist telling you that it's just a variation of a Phoenician script. Joseph Neverhigh, graphically identical, right? This is somebody else telling you this is just a Phoenician script. Christopher Ralston, mind you, all of these are linguists. All of these are linguists. Phoenician script used in a Hebrew linguistic context. This is a Phoenician script.
Oh, my bad. You got 3 seconds. I
All
forgot
right,
to do
25 and 0. Lemuria scholarly consensus. Come on now. He dropped them bombs. He ain't ready for this, man. He need to go hit the weight room again. Tell him go hit the weight room. Do some more scholarship. He ain't ready.
King J, it's on you. A little impromptu debate. Shout out these two gentlemen for stepping into the Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, where only the brave speak.
I'm sure I'm ready to. Okay, there we go. Let me know.
Titans. Screen shared. Time starts when you start.
Let's get it. All right, here we go. Once again, I'll make this fast, quick. I'll go through it. I'm showing here the root being the Proto-Sinaitic script, 1850 BC, having a derivative from the Meta-Netter. I'm showing that proceeded as that Proto-Sinaitic script moves into the Levant area. We see the Proto-Canaanite script. Once that moves into the areas of Canaan, we start to see different regional isolates. We see a coastal isolate in Sidon, which is later becomes the Phoenician script. We see a highland isolate in the Highland Hills, which later becomes the Paleo Hebrew. We see also isolates, regional isolates in the Transjordan region as well. I do have sources, bibliography here. We can see I did use some of Christopher Ralston's books, Writing and Literature in the World of Ancient. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we do see Frank Cross here, Joseph Benjamin Sass, a few others. Here, he said I didn't have any sources here. I'm showing a few. Here's this author. This is an article, actually. It's just talking about the Tel Zayit inscription. Here, how this is saying such a discovery was made during the summer 2005 when excavation at the site of Tel Zayit in Israel uncovered a wall with a stone protruding from it. The stone would challenge recent scholars in their skeptical assessment of early Israelite. So this is actually debunking him when he talks about his Phoenician. Here is the stone, the Tel Zayit abecedary here, and we also see the script of the Gezer calendar as well. Let's see what it says. Professor Joseph Nava of the Hebrew University writes that this is thought to be the earliest Hebrew inscription known to date. So that kind of debunks everything the brother is just trying to say right here. So this is new archaeology So the brother is kind of using 19th century outdated work, and he's repeatedly misrepresenting the word Canaanite. So here we have the primary, showing the primary, Tel Zaid ABCD, also the Gezer calendar, and we see in here that there are being called Israelite Hebrew inscriptions, not Phoenician or anything of the sort of that nature. The brothers, I think they're actually. It says the inscription is dated by ceramics and archaeology, evidence to the 10th century, the time of Solomon, and shortly after. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Here we go. Let me share this screen instead. Hold on. Share this screen instead. I'm going to jump to this quick Google search. The term Phoenician is a Greek invention. It was first used by ancient Greeks to refer to the seafaring merchants of the Levant, modern-day Lebanon, the coastal Syria, and northern Israel. The specific details of its origin and meanings are the following. The first recorded use. This is important. The word Phoenician first appears in Homeric poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey. So before Homer, there is no word Phoenician. So I want the brother to quit. I want us to hold him accountable for that. He's gonna stop using the word Phoenician
1 minute
and erroneously. So the word first appears in Homer's poems, which was composed around the 8th or 7th century. These poems, Homer used the Greek and the word Phoenix to describe the people and their land who are referred to. The Greeks used this label to describe a collection of independent Semitic-speaking city-states, most notably Tyre, Sidon, and Byblos. It's an exonym. Gap. Crucially, the people we call Phoenicians did not use this word for themselves. They typically identified by their specific city. I am a Tyrian, or used the broader term Canaanite or Kanani. The purple connection. The name is derived from the Greek word phoenix, which means purple, red, or crimson. This was a direct reference to the highly prized Tyrian purple dye that the Phoenicians manufactured from the seashells. To the Greeks, they were quite literally the purple people. And next, I know I can't spell it.
A humble mystic, it's on you. Shout out to the chat.
It's on me. It's on me.
So wait, now we having the
we having the back and forth. We having our 5-minute back and forth. And I got 2 questions for the brother off the bat. Number one, question number one.
Let's go.
Right? What did Christopher Ralston say about the Hebrew script? Right? When we see the scripts that they find in the Hebrew areas, what did he say about that? That's the first question. The second question is where in history can we see people calling the language that they spoke Proto-Sinaitic? Those are my 2 questions for you.
So the first question with Ralston, he has a debate with Petrovic in regards to this. I believe he takes the stance that they are distinct regional variants from each other. He doesn't agree with you.
I would like to share my screen. Can I share my screen real quick, A1?
You can do whatever you want.
We can do that, right? Okay, we can do that here. So this is the problem with people not having no knowledge about the sources they use. Me and him use the same sources. We both use Frank Moorcross, which have a book called Hebrew out of the Phoenician script. And what do he say coming out of that book? Merely the Hebrew is merely a local variety of the script Phoenician. That's what he's saying. Right now, what do Christopher Ralston say on this subject matter? He say he disagree with me, but what do he say out of his own mouth? Phoenician script used in a Hebrew linguistic context, but he agrees it's using a Phoenician script. So when this brother say they disagree with me, how can they when I showed you what they saying? So you can't use these brothers to agree with you when they saying out their own mouth that they agree with me. That's number one. Now go ahead and deal with the second one.
What's the second question, brother?
The second question is, can you show me anywhere in history where anybody referred to the language that they used or the script that they used or that we're talking about, right, as Proto-Sinaitic?
Yes, the Sarah B. El Kadim ones.
No, they all use Phoenician. Give me another one.
Okay, so let's deal with this right now.
I just showed you.
Brother,
You
wait, brother,
you
you can't over, brother. When I'm correcting you, let's don't filibuster. You keep saying no Phoenician, brother. The word Phoenician does not the time period that we're talking right now, brother. The word Phoenician. No.
Ask you a question.
Yeah,
Can you
brother,
answer
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Can you answer the question?
Humble. You're starting with a faulty premise. So I can't answer your question correctly if you're answering the question wrong.
Don't run from the question. You can't tell somebody
brother, do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
I know exactly what I want to know. I want to know who in history referred to these scripts as Proto-Sinaitic.
Sarah B. El Kadim.
No, he did not.
Brother, it's not a person, it's a mind, for one.
That's what I'm saying. No, they did not. That's clearly Phoenician. I'm about to show you. You want me to screen share again?
Brother, so you're saying that the miners in Sarah B. El Kadim are Phoenicians?
No, I'm saying the script is Phoenician.
Brother, how is the script Phoenician if it's wrote by the miners?
Bro.
The miners, brother, you finna die.
Let me share screen again.
The question and answer round shows your knowledge or a lack of.
The miners,
listen, brother.
Because maybe you missed
something. Hold on, we ain't gotta talk about each other because we on clock. The miners from Sarah B. El Kadim are not Phoenician. Quit using that word, brother.
Who said
the words are huh?
Who said they're Phoenician?
Brother, you said the script is Phoenician.
Exactly.
The miners wrote the script.
Bro, so do we not have a undifferentiated Phoenician script, right?
Brother,
so this
the
script,
miners wrote the script.
Bro, this script.
Deal with the point.
This script is being used. This script right here,
by
you
these
looking
miners.
at it being used.
It's damn near graffiti.
This script, right? Show me where your script.
Mines.
Listen,
I told you.
Show me in history. Show me in history where that script you're talking about is different than the script I'm showing you right here.
It's different.
You can't, because there is none. There is none.
What?
That's time.
So that was his 5 minutes. Okay, so this is mine. Okay, so my you had two questions, right? Okay, I asked two as well. My first question is simple. If we know the word Phoenician is Greek and its first attestment is not until 800 BC, Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, that is the first historical attestment of the word Phoenician. If we know this, and me and you are having a conversation about Sarah B. El Kadim mines, which is 1450 BC, or ranging from 1800 to 1450 BC, who, without using that word Phoenician, or tell me who are the people we are referring to, without using who are the Phoenicians that we are referring to in the time period of 1450 BC? When you're saying Phoenician, who are they?
Okay, I got you. And so before I get into your question, I want to shout out my Mama Queen for coming through and supporting. I appreciate you, Mama Queen. You know I love you. You see your baby boy on the big stage. Thank you so much, Mama Queen. Then let me get back to your point, King J. those people that produced that script that I'm calling Phoenician are the people of Biblios. Those are the people I'm referring to. And those people generated a script distinct from the standard Canaanite script. That script that they produced, right, was produced in colleges, right? And it was mass pushed, becoming the standard script of the Moabite, the Israelite, and everybody else around in that area.
So you're saying that Biblo script comes from a Canaanite script, right?
Yes, I never denounced that. That's not what we're
Okay.
talking about.
So that's referring to the coastal, right? When we talk about Biblos, right? Those are the coast. Okay. So when we talk about the Highland groups, right, which we talk about the Judeans and the Israelites, their script derives from this Canaanite as well, right? They have a variant, right? The coastal, those coastal Biblos groups have a variant, regional variant of the Proto-Canaanite, and these Highland groups have a no. So where do since we say we have a national Canaanite script that the Biblos group, coastal groups derives their script from, a variant, a branch of, right? So you're saying that the Highland group derives their script from the coastal group, not the national Canaanite group. They get theirs directly from the coastal group. That's just what you're suggesting.
Yes.
And why would you suggest that?
The reason I suggest that is because the reason I know that is because all of the stones that I was showing in my presentation, right? They were although they were found all in the 10th BC, the 10th century BCE, and they were displaced in different places. Some was placed in Israel, some was placed in Biblios, some was placed, and they were placed everywhere. But guess what? They were all identical. The reason, right? Those 19th century Europe. And I don't like how you try to throw that on the flim flam and say I was doing it and you doing it the whole time. I don't like that, King J. You got to get this work for that too. But that's the whole reason the 19th century Eurocentric mindset people wanted to distinguish who was right and what, because they all look the same. And if they all look the same, then how can they properly say who was right and what? So they had to. Hold on, let me land my plane. I'm gonna land my plane in 1 second. I promise you. So they had to distinguish who was right and what.
And how do they do that? By regional variance. The only way they can tell, the difference between Moabite and for example, Proto-Canaanite or Highland Judean is by slight slants.
No.
Yes.
So this is why. Hold on one second. So the narrative that they were trying to push was each region got its own language independently. But that's not
language.
True. What they found was everybody had the same script. I apologize. I didn't mean to say language. I meant to say script. But that's not true. What they found was everybody had the same script. And so to fit their worldview, they created these things. That's why I was talking about the elongation thing. That elongation is a myth. They didn't have Hebrews had elongation and the Phoenicians.
So that's my contention with you. Is that
that's time? Shout out Ben Eaton. Shout out Vicky's World. Shout out FYJ Entertainment. Shout out Soul Tribe Family. Appreciate the super chat.
I think he lost though. I ain't gonna lie.
You know, we're gonna put up a poll tomorrow and we will let the people be the judge.
But humble, I think that's where you keep getting messed up at.
I drank. Listen, I gave him this. That was just a taste, y'all. That's just a taste.
That was a good one, man.
That's just a taste. Imagine.
So Ben, what do you think? You stuck around. So what do you think about just what the information was presented and the points that was being made?
No, I think y'all agree with each other. I think the issue is these terms. I think it's the terms.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's the terms.
It is
So
the term.
if you get rid of the terms, you'll see that you kind of just agreeing with each other.
Now, here's the thing about that, though, right? If I may, right? It is the terms. I'm okay with okay. Let's get rid of Phoenician, right? Let's get rid of Paleo
That's it.
Hebrew. Hold on one second. Let's get rid of Paleo Hebrew. Let's get rid of Phoenician. What do we call it? We call it Canaanite.
Yep. I'm fine with
cool
that.
But here's the issue, though. Here's the issue with us calling it that. The issue with us calling it that.
Northwest Semitic scripts.
Hold on one second. Here's the issue with us calling it that.
We're calling it that.
The Biblios, the people from Biblios, right, crafted their own script out of that. So now the Phoenician script that we are talking about is very distinct from the Canaanite script that he's trying to drag the goalpost to.
No, it's
very
not.
distinct. Yes, it is. So you telling me it's 22 consonants in the whatchamacallit script in the Canaanite script?
Do we need another round, gentlemen? That's what it sounds like. Ben Eaton.
For the people of the Biblios.
Real quick, gentlemen, let's get Ben Eaton's take on this debate from round one to the end of the Q&A. What's your take, Ben?
I'm gonna be honest. Humble carried that one.
What? Drop a bomb for that one.
Only because I agree with Humble. Like outside of the terms, and I know that's King J, I know that's your pet peeve. Outside of the terms, if we just get rid of the terms, the language is still there, yo. So
because when he says that term Phoenician, my mind instantly goes to a certain time period.
I know, yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? So therefore, I'm like, no.
But then again, we have to, okay, now here's the issue again, that's why I have to go back with calling it, if we just call it Canaanite, right? That's too broad of a term, number one. And number two, that's a misuser of the term. So we can't call it Canaanite because it's a distinct shift, is a distinct, what are we talking about?
You said it right. A shift, yeah, that's right.
From Canaanite. So we can't call it Canaanite, okay? Bang, let's throw that out. Paleo Hebrew is also a 19th century Greek word. That's also messed up.
They call it Proto-Sinaitic.
Hold on one second. So let's throw that out of there, right? Let's get Phoenician out of there. What do we call it?
They call the script as Serabi El Kadim Proto-Sinaitic.
They did not call it Proto-Sinaitic.
You would just have to evaluate it based on its differences. And that's what we do. That's why we have the terms. Remember, we have the terms because scholars are evaluating these.
Yep. All I'm saying is that they're regional variants of this mother Proto-Sinaitic script. I'm saying this Proto-Sinaitic script is it.
Humble, you agree to that though, right?
What?
That the Sinaitic script is or like where all this is really kind of derived. Did I say that right?
Yeah, because that's where the Canaanite come from. Yeah. So we got the Proto-Sinaitic, then we have the Canaanite, then we have this language that we're dealing with right now, and then we have their individual breakdown languages. Because can I stop saying languages? I apologize. I mean to say scripts. We have the Proto-Sinaitic, then we have the Canaanite, we have the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite interchangeably. Then we have the Canaanite. Then we have this script that we dealing with now, that we debating now, right? Then they all break off into their own scripts. Then this is when you finally get the solidified Hebrew script. Then you get the solidified Aramaic, and then you get the solidified Phoenician that changed its script again from the standardized script that it already had. So when you don't apply the terms, then we don't know what we talking about. It's only when we apply the terms to what's going on. You see what I'm saying?
Do you agree, King J?
We don't have
no.
Unless we call it Biblios, we call it the Biblio script. Is that a more fitting term?
No, because if we look at the Misha Stella, you would think that was Hebrew.
No,
but
no.
scholars, when you look at it, it's the slight slants in the
but that's what I'm saying. That's in every variation.
It's not the same
Yes, it
exact.
is.
That's I think that's kind of what he's saying. That's why we need the terms to distinguish.
Now watch this. Now watch this. Watch this. Ben Eden. I was talking.
Ben,
earlier.
would you agree with this? That if we have one national script, that within that we would also have regional variants, and due to isolate, geographical isolates.
That's when we all hold on. That's when we all have our own thing. But we didn't get that until later. This is why I was saying earlier.
We didn't get it till later because the Hebrew script, the Paleo Hebrew, and the Proto-Canaanite script, the script that you were calling Phoenician, or this Biblos or is really a Ugaritic script.
That's what I'm saying. It is not. Wait a minute. Time out.
They're contemporaneous with each other.
Term really fast. Is this a proper term? The Biblio script.
No.
Is that a proper term? I would say that's a proper term. Out of any terms we didn't use, that's what they call it. That's the most fitting term right there.
We call it the Biblos.
Those are the people. Those are the people who literally crafted the script that we're literally debating about.
Mm-hmm.
It is called the Biblios.
So is it fair to say the Biblio script?
But where is Biblos? Is not Sidon? Is it not?
No, that's not Sidon. That's his own thing over there. That's not Sidon. It is not Tyree.
You're all next to each other.
They are next to each other. But then you just say that they wasn't looked at.
But wouldn't that be? But wouldn't that be? You
just said they wasn't looked at as coherent unto the Greeks. So you can't then come back and cut your own head off like that.
No, I'm telling you that these are all linguistic cognates.
What I'm saying is these specific people are the people who crafted the language that we're debating about.
They're coastal. They listen. They're coastal variant of Canaanite.
No, that's not.
They crafted.
That's not what we see.
King J, can you explain what you mean by that? By coastal variants.
Yeah, coastal variant.
Again, y'all.
Okay, so
I would like to know that too.
So when we have this Proto-Canaanite group, so my thesis is this Proto-Sinaitic script comes from Serebi El Kadim into the Levant area, right? Once these nations start to form in Sidon or Byblos or in those coastal areas, they have a variant of this script that's isolate from those in the highlands, the Judeans, in the in the highlands, in the Moabites.
So you are saying the opposite of what King J is saying there. You are.
Yeah. So I got a question for you.
Those Transjordian. Hold on. Let me get this last one out. Those Transjordian groups, those in the hot Moabite. So when we look at the Mishnah Stela and the Moabite, those are geographical variants of the Proto-Sinaitic script. They differ from the coastal variants and the highland variants slightly.
They have to be. They have to be.
Okay, so now,
but do you disagree? Do you disagree with that, Humble?
I think we know they variants.
That's the whole debate. Because
no, that's not the whole debate. Hold on 1 second. So now, Ben Eaton, I got a question for you. Right? When we look at this timeline of divergence, this is why these stones are so important,
This is awesome, by the way, man.
When I appreciate that. Yeah. When we look at this stone here, matter of fact, let me zoom in so I can.
This debunks you. Do you know what acronym is?
No, listen, hold on. So when we look at the Tel Zayat, wait a minute, hold on, let me get into it. When we look at the Tel Zayat, right? Mm-hmm. This uses the unified Phoenician script. When we go into the Giza, hold on, brother. When we go into the Giza, right, 10th century, this also uses the unified Phoenician script.
No.
When we go to the Mishnah Stele, this also uses this very same script. Now,
No,
without
brother.
identifying any three of these, they wouldn't know what language was what. They wouldn't know what coastal region these come from because they're the exact same.
Can I reread that a different way
Hold
to
on
show
one
you?
second. Let me land my plane right here. I'm gonna land my plane right here. I'm gonna land my plane right here. So when he's talking about all of these scripts are coastal regions and that's something they had to do to try to see who was writing what.
I keep making a mistake of thinking about language. I keep forgetting we talking about
We're
race.
talking about scripts.
I can't disagree with you right here.
So this is the script right here that we find in all of. It's not until later do we get a Hebrew script. It's not until later until we get this script, right? But these scripts right here are all the same. Now, if he don't want to call it Phoenician, okay. If he don't want to call it Paleo Hebrew, okay. If he don't want to call it Canaanite, okay. But can we at least give the credit to the people who actually crafted the script, which would be the Biblios people? We got to at least give them that because that's what this script is.
This
is not proto-Sinaitic.
Keep this up here. Keep this up here, and let me reread this the way. So it says undifferentiated Phoenician script, right? So we know, what does it say? 10 BC, 800 BC. For one, brother, this is your AI that you typed in here, brother. So I just. So what does it say? Based off 8 sources.
Bro, you just used AI. You
I'm
can't.
talking about when did I use? Not for my present, not to debate
Yes,
you.
you did.
Hold on. Is it wrong? Let's keep it.
No, it's not wrong.
Let's talk about is it wrong or not?
No, it's not wrong.
So
Right,
at the bottom where it says projecting national scripts back to Solomon 10th century is an anachronism. The split happened centuries later. So what does that mean to you? Projecting national scripts back to Solomon is an anachronism. What does that mean to you?
So what that means is saying that all the way back here, the Hebrew people had their own script is an anachronism. They didn't get their script until much later. They didn't have their own script in the 10th century BCE. They got their own script in the 8th century BCE, 7th century BCE.
The Hebrews wasn't writing into 800 BC?
No, when they were writing, they were using this script in 10th century BCE. They wasn't using this script. They're using 2 different scripts.
So when they discovered the Proto-Sinaitic script, they weren't using it?
No, they was not using. Bro, do you know what you're looking at? So at
brother, I know. I don't
BCE,
agree with your AI. Your AI.
Hold on one second. Well, let me break it down
at.
to you. Let me break it down to you since you don't agree.
I'm asking you the question,
in
brother.
10th century, okay, let me break it down to you. In the 10th century BCE, this is the unified script that all of these people use. Everybody, from the Hebrews to the Aramaic to the Phoenician.
When do the Hebrews get the Proto-Sinaitic script?
Hold on, I'm about to break it down. Hold on.
1450 BC.
Let me go uninterrupted. I got you. So in 10,000 BC, all of these people used this script right here, right? It wasn't until 800 BCE, right, to the Hebrews in the 700 BCE formulated their own script. It wasn't until 700 BC the Aramaics formulated their own script.
Bro, they in Babylon at this time. How they formulating the script in Babylon?
Hold on one second. You just asked me to break it down.
I guarantee you guys got 2 different definitions of Hebrew. Y'all probably should define what y'all mean by Hebrew. So you might be talking about 2 different things.
And that's what I'm saying. And that's where he don't know his history yet. Because if we're dealing with this language right here, we track this language from the people of Biblios. There is no Hebrew people during that time. So they can't be writing in 13th century BCE, 1300 BCE if they wasn't around 1300 BCE, right? They could be writing.
Neither was no Phoenicians.
But the people that crafted the script were around. That's the point you're missing.
The same with the Hebrews.
No, the people who crafted the Hebrew script
was the people around.
No, they was not.
They wasn't in the highlands?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all need to define terms. They
were Canaanites.
NJ, what do you mean when you say Hebrew?
They were Canaanites.
Watch this. What do you mean when you say Hebrew? I'm asking both of y'all this.
Semitic speakers.
Oh, see now.
I'm talking about the people in the highlands that lived in the Levant of Canaan.
See, y'all have two different ideas of Hebrew.
I'm using the geographical correct terms. I don't know what terms this guy is using. If me and you are sitting down having a conversation, right? The common terms that we'll be speaking, I'm using those terms so as that we can understand one another. If we walked in to a linguist room for the Middle East, right? Let me just call it Middle East for the sake of conversation, right? And we was having a conversation with a linguist. I'm using terms that me and a linguist could identify with and know who we're talking about.
I'm not saying
If I go to a linguist of the Levant talking about Paleo Hebrew, right? He's going to be so lost because there was no Paleo Hebrew. If I go talking Phoenician, then he'll have a grasp of the script. Hold on 1 second. He'll have a grasp of the script of the people who made that script. So that's what it's about. Huh?
The more you talk, the more contention I have.
The more because you don't understand.
Because the argument that I will make is that the proto-Semitic script. Hold on, brother. Listen. Because the argument that I will make is that these Semitic speakers, these miners from this Sarah B. El Kadim mine, right? That came up. This is an alphabet.
Duh.
This is an alphabet. This is the first alphabet. The
first alphabet from where?
Bro, quit cutting me
off. Let him land. Let him land, humble. He got you. I got you.
The proto-Sinaitic script is an alphabet.
Okay.
So who do you think brought it into the Levant?
Okay. So
Combo. Just answer the question without giving me a 5-minute diatribe of something else. Can I get that direct question?
Okay.
Who brought the proto-Sinaitic script into the Levant?
You said who brought it into the Levant?
Yes.
Strange question, King Jet.
It is a strange question. I wouldn't say anybody brought it into the Levant. What you trying to like? Who brought it into the Levant? Like, did nobody bring that into the Levant?
So the miners, those Semitic miners, they didn't. How did it get from Sarah B. El Kadim to the Levant? The script.
It got from one place to another through trade and connection.
Okay. Through trade and connection.
And so hold on 1 second. You see this how he trying to move the goalposts. Hold on 1 second. So when we're talking about this script right here, right? He keep trying to take it back to proto-Sinaitic. I don't know why, because that don't have anything to do with
it.
This
Has everything to do with
it. It does not. Watch this. The script before this, and I keep saying this, and I don't know why he's missing this. The script before this script is called Canaanite, right? Which is a local script that everybody used. Everybody from the Moabites to we can't even say Israelites because they wasn't even around back then.
So that's proto-Sinaitic. That's what we're talking about.
That's not proto-Sinaitic.
Where do you think the script that the Moabites, the Israelites, and the Phoenicians, what the script that they're using is the proto-Sinaitic script?
No, hold on, King Jack. Where we at? Because Misha, I don't think that language is proto-Sinaitic.
It's not.
I think it's more reformed. It's more reformed than
you say the Moabite.
Yeah, I think we a little bit further. I think
it's a Transjordan. It's a little different. But
the Moabite stone. Wait, time out. If you're talking about, like, for instance,
if you can read Hebrew, you can read the Moabite
you're speaking,
stone.
No. If you're speaking about the Mishnah Stele, the Mishnah Stele is using a Phoenician Canaanite script.
Oh my God.
I'm showing you right here, bro. A been eaten. What does
It's
this say?
it's derived, it's the variant, the
It's
Transjordan
a
variant.
variant of Canaanite.
It's the variant
It's
of the
a
proto. Hold
variant
on,
of
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
this
on, hold on,
script
hold
right
on,
here
hold
is a
on,
variant of Canaanite.
brother. It's the variant of the Proto-Sinaitic.
No, this script right
All
here
three
is
of
a
them,
variant.
all
No,
three
no,
of
hold
them.
on, King J.
I
Hold
don't
on,
care
King
that
J.
your screen says Phoenician
Hold
on that
on,
thing. That
King
don't mean
J.
nothing to me.
Okay, whether you agree with it or
All
not,
three,
listen.
all three of them are variants of Proto-Sinaitic.
No, they're not. That's
Yes.
crazy. How
Yeah,
are there
no.
different variants of Proto-Sinaitic if they're
Because
literally the same script?
the Proto-Sinaitic is the variant of the Meta
Bro,
Netter.
he is tripping.
No, I'm
How?
not.
Listen, okay, I got a question for you, King J. Let's break it down. I got a question
And
for
let's
you.
let's
Hold
break
on
it
one
down.
second. Hold on one second. Let me ask you this question. How are these three are different variations if they're literally the same script? We don't get different variations until here. These are literally the same script. There's no Hebrew. When we go to the Mishnah Stele, right? There is no Moabite words that are differentiated from the Phoenician words. They're all Phoenician words. When we
There's no
go to
such
the
thing
when
as
we go
Phoenician
to the
words,
hold
brother.
on one second. Hold
They're
on one
Canaanite
second.
words.
Hold on one second. When we go to the
We're
tells of
saying
the right,
Phoenician words. They're not
hold
Phoenician
on.
words.
These are not just
We're
right.
gonna
We
have the
can't
correct
call it.
conversation.
Hold on, King J. We can't just say it's Canaanite words because this form of Canaanite that they're using is a modified form of Canaanite. It's its
Okay.
own form of
Yeah.
Canaanite.
Okay. I had to look up the Misha. It's been a while, so I had to look it up. Yeah. Okay. That what I'm saying is these are generally the same scripts.
Thank you.
Right here, up here, Giza, the Tel Zaid, Misha. I thought Misha was in a one of the variant form. I don't know. It's been a while. Okay, I'm understanding this. I'm understanding.
The difference is this. For instance,
I think we see more differences when it gets to like
the
Aramaic and
differences are
There
strictly,
you
and this is
go.
the
When we
point that
get
I'm
up
making.
here,
Hold on, humble.
Yeah, I'm learning.
This is the point that I'm making when I'm stressing that they are regional variants of the Proto-Sinaitic. So when we are looking at, I'll give you the three examples. The Highland groups, which is going to be the Israelites. We have the Jordanian groups, which will be the Moabite Stella, the Misha Stella, and then we have the coastal groups. When we look at their writings, right, side by side.
Keep going, King J. But I got a question from the
At,
chat in a second.
for sure. And we look at their writings side by side, and we look at the Aleph for existence, right? When we look at the Aleph, when we look at the Highland groups, the Aleph, we'll see a more of an elongated Aleph. When we look at the Moabite Jordanian groups, their Alephs, they are a little bit more distinctive. They're a little bit more tilted. When we look at, I don't care about that. When we look at the coastal groups, their olives, they have a little bit more sharper edges to the olive than the elongated. So what we can distinguish is the Highland groups are more elongated type of writings. The coastal groups have a little bit more sharper type of writings, and the Moabites have a more tilted style of writings. Even when we look at the the Highland groups have a more hooked type of a shape. The Phoenician or the coastal groups have a more wide type of a shape. The Moabites have a more rounded type of a shape. So these are just the regional. These are just the regional variants that we see just from having one mother source, right? And just being regional geographical isolates with
check them, Benny.
Variations.
I'm be honest.
And the same thing will happen.
I don't really see that, King J. But I got a question from chat. Courtney said, in you guys' view, is English script, is it a variant of Latin script? He asked you guys.
Is the English script a variation? If the adopted English script a variation of the Latin script?
Yeah, he said we added J and such, but that's letter formation.
No. We could say but it's so much that been adopted and been taken out and moved around, and
I think he agreeing with
that's a slippery that's a slippery thing,
I
because we
probably
could
would
say
say
yes because it does come. We could see the variations, but in some ways they're so separate that it's like, is it really a variant, or is it a whole new thing that came from this? Like, just like when we're talking about the script, that just like if we're talking about what we're talking about now, right? The Hebrew script, right? And then the script that we debating about, right? Is that script a variant of the script we talking about now? No, because it put its own markers and things of that nature on it. But then we could say, well,
wouldn't it be though, Humble?
But that's why I was just saying yes,
technically, wouldn't it be a
because
variant?
it is a variation. It definitely, if the script is still in use, we could say okay, it's a variation. But then also again, these things get so off into styles. You see what I'm saying? So it's like one have punctuation markers, one have
what determines style?
You said what determines style?
Mhm.
In the 700s, it was the fact that the Hebrews changed the formation of the aleph. Right?
Why are you going to the 700s?
Because that's when this happened. Before the 700s, the people that we were calling Israelites, they were still using the script formalized by the people from Babylon. Yes, they didn't have their own script before the 700s.
Break that down, Humble.
Okay, so let me go back real fast. Right, maybe 5 minutes wasn't long enough for us, bro. So let me go back real fast.
It really wasn't. It really wasn't. We probably need more.
So hold on 1 second. So you see the 800s. Hold on. Let me get this back up here. All right. So on my thing, right? You see the 800, the 800 to 700, right? And you see where these distinct scripts start to split from one another, right? Before this period right here, all of these people or all of these distinct group of people was using this one script. They wasn't using different scripts. We see that when we're talking about Ben Eaton was just talking about the Mishnah Stele and the Stele Vive. He was like, dang, I thought they were different in variations of
But
something.
what was the one? So listen, Humble, you're right. They were using one script. The one script that I'm making is the Proto-Sinaitic script.
No, they were using the script. Hold on 1 second.
Do you know why it becomes
the script? I'm about to tell you the script they was using. They
Absolutely,
were using
Courtney,
the script that was compiled from the people of Biblios, because they were the people that took the Canaanite, the standard Canaanite script, and they modified it to be their own script, and then they pushed that out to the world. So they was not using a Proto-Sinaitic script. They were using a Canaanite script.
But see, look, this is where you keep messing it up, because when you say that those Phoenicians, those are maritime sea.
That's why I didn't say Phoenicians. What did I say? I said the people from Biblios.
Okay, so those are going to be Canaanite script.
No, it's not. How is it a Canaanite script? Hold on 1 second. How is it a Canaanite script if they took the Canaanite script and they modified it to be their own script?
Brother, they all derive from the Proto-Sinaitic.
Bro, we not on that. You see how every time I make that point, he
no, because the point that I'm making is that, brother,
we ain't on that, bro.
You say
we are on this script right here that we debating. This script right here was formulated by a certain group of people. We know who those certain group of people is. Those certain group of people was dealing with a Canaanite script before they was dealing with this script.
Right.
They wasn't dealing with
Proto-Sinaitic script.
The script before this script was not Proto-Sinaitic, it was Canaanite.
What was the script before the Proto-Sinaitic?
Why are you dealing with Proto-Sinaitic? Bro, we're dealing with Canaanite and we're
Why am I dealing with Proto-Sinaitic?
Hold on. We're dealing with Canaanite and we're dealing with this script right here.
Yes.
Why are you dealing with Proto-Sinaitic? Proto-Sinaitic predates both of these scripts.
Yes.
Yep.
So why you keep going back to Proto-Sinaitic if we're trying to figure out what to call this language or this
Because the Proto-Sinaitic is the origin of all of these.
We don't know. A been eaten. He lost off the yellow bus, bro.
No, bro. What
he off the yellow bus, bro?
We all agree to that, right?
You have to start at the Proto-Sinaitic. Because what else are you going to call the Canaanite?
So
what script, brother? These are semi-nomadic.
Brother, Proto-Sinaitic and Canaanite is the same script?
Yes. Type it up. Type fast. Humble. What script are these? Are semi-nomadic herders. These are goat herders. They ain't had no script, brother. Before Proto-Sinaitic.
Who didn't have no script?
Huh? These Semitic, brother, you don't know what you're talking about. These Semitic speakers. That's why they took the Egyptian iconography and applied it to their vocation, their vocalization, and they created a script, the Proto-Sinaitic script. Once they left,
why are you dealing? So here's the issue.
Hold on, brother. Once these Semites left the minds and went into the Levant, we start seeing variations of this Proto-Canaanite or Proto-Sinaitic script. We see a coastal variation, we see a highland variation, and we see a Transjordan variation.
Okay. So here's
they are using. Let me elaborate on the point. They are using the same script. The variation comes through isolation.
Bro. So
do you understand that point, Humble?
So
that variation of the script. Hold on, Humble. Do you understand the point? Humble, do you understand the point?
I see what you're saying, brother. But you still do the. But you still do the.
Just let me make it without you talking over me. Without language and script, right? Isolation. If me and you both speak the same language and write the same script, and we both move away, over time we will have variation in our language and script.
Bro, you missing the point. That point. So here's the point. All right, hold on 1 second, King J.
Me, you, and Ben speak the same language.
King J. Hold
just
on.
Like how you speak and you got your Baltimore slang, right? We all speak different variations of the same language.
Okay, so hold on. Listen, I'm about to show you the point that you're missing right now. Hold on. I'm about to show you the point you're missing right now, right?
No.
So if we started the Proto-Sinaitic script, right? We go from the Proto-Sinaitic script, right, and then derive the Proto-Canaanite script. From the Proto-Canaanite script, we get.
What is the? So what's the difference? What's the differences in the script?
Hold on. From the Proto-Canaanite script, right,
which is a linear script.
It's the same script. It's just the later stage of the same script.
No, it's not. No,
yes, it is. The Proto-Sinaitic and the Proto-Canaanite script refers to the same script. It's just the later stage, and it just appears in the Southern Levant. What are you talking about?
Okay. You just said it. You just said it.
Listen,
the same script.
Hold on,
no,
there
you go. We agree. That's cool.
Agree with me.
Everybody agree.
Keep on. Hey, King J, you gotta let me rock.
Go ahead.
Tell him let me rock.
Agree with me.
Go ahead.
All right, so listen. The issue he is having. Hold on. The issue he is having when we started the Proto-Sinaitic, we go from the Proto-Sinaitic to the Sinaitic, from the Sinaitic to the Proto-Canaanite, from the Proto-Canaanite to the Canaanite, from the Canaanite to the from the Canaanite to the Phoenician, from the Phoenician to the what they quote unquote Paleo Hebrew, from the Paleo Hebrew to the Hebrew, but we know that Phoenician and Paleo Hebrew is the same script because we looking at it on the screen.
Brother, the word Phoenician don't even exist, so you know they ain't saying Phoenician.
Ain't been eaten.
So stop it.
Whole hurdle back. Let's not do a hurdle back.
Ain't been eaten.
He keep messing it up.
So
what he did, hold on. Because what he did do right there was just agree with me. He said the Proto-Sinaitic script was the origin of everything.
Was that the
debate?
The
Proto-Sinaitic.
Hold on. I want to talk to the judge real quick. I want to talk to the judge real quick.
Cut me off.
Ain't been eaten. Was that the topic of our debate?
What the debate says? What it say? Paleo Hebrew is just Phoenician script. That was the debate.
So the topic of the debate is: are the Paleo Hebrew and Phoenician the same script or separate scripts? We ain't talking about Proto-Sinaitic. Why he keep bringing that up?
Because they are variants of the Proto-Sinaitic.
No, they're not. We gotta go through. Hold on. Before we get to Proto-Sinaitic, we gotta go through Canaanite. We gotta go through Proto-Canaanite. We gotta go through Sinaitic. We gotta go through 3 other scripts just to get the Proto-Sinaitic.
So what? So you're saying that they're, according to you, they don't change,
bro.
According to you, there are no changes in any of them scripts.
Been eating.
You're saying your argument this whole night is that they're all identical.
Been eating.
So if this is the Proto-Sinaitic, it doesn't change when it turns into the Canaanite. It changes how?
Restate your argument then, Humble, to be clear.
My argument is what uneducated people call Paleo Hebrew is nothing more than a Phoenician script. That's what Paleo Hebrew is nothing more than a Phoenician script.
How can and Ben, I just want to ask you this question. How can Paleo Hebrew, which is a older date than a Phoenician script?
No, it's not.
I think that's where y'all gonna disagree. See that?
How does Paleo Hebrew come before Phoenician script?
What you would say, Humble, is that you're trying to say is that the Paleo Hebrew, you're trying to say that the Proto-Canaanite predates the Paleo Hebrew. That's what you're trying to say. Proto-Canaanite.
That's what I'm trying to say. Proto-Canaanite. First off, I have no issue saying Proto-Canaanite predates Paleo Hebrew
because but you keep saying Phoenician.
But no, what I'm saying is bro. In this debate, we're debating about the script that the people of Biblios constructed. Are we not been eaten?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
So if we're talking about that script is not a Proto-Canaanite script.
It derives from Proto-Canaanite.
We ain't saying we're not saying that. That's not the debate.
It's a variant of Proto-Canaanite.
That's not the debate. That's not the debate.
Well, yes, it is.
The debate is, do the Paleo Hebrew and the Phoenician script, are they different or are they the same? Okay. I'm saying they are the same.
Your argument, Humble. Your argument was that
I agree.
Your argument was that the Paleo Hebrew derived from the Phoenician, is what you said.
Oh my
God!
Argument.
My argument. I can never, brother.
Hey, Ben Eaton, did you or did you not just hear what I said, Ben Eaton?
I heard what you said.
So why is he coming back trying to say something different than what I just said?
Because what you said, because clearly I'm saying something different. So you're gonna let me say it, or you're gonna cut me off in the middle of what I'm saying?
No, go ahead.
Because clearly we've been disagreeing for 5 hours, so that ain't nothing new, right? We've been disagreeing. I've been saying the opposite of what you're saying all night. So what I'm saying right now is that our initial topic was this, brother. You said that the Paleo Hebrew derived from the Phoenician script. I said, no, brother, did not. I said, for one, they are more than likely sister scripts that have a mother script opposed to scripts that derive from one another. I said, in fact, they're just variants of one Proto-Sinaitic script.
And I think Humble was saying that there is no Paleo Hebrew. It's basically Phoenician.
Thank you.
Is that what you said, Humble?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But there is no Phoenician.
Exactly
so you're saying, so listen.
And then I think he's saying with the Phoenician thing is that it's just the language, the written language of the people. Say it again, Humble.
It's the written script of the people of Biblios.
Okay. All right. So what you thinking?
So my contention of what he's saying is this. That written script of the people of Biblios that he's saying, what I'm saying is that is a variant. By the time it comes to 1050 BC, it is a variant. The proto-Sinaitic, hold on, quit cutting me off.
I ain't cut you off.
The proto-Sinaitic script is dated to 1800 to 1450 BC. By the time we get to the Biblos people, these seafaring people at 1050 BC, it is a variant. It is not the mother, because we have the Paleo Hebrew in the Highlands. We have the Paleo Hebrew in the Highlands. We have the coastal Biblos variant, and we have the Moabite Transjordan variant.
King J, can you show
they're not derived from each other?
Like,
what Paleo Hebrew you got in the Highlands?
Yeah, can you like show us what you're referring to? The script that they're calling Paleo Hebrew, which is different from, I guess, the other scripts.
The hold on, it wasn't the Tel Zayit. Hold on,
please show us this.
Tel Zayit isn't. Wait. I got it.
He's gonna show you one of the scripts I just had up on this thing. Watch, Benny.
Yeah, no, I just want.
No, I don't think so. So it's gonna be the Isbet. The Isbet Zarta. I can wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to show this one.
The Capone up
because
here.
The brother likes to think that word Phoenician. So and that's where he gets confused, saying the word Phoenician. Say Proto-Canaanite, and then that just makes you understand that at this point of time,
Proto-Canaanite is a misnomer. No, I'm going to use the most accurate term, which is Phoenician.
How is Phoenician the most accurate time? If the word didn't exist,
what the script was called.
If the word didn't exist at that time, how was
neither did Proto-Hebrew. You can't use that argument. Neither one of those terms existed during that time.
I can't use the argument.
Neither of those terms existed during that time.
Both of y'all are talking about classifications, bro. That's why they had the words there to classify them. It's not necessarily saying that it belongs to a people or that people. It's a classification. That's why you have Proto-Sinaitic, then you have Proto-Canaanite, then you have Phoenician, Punic, Aramaic, Hebrew. These are all classifications, bro. You got to use the correct classification to even argue.
Thank you.
Or it's a circular argument.
Thank you.
He talking to you, Humble.
At least GD and Capone understand.
Humble, he talking to you.
No, he can't be talking to me because I ain't going around calling nobody Paleo.
Yeah, you calling them Phoenicians. The point that he's making is this. Humble, you have to use the correct classification.
You have to use. Listen,
Humble,
if you say, hold on one second,
ahead,
King J. If you said Phoenician don't exist and neither does Paleo Hebrew exist, then what do we call the language? I mean, I apologize, not the language, the script. What do we call the script if neither one of those exists?
Okay, now let me talk without cutting you off. Hold on, GD Capone, hold on. Let me, because he'll die right here. So. And this is the point that I made earlier that he tried to argue with me about. You would still call it Kativ Ivri.
No, you would not. No, you would not.
So hold on. Now stop. Now stop. And we'll ask.
Are you saying the people of Biblios
we'll ask the brother.
Hold on. Text called that?
We'll ask the brother on the panel, GD Capone. Am I incorrect by saying you would still call it Kativ Ivri?
How would you call it?
What time period?
We're talking about
1050 BCE.
1050. That'll be Canaanite.
Thank you.
Ridiculous. Because it's Canaanite inscription on the Moabite stele. That's nonsense.
And it's not Canaan. And okay, you know what? I even concede to my brother Capone really fast. I would even concede to my brother Capone if we don't want to use the word Phoenician, we can at least give the term modified Canaanite.
So this is the thing. So you have.
Let's make it.
I would even concede to that modified Canaanite.
So in the language, what happens is it goes from the metal netter and it's a select group of symbols out of the metal letters, which is put in an alphabetical order in the system. That becomes those hieroglyphs or pictographs, whatever you want to call them, then are used for the Canaanites, right? And that's the pictograph.
Stop right there.
Then
Stop
a
right there.
pictograph
Hold on, brother.
is
Stop.
like
You gotta
it's like
stop.
writing it in.
Brother,
Hold on, hold
stop.
on, hold on. Let me say it all, bro, because I'm talking. I'm saying it
Let
off
him
the
land.
top.
Let him land. Let him
The
land.
pictograph is being shortened. Is shortened to where they don't have the full ox. They are like outlinings of the ox, which the where the olive comes from,
We know
and
all
that
that,
is
brother. I just want
that
to
is
ask you. We
Phoenician.
know that. We know that.
Go
So
ahead,
the
KJ.
only issue, as I'm asking you, is when you say these are Canaanites, who are you talking about?
Bro, it doesn't matter who. It's a melting pot of people there. What is you talking? See,
We
this
asking
is
the question
that's
for
your
clarity,
problem. That's
brother.
your problem. You're trying
Brother,
to identify. Listen, listen. This is your problem. You
if
trying
you're
to
not adding
identify a
clarity, brother,
people. Hold on. Listen, listen, listen. This your problem. You trying to identify a people by a language or a script
Lord have mercy,
when
Jesus.
you have something called lingua franca. It was at one point in time, Phoenician was the lingua franca. It's
So,
at one
brother,
point in time that
brother. The word
you
600
okay,
BC. If
listen.
you don't
Okay,
have, listen, hold on. You
let me
listen.
tell you
Just
how let me
pause.
tell you why you can't
Because
do
you
that.
all over the place.
Let me tell you
We
why
don't
you
have
can't do
Phoenician.
that.
We don't have
Hold on,
Phoenician
one
until
mic,
after
one mic.
600 BC.
Bro,
The word
you
doesn't
don't
even
study
have
exist,
it
brother.
Paleo
doesn't
Hebrew
matter
at
what
all.
you don't have, it's
Hold on,
what
one
the
It
mic.
just matters what
classification.
you don't have.
Hold on. Listen. It
You
doesn't
can't
matter
just
what you
make
don't.
up stuff.
Okay, bro, you just spoke. It doesn't matter what you don't have. It's what the classification is if you're gonna be academically correct.
Right. So let's be academically correct. Iron
And it's
Okay,
Age
is
called
it a
period.
term
Hold on.
called
Phoenician.
So
Phoenician
listen,
Hebrew?
One mic. Hold on, hold on.
Canaanite.
If you're
Hold
being
on.
academically correct,
Go ahead, King
Iron
James.
Age period, late Iron Age, you use Phoenician. Bronze Age, we use Canaanite.
Canaanite. That's what I just said.
So we are talking about Canaanite time periods.
That's what I just said.
Bro, you
I
can't
just
So why
said
are
tell me
you,
that.
you're not
so
listening,
what are
bro.
you talking about? That's what I'm
Cause you
saying.
are, cause you saying that you cutting me off, and I just explained that what you just
Brother,
said.
you must ain't listening to nothing I've been saying for the last 5 hours because that's all I'm saying. All I
No,
asked
bro,
you was to ask,
you're trying to erase Phoenician, the
right.
word
If we're
Phoenician, just
talking
because it was
about,
given
brother,
to
if
just
we're
because.
talking
But it's
about
a class.
Bronze Age period,
Hold on, but
why
but
are we
listen,
using it?
because even though the word
Because
comes from Homer, like you brought out, it's a classification that scholars use
Iron
to
Age,
to classify the
Iron
language
Age,
used in the Iron period by the Sidonians and the Tyranians and the Carginians.
we
And the
It's
talking
people
about
of
it's a
Bronze
Biblios.
reason.
Age,
Hold
brother.
on. How do you forget about the people of Biblios who created the script?
Well, Biblios is the ancient name of the cities of Sidon and all that. When during the
No,
time of Sidon.
Biblios is its own place.
Never mind, man.
Y'all
I'm
both
done.
y'all all over the
I'm
place.
done, bro. Y'all just don't know. Listen, all I'm saying, bro, the language has classifiers.
Yes.
Use the classifiers and you won't have
Brother,
these
you're not
circular
saying that because you're
arguments.
confusing yourself. I just
I'm
sat up
not
here and
confused.
brother, look, let's have some decorum because you're arguing and screaming over
Let's
me.
slow down.
I'm
Let's
hearing
slow
what
down a
you're
little bit.
saying. I just clearly just said, if you're talking about classification, Phoenician is a late Iron Age term. If we're talking about Bronze Age stuff, we're going to use the Canaanite. So
Okay.
don't use the word Phoenician when we're
Now
talking
King
about
J.
You can't say
1800 and
Hold
don't.
on one second. Hold on one second. One mic. Now, King J, here's the issue you have, and I brought this out in the debate. We can't call it just strictly Canaanite because we know the people of Biblios modified it for their own use. They're the ones that gave it the alphabetical system, the 22 consonantal system. They
No,
gave it
brother,
that.
you made
It
that
did
No,
up,
not
brother.
that's
already have that.
proto-Sinaitic.
You made
That's
that up.
proto-Sinaitic.
That's
They
not
had
Yeah.
22
proto-Sinaitic.
consonants.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is. I
proto-Sinaitic got
told you
22
earlier
Oh
consonants.
that
my
the
gosh.
Proto-Sinaitic was the first alphabet, brother. You made that
Bro.
up.
So King J,
Yes.
listen, you can't say Phoenician don't exist because we speak English. The scholars speak
Brother, did
English,
I
and
say,
they're
brother, did I
listen,
say
listen. Hold
Phoenician
on, let
don't
me finish.
exist? No, I
Let
didn't
me
say
finish,
that.
brother,
See,
brother.
you
Let
just
Hold on,
made that up.
brother, let me finish. The scholars who are the linguists who are classifying the language are using the English language to identify the word Phoenician is an English word. Comes from the Greek word phoenix or something like that.
Brother,
So
Tony, we know this. Yes.
so it's a reason. You got to find out why they call it. Why did they classify this language as
Brother,
Phoenician? Why?
Iron
Because it was the
Age. Iron
lingua
Age
franca in
term.
the art.
We're not
It was
talking about
the
Iron Age. Don't you get that? Why do you keep going back to Iron Age time periods and saying
because
Iron
you're
Age
talking
stuff?
about an Iron Age language. You're
Not
talking
no,
about an Iron Age script. Phoenician. That's Iron Age. You just said that out your
Judy
mouth.
Capone, listen.
What are you
Why
talking about?
hold on. Listen. Why are you imposing the later 600 BC definition on the first 1400, 1850 BC people?
Bro, that 1400, that's Proto-Canaanite and
So
Proto-Sinaitic.
it's not the same people, right?
Doesn't matter if it's the same
Brother, quit
people or
saying it
not.
don't matter,
The
brother. So
name,
why are you
but
calling them
listen,
Phoenician?
hold on. The name for the script, Proto-Sinaitic, is
It's
because it's
not
the
Phoenician.
first inscription in the Sinaitic region. The name Proto-Canaanite is because it's the first inscription in the region of Canaan.
Okay.
It's not about what people used it, bro.
It's
And
not
then
about
you
what
got
people
lingua
used it.
francas. That stuff don't
It
come
is
about
about what
until
people
much
used
later.
it, brother.
All right, I'm done, bro. I'm not gonna be arguing around the circles with
You ain't
y'all.
gotta argue about it,
Learn
brother. It is about
why
what
the
people use it. It's about
learn
the
learn
language
get a
in the
pick up
script.
a Semitic
The people who
Eastern
made up the
Semitic
script don't matter. That's
or
crazy.
Semitic book and
You
learn
sound
the
crazy, brother. Judy
classifications of the
Capone.
words.
I don't know, brother.
Listen, the people, listen, the
You a little
people in
slow.
the script or language is different. Just like we in America.
You can go
For
back to
example,
your
we're
music.
in America. We speak English. What Caucasian Americans speak English. We two separate people though. You should know. You understand. I know you understand that, bro.
I
It's a
understand.
classification, bro. You gotta understand the classifications.
Right, I
That's
do.
all I'm
One
saying.
is Bronze Age, one is Iron Age. So why are you using
Right.
a
So
Iron
if
Age?
it's
So quit
Bronze
cutting me
Age and
off.
Iron
Quit
Age,
cutting me off.
go ahead.
Why
Go
are
ahead.
you using a Iron Age term to describe a Bronze Age people? Go.
Bro, we not talking about y'all y'all talking about the script. The script, not the people.
We're talking about both.
See, that's y'all problem. You
Whatever
talking
our
when you
problem
get to
is,
talking
that's our
about the
problem.
people in the
That's our
script,
problem. That's
then
what we're
you get
talking
lost
about.
because people are classified differently throughout time.
Who wrote the Proto-Sinaitic script?
Who the Proto-Sinaitic script?
Who wrote it?
West Semitic people.
Who?
West Semitic people.
Semitic speakers.
I'm done, bro.
Semitic speakers.
Don't do the people speak or they mute?
You said the people don't matter.
I'm saying you said Semitic speakers. Are so are they people or no?
Yeah, they're
Okay then,
nomadic
so
groups.
stop
They're
playing
nomadic
semantics with
groups.
me, boy.
But they're
What are you
different
talking
people.
about? Stop trying to correct something and just try to get to the middle ground.
Are
For
you
one,
talking
y'all
about
agreeing with each other.
are they
For
no, we're
two,
not.
both of
I
y'all
know
are
that's right.
wrong.
Y'all ain't agreeing
For
with each
two,
other.
both of y'all are wrong because you're not using the correct classifiers and y'all misusing them at that. Y'all doing worse than misnomers.
Phoenician is
I'm
definitely
using
both of them.
everything I'm using right. All we gotta do, listen. You
You're
know what?
using
You know what I should have
Phoenician in
did, and I didn't do. Hold on
1850
one second.
BC.
Hold on, let me get in here.
Oh, go ahead.
You
So you know
want
what I didn't do? Hold on one second, Capone. You know what I didn't do, and I should have did. I did it a little bit, but I didn't do it in its entirety. I should have created a ladder, right? I should have showed starting, but we wasn't dealing with the proto-cybernetic, so I didn't. But I should have
The
started.
whole
So
conversation
hold on
starts
one
with
second. Hold on one
proto-cybernetic.
second, King J. Hold on.
One mic,
I
one mic.
should have
Hey,
showed
I'm
where we
finna sing you
started
something,
from
humble.
proto-cybernetic to Sinaitic,
I'll
right?
send it to
To
A1.
Proto-Canaanite, to Canaanite, to Phoenician, right?
Those are all variants.
Those are not. How are they variants when they are clear distinctions of scripts?
What makes them distinct? Because I told you earlier that they are, some of them are elongated, some of them are tilted.
But we're dealing with two. Time out. 1 second. So when we're dealing with the Phoenician and the Proto-Sinaitic, right?
We're talking about them 22 linear letters.
The 22 linear letters. Okay.
I left bets.
So hold on 1 second. Okay. So the Phoenician changes.
Phoenician.
Hold on.
We're talking about 1850 BC. You should not be saying Phoenician. We are at 1850 BC, humble. The first word out your mouth should not be Phoenician.
Why are you
weaponizing the word?
Wait a minute.
Sentences.
Hey, Ben,
we're starting off with
why he keep pushing the time frame back that far?
We're not starting off
that.
Hold on, one mic. Just finish what you were saying.
Yes, we are, because the Proto-Sinaitic
all I'm
started
saying,
at
again, once again, I'm gonna repeat this, Ben Eaton. All I'm saying once again is there is no.
If you're saying that the Proto-Sinaitic script is the beginning of all of those scripts, you got to start at least 1800 BC,
right? He keep wanting to start all back. I mean, we ain't going all the way back there.
Yes,
the script that we see on the Mishnah Stele, the script that we see at
it's
Tel Aviv,
1,000 years later.
Hold on 1 second. The script that we see on the Moab, hold on 1 second, King J. Let me land my plane.
I agree on that.
The script that we see on the Moab, these are all what we would call Phoenician script. This ain't no Paleo Hebrew. This ain't no Proto-Sinaitic. This ain't none of that. This is Phoenician script. And that's all I'm saying. I land my plane.
I don't get it, brother. If the date of Proto-Sinaitic ranges from 1800 BC to 1450 BC, that's the late date that they give it. It ranges in between that, right? So if we're saying that the Proto-Sinaitic script is what actually goes into the Levant and give rise to what we call Canaanite or Proto-Canaanite, the coastal variations we find in Byblos, Sidon, the coast, the highland variants we find with the Israelites, and the Transjordan variations we find with the Moabites, right? Those variations happen over time, and it's the same script. The brothers acting like, so the same script, meaning, so when I'm saying that, so the date that I'm giving is right, and he's saying these are Phoenician. How can it be Phoenician if we're talking about 18? If we're starting at the Proto-Sinaitic script, there is no Phoenician anything. That's not even something that we should even be talking about, at least until we get to Homer. The people aren't Phoenician. The script isn't Phoenician. The land isn't called Phoenicia. Why are you loading the conversation? You want to start if we're starting at 1850 BC, you want to start at a word that doesn't come to existence until you're starting 1200 years later. Trying to give us definitions and words that, like, brother, it don't work like that. If you want to categorize, the brother's talking about categorization, I don't want to use Iron Age terms to describe Bronze Age people. It don't apply. And that's all I'm really saying is that the script is the Proto-Sinaitic. You can't get around that. That's what gives rise to it all. And I even make an argument and stand firm on it that the script, the Proto-Sinaitic script that these Semitic speakers took into the Levant, into the highlands, Israelites, they never diverged from that script. That's the script that they had. It became linear. So actually, you got to remember that the Proto-Sinaitic script is the pictographic script still. They basically just stole the iconography of the metanator. They still using the same symbols. It still has some symbolic meaning to it. Like it wasn't linear letters yet at that point.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really become linear letters until, like you say, with these seafaring merchants in Byblos, in Sidon, that are looking for a more faster way to write because they're traders, right? So they come with a variant of this Proto-Sinaitic script. It's a variant. The other people in the highlands, the Israelites, they have a different variant. They're not seafaring merchants. They don't have to write so fast. So their variation of this script is a little bit different. So when you're saying it's the same script, brother, I'm telling you it's not the same script. Each script is different depending on the geographical location because they are isolates from each other. So we don't know. They don't know what the people, for the most part, in the coastal regions are writing in the highlands.
All right. So
Most of their writings are ambiguous.
Hold on one second, King J.
Huh?
Hold on one second. So, Brother Benny, and are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm listening.
All right. So, Brother Benny, and do you have access to look something up for me really fast?
Yeah.
Can you look up, is the Proto-Sinaitic script the same as the Phoenician script?
Quit talking about Phoenician. Oh my God. That's what is infatuation with the word Phoenician, brother?
Because that's the name of the script, bro.
It's not, brother.
So what's the name of the script then? If the name of the script is not Phoenician, what's the name of the script?
The more correct scholarly script way to say it now would be at least proto Canaanite.
No,
at least proto Canaanite. Listen. Hold on, I'm gonna give you the correct word that I when I looked and researched it. It was linear. It was proto Canaanite, or you could to be the more correct linear Northwest Semitic script that describes it.
I'm going to use the script of the people of Byblos. I'm going to use that script. The script of the people of Byblos.
To describe the coastal script.
But that's the script everybody was using.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Hey,
and there we have the problem.
Ben Eaton, what you get? Hold on. Let's go to Ben Eaton really fast. Ben Eaton, what you get, brother?
Well, per my look of it, says no, the Proto-Sinaitic script is not the same as the Phoenician script. That's
okay. Now, can you ask this? Is the Phoenician script the same as Proto-Canaanite?
Gotcha. 1 second.
I don't know why you like this word Phoenician so much. It's crazy.
Because you said we could call it Proto-Canaanite. So we need to know, okay, if the word Phoenician, right, and Proto-Canaanite, we need to know if those things are interchangeable. If we could call it Proto-Canaanite.
It says the Phoenician script is considered a direct continuation and refinement of the Proto-Canaanite script, rather than being entirely the same. That's what it says per my look.
It's a variation.
Thank you.
It's a variation.
It's not it's a continuation. It's a more standardized version used and
it's not standardized.
It is standardized.
Well, yeah, for the merchant, because they're traders.
When it became standardized, hold on. What is important is
their
it
variation
became standardized by the people of Byblos. And so, because we know who these people are. These are people of Byblos. We can classify this script by the script of the people of Byblos.
So you know how your argument falls apart? Because hold on, just real quick. The people that of Byblos, we just established got their script from Canaan, right?
We know that. Nobody's arguing that.
Okay, so the Highland group, right? We know they don't get their script directly from the coastal group because they don't have the same symbol. They don't have the same. It's not this. They have differences.
Right. Yes, it is.
They have variations. The variations. Stop. The variations let you know that they're coming from. They all are coming from getting their information from a mother source.
Go ahead.
Therefore, variation.
No,
If the Highland group got its source material from the coastal group, there would not be a variation. It would be the same.
Hey, now Ben Eaton, exit this Ben Eaton.
I got you.
Is the Phoenician script and the Hebrew script the same script? And the Paleo, let's say Paleo Hebrew, just to make King J feel better. Is the Phoenician script and the Paleo Hebrew script the same script?
No, say Proto-Canaanite.
No. Say Paleo Hebrew script.
Because we're not talking. If we're talking about Paleo, there is no Phoenician at that time.
It says yes, the Phoenician script and Paleo Hebrew are essentially the same alphabet.
Thank you.
Per my look.
Thank you.
So ask the same question. Ask it about prototyping and Proto-Canaanite. Ask is the Proto-Canaanite and the Proto-Sinaitic the same?
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Northwest Semitic is a term that covers a lot of script. That's why
it says yes, Proto-Canaanite and Proto-Semitic. Sinaitic are the same.
Is what?
It says that it's the same script.
It's the same?
Yeah.
Proto-Canaanite and Proto-Sinaitic?
It says it's the same. It's the same term.
Okay. That might have killed his whole argument right there.
No.
Where my look up?
They're not.
It's
agreeing with what I'm saying, bro.
It doesn't agree with what you're saying.
With what I'm saying, bro.
Brother,
all of this is agreeing with what I'm saying. Everything.
Brother, that's the whole thing that I've been saying. Proto-Canaanite is the Proto-Sinaitic script. And Biblos is just a variant of the Proto-Canaanite. We just established that.
Bro.
It's just a variant. A geographical variant of the Proto-Sinaitic script.
And so
what?
Israelites, okay, now ask this question for me, please. Did Israelites
now ask it this? Now ask
the
my question.
1000 BCE use the Phoenician script?
You're asking stupid questions. Now let me ask this. Ask this question: is the Paleo Hebrew derived from the Proto-Sinaitic?
You keep asking that, bro.
We've never asked that. We've never asked that question.
Go ahead, bro. Okay, let's ask that question.
Is the Paleo Hebrew derived from the Proto-Sinaitic?
Okay.
Just told you they was the same.
It says yes, but it calls Paleo Hebrew. Proto-Sinaitic, sometimes referred to as Proto-Canaanite. It's still saying Proto-Sinaitic and Proto-Canaanite is the same. And it says yes, Paleo Hebrew is derived from Proto-Sinaitic.
Exactly. So that would mean that Paleo Hebrew is not derived from what he is calling Phoenician, correct?
No, it is derived from Phoenician.
Bro,
okay.
Bro,
he just read to you that Paleo Hebrew is the same thing as. He just read to you that Paleo Hebrew is the same thing as Phoenician.
Hey, Humble, won't y'all look up why they classified that way?
No, he didn't.
Why is it classified Proto-Sinaitic? Why is it classified?
Hold on, Judy. But hold on. Humble, that's not what he just read.
Yes,
he just hold on. He just Humble. Quit listen.
Trying to help y'all out.
He just read that the Biblo script is directly. He just read that the Proto-Sinaitic and the Proto-Canaanite is the same script.
Okay.
Then he just read that the Paleo Hebrew is derived from that script, the Proto-Sinaitic. Then he just read that. Then he just read that the Biblo script is derived from that same Proto-Canaanite, Proto-Sinaitic script. So therefore, like I just said, hold on, brother. Therefore, he just read that they're not derived from each other. They are both derived from the same mother Proto-Sinaitic script. That's been my whole argument this whole time.
So listen, he said all of that and skipped over the most important part, and he normally
that's the most important part.
Hold on one second, King J. So I asked Ben Eaton to ask whatever he looking up.
You keep asking them
Is
stupid loaded
Phoenician
questions.
the same
We're
script
saying Phoenician.
as Paleo? No, stop cutting me off. I cut you off. And what did it come back and say, Ben Eaton? I'm not gonna repeat it. I'm gonna let you repeat it, brother, because you know they might trust you a little more than me. Ben Eaton, when I asked you that question, what did it come back and say?
What was the question?
When I asked you, is Paleo Hebrew the same script as Phoenician script?
It said yeah.
It said yes, which means that what y'all call, matter of fact, ask it this, Benny.
Right now, I got you. Yeah, go ahead. Say what you were saying.
No. I'm gonna ask it this. This is my mic drop question. This is my mic drop question. Ben Eaton, ask it this. Which term is more academically correct when identifying this script? Paleo Hebrew or Phoenician? Please ask me that question. And that's my mic drop, man. That's my mic drop.
The term is gonna be Proto-Canaanite or Phoenician, and it's gonna say that it's more accurate to use Proto-Canaanite during the Bronze Age and Phoenician during the Iron Age.
Canaanites wrote in Ugarit.
It says Phoenician is generally considered the more foundational and standard academic term
for Iron Age. Bronze Age, we use Canaanite. That's
it says. It also says Paleo Hebrew is more specific contextual term for that same script when used specifically by the ancient Hebrew kingdoms. That's kind of loaded too, but okay.
Yeah, he's asking these silly loaded questions.
It does.
You just don't want to accept
because it is subjective.
Real quick, gentlemen, we got a special guest to the stage. We have none other than the one and only DeAndre McBride. Just had a debate on Sunday. If you missed it, go check it out. Questions or comments or thoughts on anything you've seen so far?
Yeah, what I was gonna say is I recommend a very nice reading on the topic. Inscription from the World of the Bible actually goes through all of the conversations related here regarding the scripts and language, things like that. Actually covered here. So several things have been said would be cleared up if it's had some reading on it. So anyway, Scripture for the World of the Bible, the Old Northwest Semitic. But yeah, so several things that were said here and there. Anyway, I thought we'd do this. And then also, there's another really interesting one, David Crystal's How Language Works. These are really good books that cover languages. You get all sorts of stuff, language family. That will clear up a lot of errors and inconsistencies that I've heard thus far. So
No. You're not getting off that easy, brother. You got to clear up these errors.
Right. Read us a quote from out of those books,
best source on these young brothers, man.
Yep, come on.
Who wrote those books, brother? Who wrote those books?
Linguists and paleologists and paleographers and things like that, philologists.
No, and actually, I actually value your opinion for real. I think you're pretty smart, and you know, I don't mind your critiques. No, honestly, for real, like he's a pretty harsh but fair, honest. You know, I think he's pretty smart, and you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, so I think so. Like at certain parts, all around, I think that you could have different languages writing using the same script, right? So like if we were looking at, let's say English and Spanish, they use the same script, right? But if we were going to classify one, we would call this one Spanish and this one English or whatever, right? So I think that there's been some kind of overlap between language and script with some of the conversations that's going back and forth. But yeah, so lots of it I think will be cleared up there, and just differentiating whether you're talking about when you're calling something like, for example, you call something like Paleo Hebrew, it doesn't have to be a distinct script, because in that sense it could have the same script and still be a different language. So we're calling it Paleo Hebrew because of the fact that it's a different language than, let's say, Phoenician, for example. So one of them is going to be Phoenician, the other one is going to be Hebrew. Similarly, like you might have Spanish and English. They're using the same script, but they're different languages. So I don't know. I think a lot of that stuff is just, it can just be kind of cleared up and just, you know.
Good point, because you can write Spanish out in English.
Right. Yep. So yeah, all of the familiar script that we would be used to, but it's a Spanish language. And so,
or what about Spanish and French with
Yeah, I
Latin?
took Spanish.
yeah. I mean, yeah, and all of those,
Hold on,
they.
if I may, right? Jose in Spanish is not Jose in English.
Well,
Jose in Spanish is Jesus in English.
yeah. So, and that's
So
what I mean.
we have to
But
take
if
that
you
into
write
account.
Jose, you were right. JOS.
I know,
That's
but
the
listen,
English script.
you see that's why I said what I said earlier. That is a different conversation from a script conversation, though. Now we're getting into translation. The script, though, is going to be completely separate. Script has to do with what's being written with your hand. It's not the intent. Words are symbols, and so words point to something particular. So when you talk about Jose and it being Jesus, that's irrelevant to the topic. It's wholly irrelevant to the topic of
But
script.
how would you, when I'm saying those names, I'm not saying them for us to picture them and look at the distinction. I'm saying how would we write them? Jose in Spanish is not JEUS.
Yes,
right?
but
It's spelled completely different.
Yes,
Now, if
but
they were the
that's a
same script,
transliteration
hold on
issue.
1 second. If they were the
Damn, I
same
just
script,
noticed that.
they would be spelled completely the same, no matter which language you're speaking.
Is that
Just how
That's not what he's saying.
just how
Wow.
we see
Yeah.
When
I understand.
whether we see somebody from Biblio speak to somebody from Jerusalem, or if we see somebody from Tyre speak from somebody from the Mishnah, the Mishnah, I can't remember their names right now. Those people, right? These people,
But now you're talking about different vocalization, different vocalization systems, and not scripts now.
Yes, exactly. And that's the exact point, because listen, language existed, and this is what's covered in the book, How Language Works. Language existed before majority of over 90% of the population was illiterate before the 1800s.
Before the script.
Reading is not something that comes natural to humans, but language itself does come natural to humans. We've communicated before we had written languages. Our people in West Africa communicated even at times when they were illiterate, and illiterate just means to be without letters. Okay, so we communicated as people before we wrote things down. Okay, so the language is separate from the script. Script has to do with what is given by your hand. The conversation about Jesus and Jose and Jesus and all that kind of stuff, that's a separate issue entirely. That has to do with something completely different. Lots of that stuff has to do with transliteration, and that's where you find letters that correspond in the host language. Okay,
that makes so much sense.
So
my problem with the brother Humble is that
It makes so much sense.
It do the anachronicity that he's using.
I'm talking about the Jose and the G in the why the Spanish said the Jose. I took Spanish and I ain't never. I wasn't a Christian. I wasn't.
Jesus.
Hold on, pay attention though. I'm finna make a point. It's because they didn't have the letter J. The Spaniards didn't utilize the phonetics of the J sound. That's why it's Jose, just like Hosea in the Hebrew. That's all I was trying to say, bro.
Right. Because here's the thing, right? So because different languages, but this is part of the reason why people have accents, right? And so because there's different, the way you vocalize certain things in certain languages, it's going to change. So some of them are going to be more guttural. So like accents and stuff that has to do with the way that they speak their language. So sometimes they don't have sounds. They don't have sounds in one language go to the other one, but that's different from script. Script has to do with what's written down. Okay, so you can have the same script in a completely and utterly different language.
Different vocalization systems with the same script.
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, you had Greek that existed in early forms of Greek, like of the Minoans and the Mycenaeans, and they will be classified as Greek languages, but a different script in its entirety from the Greek that borrows from like the Phoenician script.
And you talking about the linear A and linear B?
Yeah, linear A and linear B, right? So yeah, those are writing systems that's different from language. Exactly. And that's why I said. So in the discussion, I was hearing confusion going on between language and script, and those are separate.
I put that in the comment.
The brother. So listen, what do you say to the brother when he's using the term Phoenician to describe? We're in 1850 BC, and he's using the word Phoenician to describe this people. What do you call that?
I'm using. Hold on, yo. Why King J do this, bro? So I'm using Phoenician. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm using Phoenician to classify the script, not the people.
And what date does the script date to?
1000 BCE.
The
1050
what script?
BCE.
What script?
Any script, the Mishnah Stele, the Tel Aviv script, they both date to the 10th century BCE.
The Mishnah Stele is 850 BC.
Well, hang on, wait. I
just showed you the Mishnah Stele. Come on, yo, get out of here.
Well, wait. Hang on, wait.
And it's a retroactive story. It probably date, and it's about a story that happened about in the 12th
That
century.
ain't got nothing to do with the script is written in.
Okay. Well, here's my question.
Can he answer the question without you filibustering? You're a master goalpost mover.
So, are you talking about the earliest inscriptions, or are you talking about what are you talking about, Humble Mystic?
So I'm talking about possibly the Proto-Sinaitic script.
No, not you. I'm asking him because I'm asking him.
What I'm saying is the language that people call Paleo Hebrew is actually, let me take that back because y'all right. I keep saying language. The script that people is calling Paleo Hebrew is actually called Phoenician. It's a Phoenician script.
Okay, well, I asked a different question because you talked about the Phoenician script, and you talked about an inscription. Are you talking about the earliest recorded inscription, or are you saying that this is the earliest that the script existed?
What I'm saying is when we find inscriptions from this time period, right? When we find the Mishnah Stele, the Tel Aviv, the Moab Stele, when we find all of these 10th century steles, right, in different places, all of these steles have the same script.
Mm-hmm.
And so this script is what people or non-scholastic people call Paleo Hebrew, but that's a misnomer. It's actually a script in Phoenician given by the people of Byblos. Now, if we want to say that the people of it's the people of Byblos script, I'm fine with saying that. But we can't just say it's Paleo Hebrew because it's not.
Yeah, so let me ask you, have you ever the scripts, so you can have Paleo Hebrew could be based on Phoenician without being 100% identical. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. And so for example, what's the ayin in Old Phoenician?
What's the ayin in Old Phoenician?
Yes, in Old Phoenician, yeah.
What's Old Phoenician?
Well, so that's going to be the one, the 10th century BCE. And matter of fact, here's what I'll do. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna read to you from Inscription from the World of the Bible, and I'm gonna read to you what it says. The term Phoenician is used for the language originally spoken along the eastern Mediterranean shore in the region of Byblos, Tyre, and Sidon. The earliest inscriptions come from Byblos and were written roughly between 1000 and 900 BCE in a regional dialect called Old Biblian. Okay. This language of Tyre and Sidon came to be used as a common dialect, which is called Standard Phoenician. But you see, it says Old Phoenician right there at the top of the page. Okay, so that's what I'm calling Old Phoenician. So the 10th century.
Okay, I got you.
Yes. So I'm asking. So an Old Phoenician, what's the ayin?
The ayin. Are you asking for like the sign? Isn't the I'm not sure right offhand. What's the ayin?
Well, the ayin that's a Hebrew. That's
right, but that didn't come from like that's not Hebrew.
No, it is Hebrew.
No, that's Phoenician.
I don't know why it's not Hebrew.
Using that script.
No. Listen to what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I'm pointing this out to you, because you can have one of these that's based on the other one without them being identical. Like for example, you might have one because you can have things that correspond in different language, right? So one that's real similar to it, but you seem to be positing something that I guess I'm just looking for a basis for. Matter of fact, do you want me to just turn to the section on Old Hebrew? We can read you what it says.
For Old Hebrew?
Yes. There's like Old Hebrew, Middle Hebrew, that kind of thing.
Can you do
Please,
that
Yeah,
for me?
please do.
yeah, please do.
So humble. Old Hebrew is Paleo Hebrew. That's all it is.
Paleo Hebrew. Wouldn't
Paleo
that
means
be?
old.
Wouldn't that
Paleo
be the
means
same
old.
script? So hold on. I don't want to get lost in the language thing.
Paleo Hebrew is the Phoenician
Right.
though, humble.
Okay, but I don't want to get lost in the I understand you can have different languages, but I want to know if the scripts are the same. I'm talking specifically about the scripts.
So listen, here, I'll read it to you.
Uh-huh.
Hebrew was spoken within the ancient kingdoms of Judah and Israel. The Gezer calendar, 10th century BCE, is typically counted among the Hebrew script, but does not have any distinctively Hebrew features. The earliest texts can be specifically identified as Hebrew, come from the 9th century BCE. A northern dialect is represented in the Samaria Ostraca, which are the administrative texts from the first half of the 8th century BCE. The dialect may also be preserved within texts in the Hebrew Bible having a northern provenance, such as the Song of Deborah, Judges 5. The bulk of the epigraphic material comes from the 7th and 6th centuries, and it is written in a southern dialect. The dialect formed the base of the standard biblical Hebrew as represented in the primary history that spans Genesis to Kings. The northern dialect, characterized by a number of features shared with Phoenician. The two most prominent features in the inscriptional material are the simplification of the diphthongs I, A, and Ah. The diphthongs I and Ah are generally not considered to have simplified in the southern dialect, and use of the form shot, sat, rather than sana. Northern names also tend to use the theophoric element, the vav, with the diphthong preserved, while southern names use Yahoo. Unfortunately, the limited nature of the northern corpus makes it difficult to describe the dialect in more detail. But anyway, so it says that they share certain common features with Phoenician, right? But it's not a one-to-one.
Now that's dealing like you was talking about 960, if I'm not mistaken. That's coming later. You see what I'm saying?
That will be the same time period as Old Phoenician.
So you would agree with
that,
me.
But what I'm saying is
when I say that they're not derived from each other, they have a common mother, correct?
Hold on, gentlemen. We have a guest on the panel. We have a guest on the panel.
Apologize.
Let's give a shout out to Toronto Bible Study.
What's up,
I
brother
think
Toronto?
I am familiar with your channel. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for having me on.
No problem. I'm A1, the host. Welcome.
Hey.
Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk about because, like, I do kind of think that actually the Phoenicians picked up the alphabet from the Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
You know, instead the usual thing is that they teach us that the Hebrews took the alphabet from them, but I don't think the evidence really points that way. You know, there's older evidence of Hebrew using the script than them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's why I point to the Proto-Sinaitic script
I have a question.
at the Sarah B. El Khadi mines as the first.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I've been arguing this point all day. So this is what I've been arguing with this guy is that he's saying that the Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, is derived from the Phoenician. I'm saying no, they are more like sisters. And they have a common derivative mother, which is a Proto-Sinaitic script.
Is that what he said though? That's not what he said.
Yeah, I'm calling them geographical variations.
He said one comes after another.
Hold on, what I say?
No, that's not what
to everything I said.
The other guy just said.
I said I'm calling them geographical variations of the Proto-Sinaitic. You're saying that they Paleo Hebrew derived from the Phoenician. That's been
what I'm saying. Let me say it once again because he keep mispronouncing. And I heard what you said, Toronto. I got what you're saying. However, what I'm saying is what people are calling Paleo Hebrew in script. I'm not speaking in language. Script. What people are calling Paleo Hebrew in script is just a Phoenician script. Everybody was using this same Phoenician script up until around 800 to 700 BCE when they all derived their own script. But before then, they were all using the standardized Phoenician script that comes from Biblios.
There was no Phoenician script.
Well, listen. Well, listen to what the argument they just presented. I want you should think about to respond to. What they just pointed to was an earlier script system. Okay, when they talked about Proto-Sinaitic script. Okay, so you're talking about like around 2000.
Right, but we not dealing.
Really well, hang on, wait.
I don't want to hold on 1 second. The reason I'm
saying,
how
you gonna tell me? Hold on, I was in the middle of saying something.
I apologize, but the reason I'm saying this,
it's not. I apologize, but
go ahead.
So what they just said, so your contention was that the Paleo Hebrew comes from Phoenician. What they just said is that what's more likely is that there was a common ancestor to both languages, and that explains the similarity. Do you have a response to that?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't want to move the goalpost to Proto-Sinaitic. We ain't dealing with that. We understand that's a precursor to both of these.
We gotta start right there.
I don't want to call them language. No, we don't. Hold on one second.
Hold on, Jack.
I don't want to keep dealing with the languages. So I'm not dealing with the languages. I'm only dealing with the scripts, right? I want to deal with the scripts from 1000 BCE up into 800 BCE.
Okay.
I'm not dealing with nothing
what-
before that. Here's why. The reason I'm not dealing with anything before that is because all of the stones that we see during that time resembles the same script no matter where it is. It could be in Tel Aviv, it could be in it could be the Moabite script, it could be anywhere they find this. It's the same script, and it's known as the Phoenician script because the people of Babylon generated this script first.
Yes,
but
but
that's
the
the thing,
problem
that's
is the problem is
Go
what
ahead.
you just said is what they're pointing out is this. You're making Old Phoenician the start of the script and saying that everything that came after followed from the Phoenician. Okay, wait, let me finish. I just read to you that the Paleo the Paleo Hebrew script and the Old Phoenician script are in the same time period. They just said that right there, coupled with the fact that there was a previous script, says that there was an ancestor to that they both derive from. And that's what they're asking you to respond to. You haven't touched it yet.
And that's what I am responding to.
Okay.
So there
And
is
that's
no
why I
distinct
shared this word on the
difference.
screen before you go in, Humble Mystic. Dialect continuum. But go ahead. I'll let you get into it.
Yeah, that is great. Yeah.
But I'm familiar with this argument. Me and actually Leandre McBride, Negro Spiritual right there, had this conversation, I think 3 years ago. I think he
Yes,
spoke to me
indeed.
on it and taught me a few things. And
Mhm.
I've actually brought this term up, but he got me together on this topic. He said, yes,
Now-
indeed. He remembers that.
Now, what I'm saying is, right, there is no two scripts, right? The script from Tel Aviv and the script from the Moabite or the Mishnah Stele, those are not two distinct scripts. Those are the same script, the same exact script. For the script from if I could pull it back up, I can't even see. I ain't gonna waste my time. But all I'm saying is all of these scripts are the same. Y'all are saying there are different variations. There is no different variations. These people are using the same standardized script. Now, why are they using this script? I went over this in my debate. They're using this same script because the scribes of Biblios, right, standardized the script and manufactured it out. So now everybody else started using this script. And it wasn't until 800 to 700 BCE till we see the full standardized Hebrew script and the full standardized Aramaic script and the full standardized Phoenician script. But before that time, all of these scripts was the same. I pulled it up in my debate. And brother Ben Eaton, who been doing a great job at fact checking, been doing a great job at bringing the scholastic point of view on what I'm saying.
Okay, can I just say? Look, I think you're right. I think you're right that they're all basically the same. You're right, right? But the Mishnah Stele is from the 9th century, right? And then the Proto-Sinaitic, we see it from the 15th century. So that means it's much before. So why should we think that it all comes from this later things? You know, why should we look at the earliest things?
Right. So if I could agree, this is why I'm dealing
Let
with.
him land his plane, Humble. I don't know
I
if he was
apologize.
finished.
Go ahead, brother. Listen, I'm just in my energy right now, y'all. Don't take no disrespect, y'all.
No, we know you good.
No, it's all love.
You good. No, I was just saying, like, I feel like we should just go to the oldest ones and then start there and then That's kind of, at least we know that if they had it the earliest ones, then we know at least that's one of the origin points or something, you know?
Exactly.
And that's why, humble real quick, and that's why I keep starting with the Proto-Sinaitic script, because I'm dating it to about 1850 BC. What I think
Right.
humble is doing, and the word I looked up is called teleological. Teleological,
yeah, teleological.
It means where you assume the end is the source.
No,
right.
so hold on one
And so
second.
you're assuming that the Phoenician, which is the end result, is the actual source.
No,
because that's
this
not
is
till
why I
600
don't put words in my
BC.
mouth.
Right? Homer is the first attestment of the word Phoenician.
We're not denying that. Hold on one second, King J. So we
why are we
already
talking
know
about
about Proto-Sinaitic, right? We know about Proto-Sinaitic. I'm agreeing, Brother Ben Eaton heard me many times. Proto-Sinaitic is the parent language to all of this, right? The specific case in point I'm dealing with. The specific case in point I'm dealing with is from the 10th century BCE to the 7th century BCE, right? That whole time period. From the 10th century to the 8th century, all of those scripts were the same. I'm not discounting what Proto-Sinaitic did, but now why do I want to put it in proper framework? Because when we say Proto-Hebrew, right, now we're giving the credibility to a group of people who didn't invent the script, because the people in Biblios compiled the script, not the Hebrew people.
Okay.
Am I wrong in saying that?
I see what you're saying. Well, that's debatable.
How you
That's
know the
debatable.
Hebrew
Man.
people wasn't in Bibelos?
Yeah, I think you're wrong. Listen, and let me
I'm
just,
not wrong.
You guys are going to disagree because you probably have different definitions for Hebrew.
Well, no. Well, listen. Well, here's the deal. Let me just say this. The last thing I would say is about the book Inscriptions of the World from the World of the Bible, is that it actually says that the Proto-Sinaitic or Proto-Canaanite languages was the parent language for all these other languages. And so one of the things going for that is that the Phoenicians were different people in a completely different region, right? But the thing that explains it is that they derive from the same script family, just like the language families derives from Canaanite. And so there's a really handy little chart here that's given. And so you can see here, it shows that the families of the languages themselves.
I'll put them on the big screen.
And so you see Northwestern Semitic, and then you see Canaanite and stuff that's right here, and then you have Phoenician, and then you have Standard Phoenician, Amorite, Edomite, Hebrew, and Moabite. And so these would have developed as distinct languages, and I think
it's showing them as their sisters.
But right under that, right over here, right over here in the next section, it tells you that that's where the script itself developed from Proto-Sinaitic. And so
I've been
arguing with this man for 5 hours. Oh, you know what? You know what? He has a point. He has a point. Humble Mystic has a point in this. Oh, you gonna drop us, or?
Go ahead.
The only problem I have your argument, King J, is that.
Let him finish up.
Okay. I was just gonna say, Humble Mystic has a point in the sense that the Phoenicians standardized it and they spread it, the alphabet, right? So they're the ones that kind of made it. That's why they were famous for it. But I do think it comes from an earlier source. That's why we should. Who invented it? Who invented the concept of an alphabet? Mm-hmm. That's the thing we need to look at, right? That's why I do think it's the Hebrews, or it's some kind of Proto-Sinaitic.
Exactly.
That's what we're going.
Exactly. That's my whole point. That's my whole point.
Yeah, hey, King J, your point was that the Hebrews invented the Proto-Sinaitic script. That was your point.
Yeah.
And that's
you was making that point.
I've always said.
Oh, my bad, GDN.
It's on GDN.
It's on GDN, y'all.
Go ahead, man.
So I heard King J was saying the only contention I had with King J argument, for the most part, he was right. But when he was saying that you can't use the word Phoenician, when we today, Phoenician is part of the English. Is the part of the English language. So when the scholars look at the language, they classified it as Phoenician Canaanite, or some might even say Phoenician Hebrew to make even more of a distinction.
But yeah, so the problem with that is, Capone, is that the term Phoenician is a late Iron Age term. We're talking about Bronze Age periods. So
But
during the
all of
Bronze,
these terms
quit
are
cutting me off.
Iron Age
Hold on,
Quit cutting me
let King
off.
J
When I'm
finish.
cutting
Let
you.
King J finish.
When we're talking about a Bronze
I
Age
want to
period,
respond real quick.
which is 2000 to 1850 BC, there's no way we should even mention the word Phoenician. It's an Iron Age term. So
But that's
can we
not.
use
That's not.
hold on, you keep cutting me. So can we use the word Phoenician during 1850 BC? No, it doesn't
No.
apply in the Bronze Age.
Who is
That's not
using?
how
Hold
it.
on,
That's
hold on,
not.
hold on,
That's
hold on.
not how it. Hold
Who
on.
is
Let me say this.
using
Let
the
me say this,
term
humble, real quick. Let me
Phoenician?
respond to him real
And
quick,
that
humble.
is how it goes.
One
That's
mic.
not how it goes when you're classifying a language.
No,
Especially if you discover
When
if
you're
you
being classified,
hold
how are
on.
you
Especially
classifying it
Hold
by
on.
a time periods, right?
King J, let him finish up.
you classify it,
By
whatever
time
name the
period,
person come up with, that's how they classify it. It
by
doesn't matter. He could have named the language after his daughter. That's would
so
have been the classification of the language.
do you use dates
hold on,
or
because
no?
this is what King J keep doing, and this is
Do
why
you
he
use
lost. This is
dates?
why he lost the touch up. This
Brother,
is why he
Iron
got
Age
touched
is
up.
associated with
Hold
a
on one
certain
second,
time
King J.
period,
Hold
Hold on,
on
King
one
brother.
second.
J.
Hold on one second.
Let Humble get it
So
in.
this is
You just
why
got
King J got touched up, right? Because he keeps saying, "Oh well, back in 24 and 18, there was no." Who's talking about that far? I clearly keep stating, hey, brother Toronto, since you've been up here, I clearly keep stating from 1000 BCE to 800 BCE. Am I not?
Yeah,
I'm
that's true.
talking about that script. Am I not? So when we look at those scripts, so as the Moabite stone, the Mishnah Stele, the Tel Aviv
Yes, the
stone,
Misha
all
Stele
of
is more
those are
about
using
that.
the same script. I'm not talking about anything before that. I'm talking about that right there. So
But
when
you
he
know what?
keeps saying
Toronto,
24, that's an
Can I let me
anachronism,
ask you a
I'm not
question now?
dealing with all the way
Okay,
back
so we
there.
heard what he
I'm
said,
telling
Toronto,
you where
right?
I'm dealing at.
I'm not
Now
a
let me ask you
that.
this question, Toronto,
we
right? Based off
hear
what he
you,
just
Humble.
said. He said he's
Yeah.
using based off talking about a date off of 1050 BC, right? The first
Yeah.
use of the word Phoenician is I said was Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, 800 BC, right? So I'm asking that. So I'll say again, is it not anachronistic? Why is he using this word? Even first of all, I'm talking about 1850. I'm starting at 1850 BC because that's the date that I'm giving the Proto-Sinaitic script, right?
Yeah.
And that's the origin of it all. So that's where I'm starting at. Because everything after that, I'm arguing
Yeah.
is a geographical variation of that.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. But you know what? This is the thing. So the interesting thing is that it's an alphabet, right? The alphabets, that concept this is the only one that ever came out in basically the whole world, like everyone else kind of imitated that idea. The Greeks, the Romans, everyone had imitated this alphabet. So the fact that the Proto-Sinaitic had an alphabet, that's more interesting than the fact that the Phoenicians came up with something based off theirs and then spread it. Isn't that humble mystic? Like
Right.
that's the thing. That's what we're
Here's
trying
what
to say.
right.
Still
So the
using it
point that
to
I'm
this
making,
day.
hold on 1 second.
And
Hold on.
you know, and
So the point that I'm making by saying what I'm saying, right, is the fact that when we're dealing with Proto-Sinaitic, and then number one, we can't stop because King J keep doing this too, and this is again why he keep getting touched up. If we say Phoenician is anachronistic, so is Paleo Hebrew. Paleo Hebrew is also anachronistic, but also so is Canaanite.
No, it's not because the
These
terms
are
existed.
hold on,
No, it's
hold on.
not because those
These are
terms
hold on, King
existed
J.
back
Don't
then,
cut me,
brother.
King J.
But
Hey,
not
listen,
in.
I'm gonna
Okay,
cut you and
I'm
let
sorry.
you rock.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Now, the reason these are anachronistic, right, is because these are terms that people would have put on them. We can't go to the people of Biblios, right, and they would have called themselves Hebrew. No, they wouldn't have.
That's not called that's called an exonym. That's not called an anachronism. That's
No,
called an
but
exonym.
those people are not Hebrew people. There was no Hebrew people. So how can you call them Hebrew people? They wasn't Hebrew
Brother,
people.
what you're doing is called a straw man's argument, brother. What you're
We're
doing
not
is called
trying
a
to say
straw.
that.
It's like you're appealing to use the
No.
word.
What
You're begging to use the word Phoenician.
Because that's the name of the
Regardless,
script.
both
all
of them
of these
are wrong, right?
terms.
You're saying both of them are wrong, right?
All of these
But
terms, as listen, all of
Go ahead.
these terms, as I said before,
are terms that we use. All of them, Canaanite, all of them. King J, you just said that they're ancient terms, but they are not used in the way that we use them today, how we apply them. So, right, show me someone calling the Canaanite language that they were speaking Canaanite. You can't show it until the Greeks. These are all later terms that we're using. So if you want to get stuck on a term, you're going to forever have a argument.
Yeah,
right, because Canaanites wrote in the Ugaritic script. When they in the honor letters to the pharaohs, that's in cuneiform.
That's true.
Are they calling themselves Canaanite?
But that's
It's
before
not,
Are they calling themselves Canaanite?
It's not anachronistic.
Hold on, but that's before
Where the what they call themselves.
That's
they're like Mesopotamian.
So what script? So let me ask y'all all this question. What script was the Misha Stele written in?
It's a Moabite script.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
basically
is.
the same
No,
thing.
it's not.
You don't even know what you're talking about. The Misha Stella
it's
is
not.
brother. Misha is the
Misha
name of the
Stele
Moabite king.
What he's trying to say is all Phoenician. I don't know.
Is it not written in a Toronto? Is it not written in the Phoenician script?
Well, no, you can call it that. It's kind of like it's a name.
No,
thing.
he can't call it that.
alphabet.
No, he
Hold
cannot.
on,
King J.
I know what you're saying, King J. I know what you're saying. But listen, this is all I want to say is that the Proto-Sinaitic. The thing that's interesting about that is, it's like they know that there were Semitic workers there in Egypt. Egypt ruled that region at that time, and there's Semitic workers in the mine, and they wrote the scripts on the mine walls, right?
Exactly.
So that's why you can think it's a good chance that they were Hebrews.
So Toronto, guess what? He was calling these Semitic miners Phoenicians.
No, I was not.
Yes,
No. That's not the argument. That's not the argument.
Let me try and steel man humble. Let me try to steel man humble mystic. Let me try to steel man.
He ain't say that, King J.
He definitely
Humble Mystic's trying to say that like all these scripts that were there, Proto-Sinaitic and whatnot, came down, and then in the 10th century around then, the Phoenicians picked it up, and then they made it into this big thing, and then that's the spread all over the place, right? That's where he's getting at.
Hold on, Toronto, stop right there. There is no Phoenicians in the 10th century.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying too, King
listen,
J.
we can't use those words. So Biblos,
because we are in the 21st century.
Hold on.
Yeah, we call
we are having an academic conversation.
Brother.
So
You
yes,
cut
we
me off
can
when
use
in the middle of not agreeing.
You next, man.
Just don't agree.
We gonna go to Ben, and we
and
gonna
then
go back to
respond when I get
Toronto,
done.
and then we gonna go
There
back to
is
Humble.
no Phoenicians. These are the city states. These are the city states of Biblos.
Yeah,
right. These are the coastland city states, right? And they have a variation of the Proto-Sinaitic script.
Yeah. You're right. You're correct.
So hold on. That's the one variation. The Highland groups have another variation of the Proto-Sinaitic script.
Yeah.
Right. Then he asked about the Misha Stella. Those Transjordan groups have another variation of the Proto-Sinaitic script.
Right.
That's the argument.
No.
Yes.
Hold on. It's on Ben.
Go ahead.
These are all variations.
God damn it, I should have taken
of
those,
one
'cause
script.
I just lost my train of thought.
And that's just
Okay,
what the brother.
All right. So no. So here's
And
where
that's just
he's
what the
messing
brother
up at.
spiritual
Hold on, time
Jesus.
out. Hold on. So this is where he's messing up at, right? So he's keep talking about the Proto-Sinaitic. We understand what the Proto-Sinaitic did, right? So Toronto brought up the Proto-Sinaitic, which is cool because they mix with the Commission. We know that, right? But thank you, Toronto, for bringing up the point I said. Right now, he said that we can't call that the Phoenician script. But if we can't call it the Phoenician script, we also can't call it the Proto or Paleo Hebrew script either. So I don't know where he getting that with that.
Whatever you want to call it, brother, we can call it the people who lived in the highlands. They had a variation from the people who lived in the coastlands.
Let's let Ben eating hop.
You ain't just say that, King.
That's my whole argument.
What's that term, y'all? What's that? The phlegm. You phlegm.
I ain't just said that. That's my whole argument.
You just said he couldn't use Phoenician. Then you said, well, it don't matter.
Who said it don't? Phoenician don't
he
matter?
just conceded.
Yeah, he just said that.
Dang.
Huh?
Go
Come
ahead,
on, man.
hit
Don't
that
be like,
poll.
don't do that.
And remember, King J
Oh, y'all
conceded.
making up
Hit
shit
that
now.
poll.
No, man, you just did a whole diatribe
Definitely,
on how we
definitely
couldn't use
said it
the
don't matter.
term.
You said we could just call them the people in the Highlands.
And now you said forget it. No, you're
I
right.
said, yeah, we can call them people in the Highlands. I said, if we don't want to use the term Hebrew, I said we can call them Highland people, and we can call the people of Byblos coastlands.
But that would insinuate
We got
that the
another
people in the
We don't have to
Highlands.
use. We don't have to use
victory
any of
for
those
Humble
terms.
Mystic. Let's go. You gotta tighten up.
Because anytime as scholars, you can, if you're going to use a word that wasn't invented until 600 BC in 1000 BC, that's a problem. If you're going to call yourself a real scholar,
we can use it today.
You have to actually use the word. You have to actually use the word that existed. And for you to hold on. For you to insinuate that the origin of the Moabite, the origin of those Israelite Hebrew languages from the highlands and the Transjordan regions derived strictly from the coastlands instead of the origin of the Proto-Sinaitic is disingenuous. Why are there variants? Why are there variants in all of the three different Phoenician,
let's hear this question.
Hebrew, and Moabite if they all derived from the Phoenician?
Okay, Ben, go ahead. Oh, what? Ben?
You're acting as if only the people in the coastland had access to the Proto-Sinaitic script, when in reality it was the Hebrews, the Semitic miners, who invented it, not the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians weren't the miners that were in the Serbi El Kadim mines.
That's true.
I know.
But I think it's fair to call them.
So they're acting as if that those people they're calling Phoenicians and Byblos were the only people who had access to the Proto-Sinaitic script. The Hebrew script and the Moabite script came from there. That's incorrect. The people who actually were in the mines were the Hebrews.
GD and Capone, you had a question?
They weren't the Phoenicians.
It's nonsense.
Yeah, so y'all
Phoenicians don't even exist, and that's why
King
he went back to
King J, let somebody else get in. You
my
stated your
statement
point.
is a little bit slightly different. It's about the argument I was having with King J about the whole Phoenician thing. So you said that using the term Phoenician to describe these ancient languages is anachronistic, which that's false. Because we have the Mycenaean culture uses the word Phoenician way before Homer did. Homer just used it because it was part of their Greek language. Now, I'll yield with that. The Mycenaan culture. Mycenian.
Hold on, let King J respond, then we go into Toronto.
Disingenuous. The word Phoenix is actually exists in the Egyptian language too with the F, Phoenix, right? And it actually means purple or dye. So the word exists, but it wasn't used to describe a people until the Greeks did it in 600 BC.
How you know? How do you know?
What do you mean? How do I know? I read the same shit you read.
So if the word, so just logically, look, I'm gonna let y'all go. Just logically, if you say it was an Egyptian word to describe a color, how could you say that it wasn't used until then? That makes no sense.
To describe a people.
When you just said that it was used to describe a color.
The Egyptians were not calling those people purple people.
So why you?
They didn't call them purple people. They called them purple because of the clothes that they had on, the purple dye, the clothes that they wore, the robes.
The Greeks did that, not the Egyptians. They simply had a word
I'm
for the
done,
word.
bro. Hey, King J, you got it, bro.
You're making up shit because the word purple.
What did I make up? What did I make up? I just said. I just thought logically.
You said because the
you
word
made up.
purple.
You made up that
question. Now you're not letting me answer.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
Because the word purple existed previously within the Mycenaean Linear B tablets, you're suggesting that the word their Phoenicians existed at that time in 1450 BC.
No, I'm suggesting that.
That's what you're insinuating.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Why even bring it up?
I said that the word was being used. That's where it comes from.
That's what I said. I said the word existed. Yes. But
Okay,
it
so it's
wasn't.
not an anachronistic term then. If
Brother,
the
yes,
word
it
exists,
is.
it cannot be anachronistic.
If you're using it to describe a group of people, it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're using it for anything other than
Yes,
purple, it
absolutely
is
is.
It is.
anachronistic.
You don't know what you're talking about. Like that's why I'm having these circular arguments because y'all just don't really comprehend the arguments being made. When I'm talking about Sarah B. El Kadem and giving you a date of 1850 BC, that's where we start at.
It's only anachronistic if you're
You're not
talking
gonna.
about the
Why
Phoenician
do you want to? Why do you
the
want to start?
Phoenician
Why do you
Empire,
want? Listen.
not a
Why do you
people.
want? Why do you want to start at 600 BC?
I was just listen. That's the
Can I ask you a question?
classification that is used.
Ask King J a question.
Listen,
I got a question for you,
Hold
King
on,
J.
hold
we're
on. It's on
talking about
Toronto.
Oh, let's,
1800. Yeah,
It's on
we're
All
Toronto.
right.
talking about
So King
1800.
J.
Hold on,
When
hold
Hold
did
on,
the
on.
humble. It's
oh,
on
go ahead.
Toronto.
We
Oh,
are
go ahead,
talking
Toronto. I
about a
apologize. Go
time
ahead, brother.
period of 1850 BC, right? There is no Phoenician script.
Go with Toronto.
See, you overgeneralizing something that
I think King J's
you
right.
can't
King
say
J's right in
that.
the sense that
Oh,
he's right in the
Hold on,
sense that
JJ.
the Phoenicians
Okay,
didn't really.
so look.
Hold on,
Even
King
if
J.
I
Hold on,
on,
King
King
J.
J.
Hold
can't
on,
say it,
King
and if I
J.
can't say
Don't
that,
cut him off. Why you cutting people? You Jeff definitely was just going in for a minute.
okay, go ahead.
Let him ask his question. He
I
asking you
was
a
gonna say,
question, so you can answer it.
oh yeah, well I was gonna agree with King J in the sense that the Phoenicians don't really enter the area until like 1200 BC or sometime around then. So that's correct. And so yeah, you're correct in the sense that yeah, that word Phoenician didn't really apply to the people in the area until then. But isn't that the same time the humble mystic is talking about? Humble mystic is talking about like around 1000 BC.
But the
Right?
argument that he's
Thank
having
you,
is this. The
Toronto.
argument. So
1000
listen.
BC.
This is
well,
why
they
I'm
are
starting at the
agreeing with each
beginning so
other.
I can walk him down. If we start at the beginning with the Proto-Sinaitic script, we see the divergence. We can see where these Transjordan groups diverge with their when they isolate. We can see where the Judean groups go into the highlands and they have their isolate script. We can see where the coastal groups grow into Byblos and Sidon, and they have their isolate script. Over time being separated from each other, they have variations in the script, certain tilts, certain elongated letters, right? That show the variation from one mother, not a derived from one source, right? You completely forgot the mother. That's why I'm starting with the Proto-Sinaitic. The Brother Humble Mystic is suggesting that everybody got their script from the Phoenicians.
Okay, now watch this. So here's what this brother keep missing, and here's what he keep doing. And I don't know why he's keep doing this, but he's keep making the point that the people in the 1200 BCE and 13, 14, I don't know why he keep going to 2000, 1800. There's no Hebrews then. There's no Israelites then. I don't know why he keep going there. But when I'm a ask this brother, and then I'm gonna read it to him, and then I'm gonna ask him, right? Let me read something, then I'm gonna ask you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you first. When did the Hebrews standardize their own script? That's important. Why is that important? That's important because before they standardized their own script, they had to be using another script, correct? So, what script was they using before they standardized their own script? Let me read it for you. Hebrew gained hold on 1 second. Hebrew gained its own standardized script only after the Babylonian exile. When the Judeans adopted the script of the Imperial Aramaic script, before that point, they wrote Hebrew in a script that was Phoenician.
No, man, come on. No, well, you know what? That's the thing. No, the thing is, humble
That's
mystic.
what it says. I'm not
No,
making that
yeah,
up.
well, yeah, no, you're right. But the thing is, we're disputing those scholars, right? We're saying is that
with what?
Just evidence.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, we're disputing those scholars, right? We're saying that the earliest evidence of the Proto-Sinaitic script is from this mine in 1850 to roughly 1550 BC, and it was people in an Egyptian-controlled region that was Semitics. Okay, so the Semitics. So that's why we're saying if they're Semitic and it's an Egyptian controlled region, the best candidate is the Hebrews. That's what we're saying.
It's not.
No,
So
it's not.
actually,
What about the
actually,
What
Toronto
about the
is
Joshua Yahweh? Ho,
quit
ho.
screaming, brother.
Yeah.
Let's go back
We
and
have
forth, brother. You
entertained
ain't gotta
this long
scream
enough.
because you
Hold on,
distract with
King
that, brother. You move the
Hold on, hold
goal.
on.
Hold on, I have a solid point with the brother saying. Just calm down.
Go
When
ahead.
the brother we're talking about, because he's actually familiar with this. You're not. When he's talking about Sarah
clearly
B.
having
El
a
Kadim,
dialogue.
brother, he's talking about everything I'm talking about. When I'm talking about these Semitic miners and the turquoise mines, right? These Lady of Turquoise mine is Hathor mines, right? Where it's Egyptian-controlled mines, where these are Semitic miners. It's just hold on, let me build, let me go, because I'm finna cut your hair. I'm cutting your hair off.
No, you're not. Okay.
They're
I'm going
talking.
after you,
You
King J.
ain't gotta interrupt me to say I'm not. Just mute and just
got you. Go
respond
ahead.
afterwards. You feel me?
Go
I
ahead,
know
bro.
you disagree.
Go
So
ahead.
what I'm talking about is this: when oh, you distracted me. These turquoise, these Semitic speakers, right, in these minds, right? Actually, when you look at the primary sources, we can look at the Solib inscription dating about 1450 BC that shows actually Shashu of Yahweh. If you want to talk about when is the first inscription of Yahweh, shut up, humble. When you want to talk about the first inscription of Yahweh mentioned, it's actually in an Egyptian text.
No, come on, keep
Solib
going.
inscription.
Oh, what, bro?
You about to
And,
bury
and,
yourself.
and they are showing Transjordan Semitic speaking tribes enslaved.
You about to bury yourself.
So we're talking about Yahweh here. So that's one primary source. You can also go to the 1250 Amara West tablets of Ramses. So all during these time periods, they're showing Nomadic and Semitic people handcuffed. So the argument is that these Semitic speakers in the Sarah B. El Kadim mines are correlate to some sort of Exodus period during this time frame, a late or early Exodus ranging between 1450 BC to 1250 BC. That time period. Okay. Those are the time periods of the Sarah B. El Kadim mines in that Proto-Sinaitic script. So that's who is giving paid tribute and homage to writing that script, those Semitic miners in that cave. It has nothing to do with Phoenician or anything that what you're talking about, brother.
What about the
Go ahead, hey, Big E.
He made all that up.
Get him, Big E.
He made all that up. You just buried yourself. You just buried yourself. You just mentioned. You just hold on. No, I just let you rock. I just let you rock.
I'm not. I wasn't
No,
talking.
hey,
to you,
one
man.
mic is
let Ben go.
Man, I'm talking to the brother Toronto. So my question to the brother.
You know what? All right,
Hold
cool.
on, but
Cool. That give me time to
you
formulate
might
my
have
thoughts. I got you.
hold
I
on.
was building with the brother Toronto, Ben.
No,
Go ahead.
Ben
Go
E
ahead.
just said he was going after
the
you.
brother Toronto. Do you
Listen,
are
King,
you
no,
familiar
King,
with
hold
the
on,
brother
one second,
Toronto?
one mic.
Are you familiar with
Hold
that? Yes or
on,
no? Brother,
Ben E
hold on,
just
brother.
said he was
Hold on,
going after
humble.
you,
Hold
bro.
on. I'm gonna fall back a little bit. Go ahead,
I've
Toronto.
been on the channel
Ben
6
E,
hours, brother. Let
go
the
ahead.
brother who just came on have some feedback. I'm just
You gonna
asking
get
the
that.
brother,
You gonna
based
get
off
that.
what I just said in regards to the Sarah B. El Kadim mines and
Yeah,
those Semitic
Sarah B. El
speakers
Kadim.
being more than likely Hebrew than Phoenician. What are you how familiar with that are you?
I mean that this is the thing. So okay, I agree with Jay. I must say, because the Sarah B. Al Kadim mine inscription and also the Wadi El Hol is from 1850 to 1550, which is long before the Phoenicians entered the region. Right? The Phoenicians entered the region around like 1200, 1100 BC. So who was in the region at that time? There were these Semitic workers, like the Hyksos and people like that. They're working under the Egyptians in these mines and stuff, and the writing is clearly like Semitic, not
But it was not
like
Hebrew.
Phoenician.
Yes, it is.
Well, it could have
No,
been. It
it's
might have
not.
been, and that's the thing. We're saying the thing is, who else could it have been?
The
They're definitely
Shashua
Semitic.
Yahweh. What about the Hyksos?
That's what we just said, brother. That's what we just said. That's what we
The
just said.
Hyksos are not the Hebrew people.
No.
Well, they might have been.
Hold on.
Even the Hyksos.
Oh, go ahead. His brother Ben Eaton's turn.
Hold on. Stop the nonsense. I'm gonna ask both you guys a question. King J, I'm gonna ask you. You answer
They keep
first.
moving their position.
What you define for me, how you understand the term Hebrew, and then I'm gonna ask Toronto. Watch this, y'all. It's gonna be a good roast.
It's not roast. I'm gonna give you the biblical term. What I know of the word Hebrew is the word Ibri.
Yeah, they're descended from Aber.
To cross over something of that nature. It's supposed to be a patrilineal eponymous ancestor, possibly of the Hebrews.
Of Abraham.
There is a historical word called Ibri. There is a historical word. It's a script called Kativ Ivri. So the script that I'm familiar with is before the Israelites went into Babylonian captivity. They had the Kativ Ivri script. They came out of it with the Kativ Ashur, the Assyrian script. That's the script that Ezra.
King J, you telling me nothing.
Ezra would have came out with the Assyrian, which would have been the Assyrian.
He asked you, how do you define the term Hebrew?
I did.
But he defined it, and he told me nothing.
I told you a lot.
Term for me. You're using this term in a historical sense.
Brother, the first word that I said was to cross over.
Listen, that means nothing to me.
That's the definition.
Nothing. Define the term in a historical sense. And
brother, that's the definition in the dictionary.
I'm waiting for your answer. Define the term. Who are you identifying?
To cross
as
over.
Hebrews?
It means to cross over.
Cross over. Who is crossing over?
Brother, you asking the word definition of the word, and then you're asking another question. The definition of the word Hebrew means to cross over.
King J, and you're using it to define.
Do you want to pull up? Do you want to? I'm not using it for anything. You asked the question.
Hey, Benny, let me get in there.
The definition of the word.
I think I'm gonna have you just.
Now you're arguing the point. You asked the definition. I gave you the definition.
He's making a point that he's using it to define the people, but then he says it.
Right. Listen to how
I haven't used it at all.
Listen to how he says. Listen to how he used the term. He just said he identifies the people in these Timnamines as Hebrews, just like Toronto said. So
I'm saying they might be. They might be.
Okay, now they might be. Okay.
And I actually said that they are. I actually said
so now he's using this term. Hold on, bro. Wait.
Let him finish, King J. Let him finish.
He's using this term in a historical sense, and then he gives you a biblical definition.
Right. I'm relating them to.
Wait for 3 minutes or like 4 minutes, King J.
And then
identifying them.
And then he says, the Joshua of Yahweh, and I'm going to ask him, is the term Yah in the inscriptions a designation for a deity or a place? Is it a toponym or is it a designation for a deity? When it's
place, you just said Shashu, land of Yahweh. So it suggests.
No, it's not. No, it doesn't.
Are you gonna let me finish the question? So it suggests. Are you gonna let me finish to answer the question?
He didn't ask you a question, did he?
He did ask me a question.
Are you still done cooking?
You answered it. You gave me the answer.
Are you? No, I'm not.
Said
I'm
land
still answering.
Of Yahweh,
I'm still answering. I'm not done answering. So I think, and as if I recall correctly, there are several different inscriptions. So we have the Shashu of Reuben, we have the Shashu of Shir, and we have the Shashu of Yahweh.
All right, don't stop right there.
Hold on.
What's Seir and Reuben?
So it alludes to a region.
You are lying.
Shashu just alludes to a nomadic tribe. So it's alluding to nomadic tribes within a particular region. So the area of Seir hints to the Transjordan region.
He just said area. Didn't he just say area?
Yeah.
Now, for anyone
Transjordan is an area. Seir is an area.
Listen, the inscription
is in a region. It's in Midian, it's in Edom. Highlands of Sidon. Brother, I'm very familiar with this area. He does nothing.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing.
Yeah.
You're not asking any trick questions.
That's why you want
asking nothing. You're not asking nothing that's slick.
So what you saying, Benny? Go ahead.
He's not asking. He's not saying anything. He's asking a question.
These inscriptions that he's talking about, he said there's more than one inscription. I know. And if you look at all of these inscriptions, and one to pay attention to is Shasu Seir. Seir is absolutely a toponym. And when you look at the Egyptian inscriptions, the designator is for a land, not a deity. They're not, because y'all
Brother,
keep
who
bringing.
said it
Y'all say that.
deity?
You
What are
said
you
that. You
talking
say
about?
Yahweh. Why you
You
say Yahweh?
disagree with me
You
just to say the same thing I said. I
Listen,
said
you
it's
just
a
say
region.
you
What
said
are you talking
Shasu,
about?
land of Yahweh.
I said it
Why did you
alludes
say
to a
Yahweh?
region. So
You
what are
are
you talking about?
disingenuous, brother.
Who
You're
said
disingenuous.
deity? Being, just be quiet, brother.
Why
Like
did
you
you
just
say
making up
Yahweh?
shit now.
Why did you say Yahweh?
Nobody said anything about deity.
You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I said it alludes to a If you shut up, maybe you can listen more. You're just ready to argue.
Come on,
I'm very
Decorum. Let's
familiar with my
pass it to
argument
Humble
because
Mystic.
Hey,
I'm
so
very
King
familiar
J,
with my argument because
Hold on, y'all.
Humble, don't cut me off. Hold on, Humble, because
Is
he's a hold on. Ben is a snake.
he's so
I'm very familiar
disingenuous.
with my argument because it's the truth. So
hey, King
you
J,
don't have to.
so
Hold on one second.
Hold on. Because I'm very fluent with it. So the question was, he asked me about Yahweh. I said there are actually three. There's the Shaweh of Reuben, the Shaweh of Seir, and the Shaweh
That
of
don't say
Yahweh.
Reuben.
I did say Reuben.
Say
I
it
said
don't say
Reuben.
Reuben.
I said Reuben, Seir, and Yahweh. And I said
I
they
know.
alludes to. I said it
I'm gonna
alludes
let you
to.
go next.
I said you can't listen
Or
and talk.
after Humble.
You can't listen and talk. I said it alludes to a region. I said Shashu alludes to nomads, and I said I guess within those specific regions. This is what the Egyptians called them. The first mention of Yahweh, the first mention of Yahweh are through Egyptian texts. We have the Soleb inscription is what I'm mentioning, and then we have the Myrna Patah stela, which is later dated to about 1200 something BC.
So is
The
that the
soul of
Yahweh?
inscription. That's true.
Hold on.
That's
Go to
Egyptian.
Okay.
Humble. Go to
One
Humble,
mic,
then
one mic,
GD and
one mic.
Capone.
Okay. Since y'all want to go back, see, I don't want to entertain it because we done already dropped so many bombs.
All this bullshit.
Hey, hold up, bro. What are you doing?
We done already dropped so many bombs about the Hebrews didn't even get their own standardized script until after the Babylonian exile. He said, "Oh well, before the Babylonian exile, they was having some other script. I already proved that the script that they was using before the Babylonian exile was Phoenician." He want to go all, but now since y'all want to keep occupying this 22,000, 1,800, bro. Hey, Capone, you know how I'm about to come. Man, ain't none of that real, bro. We ain't got archaeology for the Exodus. And what people do consider the Exodus is not a mass Exodus, it's a small Exodus from the who? From the Hyksos. These people are not Hebrew people. Anywhere between 2,000 and 1,800 to 15, anything between 1208 BCE, we don't know about an Israelite. We don't know about an Israel. We got stones and carving. Me and Brother Capone just had a debate about something dealing with is the Habaru and the Hebrew. Man, I broke stones. They got 100,000 clay tablets, right? And all of them in cuneiform, right? And they are destinating people by ethnic group, right? They got the Amamu in there. They got the Hittites in there, but you know who they don't got in there? They don't got no Hebrew in there. They ain't got no Ivrit in there. They ain't got none of them in there. Now let's go even further, right? So we know humans leave fingerprints, right? I don't care who you is. If you are a human that walked on this planet Earth, you leave a fingerprint, right? Now, what was the language that Abraham and them was walking around here, right? Where's the land grants and the material evidence of Abraham and his 70 soldiers, right? What about when who was it, Isaac or Jacob, right? When they was actually talking to the king, I can't remember who the king was, right? And they went with a land grant. It was about a well, right? That right there leave evident where that well at. Right? So when we want to talk about this in the biblical terms and try to bring it to the history, we ain't got no history. So when we speaking on history during that time, we can't mix it into what we talking about when we dealing with these scripts.
No, well, you know what? They do have the evidence of
with that.
Oh, so they do have the evidence of the grave, the cave that Abraham bought for to bury his wife.
Buried in from the Hittite, yeah.
They found that cave, and
died,
also
man. That's a
well, there's debate about it, but
there's over 20
what they also have a lot of primary archaeology sources for Toronto.
Y'all both just cutting. Let him finish. Then goes to Ben, then King J.
I was gonna say that there's debates about all these things, but there are people that will say that cave was found, and also the well, even the well, or a couple of the wells. They have theories about it, you know. So I won't say there's no evidence whatsoever of the Hebrews being in that region, you know. And even the Hyksos, maybe the Hyksos were kind of what the Hebrews became, what the Hebrews are, you know. We don't really know what happened with that, you know,
About
or some
assimilation.
part of the Hyksos or something.
So let
You know
me
what I mean?
let me have him out.
You know what? Hold on one
Hold
second,
on. It's
man.
on Ben.
Oh, I'm gonna just say this. Listen, there's over like 50 different sites where people say, "Oh, this is where Abraham cave is." So pick one. You know, pick one. None of them. None of
It ain't
them.
no, no, it's
none of
not.
them- Look it up. It's you can see
Bro,
when they
it's
say no,
what?
it's not.
Hold on, really
Listen, I'm
fast.
finna,
Before they
hold
do a
on,
simple Google
Ben.
search,
Get
it's
into it too deep,
crazy.
really fast.
Hold on, hold on,
Brother
hold on.
Toronto,
Hold on,
I got a
Can I
message
say
from
this,
Brother
bro?
Toronto really fast. It ain't gonna be too long. Brother Toronto, since you're new to the panel, Brody, I'll concede with your maybes, my guy. I got we got the maybes. Go ahead, y'all. I got you, Brother
So
Toronto.
Ben, let me ask you this question: what is the cave of that Abraham's supposed to be in? What's the name of it?
Before you say no, right?
Macphila.
Simple Google search, right?
No,
Just do a simple
my
Google search.
palate. That's what you said with the
Before
M,
y'all say
right?
no, there are hundreds of
Yes,
there
it
are many
means
different sites where people claim it's Abraham's cave, just like there are
with
many different sites where people
You got an echo,
claim
GD and Capone.
a lot of different things. So you like, come on, man, cut it out. Cut it out.
Okay. So, Toronto, what do you think about the Hezekiah seal as a primary source? The well of Hezekiah as a primary source for actual Israelite actually existence. We can look at the Amorite.
But that's later. That's later though. That's later though.
Yeah, but that's when they're talking. That's when they're
Israelite.
talking. Hold on, why they everybody talking over me when I'm talking? Like
Yeah,
while
let
I'm
King
talking,
finish.
literally.
Hold on, let me get a mic check real
Hold
quick.
on, no,
Mic check,
no,
mic
hold
check.
on. No, you can't. Can I just have my little time, brother? Y'all can mute up. When we're talking about the primary sources, right? Hezekiah, the well of Hezekiah, Hezekiah's seal. We're looking at the Amorite dynasties, right? Omri actually has a son called Ahaz and Jehu. We can look at the obelisk prisms, right? And we actually see Jehu kneeling down in front of the Syrians, paying homage. So these are primary sources that attest to actual biblical characters outside outside of the Bible that we know exist. So and therefore they correspond to a certain time period. If we know the Assyrian disbursement happened about 740 or whenever BC, then we know that there was a particular northern kingdom of Israel within Samaria that was dispersed to Hala, Medes, and Goshen. Right? We do know that they were. If we look at the Edict of Cyrus, right, that these actual Israelites were actually returned back. Right? Later, we can talk about the Yehudi kingdom and the kingdom of Judah and how that corresponds. These are actually real people. So
I was going to talk about some earlier stuff like the Merneptah Stele, and even that thing about the Machpelah cave. The Machpelah cave, like there's one that's kind of more likely the one in Hebron, okay, and that one is like it's been venerated since the second temple period, right? It's ancient reverence to this place, right? So that very well could be the place, although they never have excavated it because it's considered the holy
Well,
site.
I don't try to argue too much. Pretty Bronze Age patriarchs. I think
But
pretty much those.
the Merneptah Stele
Well,
shows that
that's still Bronze Age. That's 1200 BC.
that's
So
1200 BC. So that's old. That's
that's
very
Bronze.
old, man. That's
Well,
very old.
That's Bronze Age. So I don't argue Bronze Age patriarchal characters or figures because I think a lot of that is mythos, right? They had to create a mythos, right? So they got it from somewhere. But
Well, how do you explain the Merneptah Stele if it mentions the house of David and stuff? You know?
No, it doesn't.
well, I don't
No,
think
not the Merneptah Stele.
yeah, the Merneptah Stele is the first instance for Israel possibly, which I don't agree with that. But
Why
The
don't you agree with
scholars
that?
agree with it.
So you don't agree with
they
that,
really
but
don't.
you
The
just call them
consensus.
people Hebrews.
Yeah, I actually can probably read it.
No, I don't utilize the monetization because it's too much controversy about it, right? So we don't need the monetization to be true for the Israelites to be true. It's too much evidence. The brother what Humble said, listen, Humble, you already know how I'm coming. I'm destroyed. I'm the source God when it comes to Israelite information. Now the brother Toronto, when you was saying now the brother Toronto and the other brother Negro Spiritual got up here and verified everything that I was saying. So the guy Milky Doug in the comments. I gave you a source. Anybody that's saying the Hebrews are not the Hebrew, go to Encyclopedia Britannica, read the second paragraph, and it says these are. You say they could be the Hebrew. Why I say that in the encyclopedia if it's not a possibility?
You just butchered yourself, brother. You
Hold
said
on,
Hold on. Look, I'm making a point. I'll show you that they are. Now, there's a possibility that they could be. So stop saying that there's no this, no that, no. You not Matembe, you not Matembe Mutombo. The Kimbe Mutombo, bro. It ain't no.
And hold on, really
You
fast.
shooting shots over here. Listen, hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on 1 second.
Let me help the brother out with the Hyksos Exodus thing. Let me finish, bro. This is my closeout. Let me finish. Let me help the brother Toronto out. So Toronto with the Hyksos whole thing, Joseph assimilated into an Egyptian family that was ruling at that time.
Right.
So when Joseph assimilated into that family, Joseph bring his family to Egypt. They live there for some time, and then they get his oh my bad, I said it wrong. Joseph assimilated into the family. He bring his family there. Joseph is given advisor. He's ruling in Egypt. The Egyptians expelled the Hyksos. They come back, Kamos on the Carnarvon tablet, come back with slaves. These are the people that Joseph and the Israelites, these are their descendants. And now they're in servitude. Then the Exodus happened, and you can reference the impure, the omniscience of impure for the Exodus. That's how you root it. And if you want to know a Moses, I'll give you a Moses. Because Moses was born in Egypt as well. So I'll give you a Moses. He's attested to in history. And the Pharaoh wasn't Ramses. That's the last thing I wanted to say. The Pharaoh wasn't Ramses.
Where's Moses attested?
I just want to get my little bro. I just want to get my brother.
Pseudo closeout.
Hold on, King. I just want to get my brother a pen.
No, that's all. This is all primary evidence. You saying Carnarvon tablet is pseudo?
Every time Capone, that's how you better come.
The Carnarvon tablet. Do you know what the Carnarvon tablet is? You should know,
brother. I know more about any papyrus.
So when I pull up the TLA and when Kamos come back with his slaves, what's the word gonna be there?
Kamos or Amos?
Kamos.
So what's the date of Kamos?
Bro, why are you asking date? I'm telling you about the Carnarvon tablet. So his date will be somewhere in the second. His date is somewhere during the second intermediate period.
So if you're dating that,
I don't know. You know they have high chronology, low chronology. They don't even know the fucking date.
That's why I asked you the date.
King J respond.
So don't.
Because if you give me a date of like 1200 BC,
bro, I gave you a primary. So I said the Carnarvon tablet.
You gave me right. So you gave me a date
you
about
the
1100 BC.
Egyptian scholar. You should know what that is.
Brother, I'm telling you the date. I'm telling you the date. You're not listening. So you're just really arguing. So you're giving me a date about 1100 BC. So how is that going to be a day for Exodus? That's all I'm asking you.
How the Carnarvon tablet is it? See, this is humble. Brother, I'm gonna pull a humble right here. Listen, hold on, King J, chill. You just respond. You just said Kamos is in a Kamos expelled the Hyksos.
Kamos expelled the Hyksos?
Yes.
Or Hatshepsut?
Hatshepsut is later. So Hatshepsut is Thutmose is the first daughter. What are you talking about? That's 200. That's 200 years apart,
brother. Exactly. So why does Hatshepsut have a stela called the expulsion of the Hyksos by Hatshepsut?
Why does what?
It's called the expulsion of the Hyksos, and it's called the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut. She gets the
Kamos is the listen.
hold on. She gets the remnant that's left in Avaris out. Are you not familiar with that? Her father does not get all of them out.
That's not what you're talking about, though.
No, they ain't with
There's only one Hyksos time period. What are you talking about?
No.
There's only one time period the Hyksos rule.
He's talking about the by Kamos.
Kamos expelled the
Hyksos. So
Hyksos.
it's not in the right time period. If he's talking
What's
about
not
Kamos.
in the you talking about something you see? So the stuff with Hatshepsut that's come much later.
About what I know.
That's much later, bro.
What's much
Kamos Kamos is so this. I'm gonna give you the dynasty. It's Sennacherib Tau the second, and then you have Kamos and Amos.
They're all concurrent.
What? How they right after each other? How Amos is Kamos' son, and Kamos is Sennacherib's son.
Brother, I said Apophis and Sinkin Ra are concurrent.
Right.
Okay.
Apophis killed Sennacherib.
That's the story go there about the hippopotamus, right? So
no, he killed him. He had an X wound to the head.
In his head.
And Kamos came to revenge him. Kamos got a whole tablet talking about his the Carnivon tablet, where he's talking about everything how he expelled the people and how he recaptured them after he expelled them. And guess what they were saying? Shalom.
That's not Kamos.
Who is it? I'm done. Who is it? Who's speaking in the Kamos tab in the Carnivon tab?
It's actually Amos, right? Not Kamos. It's actually Amos.
That's in the second one. In the second one is Amos.
Brother.
Kamos is the one that. Go ahead.
It's actually Amos, not Kamos. And Hatshepsut, I'm giving you the primary text, brother. I said that Hatshepsut has the expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut. She gets the remnant that Amos don't get out. She goes to Avaris and gets them out.
Bro, so you saying Hatshepsut? So you saying Hatshepsut is during the same time as Amos and Kamos in Sennacherib Tau?
I believe Amos and Hatshepsut are brothers. They brothers and sisters.
No. Hatshepsut is Thutmose the second sister.
Brother. Listen, brother. They brothers and sisters.
Look it up. Okay. Oh, look. Hold on. Can we get a fact check, bro?
Brother.
Hatshepsut is the daughter of Thutmose is the first, and her brothers are Thutmose the second and third.
Brother, listen. Look up the primary source that I gave you. I'm giving you. If you don't want to, if I give you a source, bro, and you don't look it up,
you don't have to. I researched this already, bro. Hatshepsut is the daughter of Thutmose is the first.
I'm giving you,
bro. Listen, man.
You're not gonna look up the source. If I give you a source, you're not.
How can you push? But listen, this is what I'm saying. How are you gonna push Hatshepsut all the way back to the Hyksos?
Because she expels them.
How did she expel them if Kamos expelled? Kamos and Amos expelled them.
Yeah, I'm looking at Amos expelling them right now on
That's crazy. You said who? Amos or Kamos?
I'm looking at Amos, but I'm about to look up Kamos too.
Kamos is the father. I might got them two mixed up because they named similar.
They both did.
Amos, Kamos. Sometimes they say they brothers. Sometimes they say they sons and father.
All three of them did at a different period of time.
Yeah,
man. It's not even like anybody's wrong.
Oh, I know his problem. So it is another Amos.
I keep trying to tell you that Amos is the father of Hatshepsut, brother.
No, no.
Yes.
Thutmose is the first is Hatshepsut father.
Brother.
Okay, look that up then. If I'm wrong, bro, I know I'm not wrong on that, by the way.
Her father is Thutmose is the first, and Queen.
Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And so the problem that he's having is that there's two Amoses. There's another Amos who served under Thutmose.
I did get that confused with the Queen Amos. Amos is her mama.
All right, Joe. Because all right, but
hold on, really fast.
All right. Go ahead, Ben, clear that up for
Hold
us,
on,
man.
before Ben really fast, I gotta exit
But
out
brother,
here.
it's nothing to clear up. You was wrong,
Hold
brother.
on,
Let's let
King
Humble
J.
It ain't
close
got
out.
nothing to do with no combos, brother.
Hold on, really fast,
Humble
y'all.
got
Let
a
me
dip,
close
but
out.
I'm gonna keep it going. He about to close out. Go ahead, Humble.
Well, listen, man, I appreciate everybody for showing up. Y'all already know how I do. I appreciate y'all for showing the love. Big ups to the brother A1 as always. King J, a hell of a fight, man. You a dog, man. Keep up the good work. Keep up your scholarship, bro. It was fun in there with you. Brother Capone, man. You know, that's what I like to see, bro. You made me proud, bro. You stand on your square. You know, that's what I like to see. Brother, scholar like no other, man. You did your thing today, Brody. I really do appreciate you. And Toronto, man, listen, you new to the panel, but man, you fit right in just like family. The dialogue is right there on par. I love to have you come around some more. Get you into some more of these conversations, maybe into some debates. A debate or two. And I really appreciate you. Hey, listen, also invite us to your channel. Come have a conversation or interview or whatnot. Also, now, last but not least, to the brother A1 Day One, bro. I just appreciate you and for all the opportunities that you've given me. And bro, man, listen, I just appreciate you for being a solid dude, bro. And with that, I appreciate everybody. I'm out. Thank y'all for coming through.
Peace.
Peace. Have a good night.
Fellas. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna bounce too, guys. It's been really educational. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Really cool, man.
Have a good night.
I'll talk to you guys soon, I hope. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, God bless.
Bless.
It's a decent little screen.
Back to you two gentlemen, G. Capone and King J.
Yeah, so GD Capone. So what? So yeah, it's almost Tutmos and Hatshepsut are brothers and sisters, and they are husband and wife at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
So they
now you back on the right path.
All this is happening. 14th
200
dynasty.
years after the Hyksos.
No. Why do you think it's happening 200 years after the Hyksos?
150 years after the Hyksos.
No, it's happening the same time. They fighting the Hyksos.
Bro, you just said Hatshepsut. Whenever you say Hatshepsut comes 200 years or 150 years after the Hyksos reign.
So let me help you with this, because a lot of times this is how sometimes people get it mixed up. They don't realize that the Hyksos dynasty, the 14th, which is the 14th dynasty, the 15th dynasty, the 16th dynasty, which is the Abydos dynasty, the 17th dynasty, which starts with second Ra Tau, and then the 18th dynasty, which is the Hatshepsut, all runs concurrently at the same time.
Yeah, that's a reconstruction of history, bro. I've seen that argument, and it's not very good.
No, brother, listen. It's a simple look at the timelines. When you said that Apophis, right, killed second Ra Tau, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You said he hit him in the head, killed him with the head with an axe, right?
Right.
Had an argument about I believe the story go, Apophis sends a letter talking about
he sent a letter to the Cushite.
Yeah, well, talking about the his hippos were too loud. He couldn't sleep. That's kind of what started the little war between the Hyksos, right? Apophis and Saken Ra. So if you look at the date of Saken Ra, what dynasty is he? 17th dynasty, right?
17th, yeah.
What dynasty is Apophis?
Apophis is part of the Hyksos dynasty.
And what
but
dynasty?
they are both concurrent. They're in the same. They contemporary.
Right, that's what I said. So when I said 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 dynasty are all happening at the same time, that's what I mean.
But that's because the 14th, 15th, and 16th is to the Hyksos, and the 17th is to Sanskrit Tau.
Whatever the reason is, they happening at the same time, brother.
Right. I agree with that.
Okay, that's all I said. I said it was concurrent. I said
yeah, but you throwing Hatshepsut in, and I don't agree with that.
Why isn't she in there? She's their family. Who is she fighting? She's fighting the Hyksos.
No, she's not.
Her daddy, huh?
She's not fighting the Hyksos,
brother. They're fighting the Hyksos.
She lead an expedition into Kush. I mean, into Kush.
Brother, she goes into Avarice and expels the Asiatics from Avarice, brother. I gave you the primary source.
How if he just told you that
why are you asking
Thutmose
how
the
instead of
first?
looking at
Hold on,
why are you
look.
asking how?
So what dynasty is Thutmose the first?
This is 18th dynasty.
That's 18th dynasty. So now the 17th, the 14th, 15th, 16th, and the 17th is concurrent. I'm gonna say concurrent. I ain't gonna say that they contemporary. Well, they contemporary and concurrent. But if they happen,
all of this is happening in between 1650 BC and like 1549.
right? I agree. They not
So it's
ruling
not
that long.
so then exactly. So what are you acting shocked that I'm saying?
Because she comes later. You said 18th dynasty, so she's coming later after her father.
She comes 30 years later.
No. How long do Thutmose is the first reign? How long do Thutmose is the first reign?
They don't live long, brother. We already said.
How long is his reign?
Thutmose is the first. Brother. I'm not a. I don't
That's
have a
that's the
dynasty
problem
machine
you have
in
because
my
he
head.
reigned for 60. I think he reigned for like 60-some years.
Okay.
That's the problem you have, and she comes after that reign.
She comes
really
18th dynasty.
Thutmose is the second is the one that's him and Hatshepsut split kingdom.
We know when they come. Let me look up the dates, brother, because
just look at the dates, bro. That's all I'm saying. I know him by heart.
No, you don't.
I know the dynasties by heart. Why? Hold on, let me tell you why. Because I had a whole debate with Humble about the Hyksos. It's on YouTube, and I had a whole debate about.
Hey, where's that at?
That's it. That's the only one I did. When I had to research that.
Hold on. GD, where's that at? Is that still on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on. Don't you know the sister that was up here? It's a queen. It's on her channel. Duel of Concepts. Duel of Concepts. Or you can just put my name in the search bar. It should pop up. But it's in three. It's in 3 parts.
Okay.
Yeah. Humble and they was all the judges. that was crazy. Ashe and God Energy and another comedic brother was all of them was the judges.
Okay.
Crazy. But anyway, like I said, so Hatshepsut is Thutmose is the first daughter. Thutmose the first is ruling, I want to say 16th century. No, I'm tweaking. 14, 15. Thutmose is the first is ruling somewhere in 15 BC, 1500 BC. That's when he's ruling. Am I correct on that, King?
I'm gonna jump off, y'all. It was an awesome conversation. A1, you already know, man. It's all love. But y'all have a good night.
Hey, peace. Have a good night, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to tap out.
Everybody gone. All right, man.
Closing remark. We'll start with Ben since he was the first one. Ready to hop down?
All right. Yeah. You already know. Tighten up. You know, it's the best channel, man. I love this channel. But you know, it's all love. Panel.
Hey, appreciate you. GD and Capone.
Hey, so hey, once again, I want to thank A1, Humble Mystic, and the Titans Debate League, King J, all y'all brothers. I want to give a special thanks to the brother Negro Spiritual for coming, bringing them sources, and everybody act like they're like he just ain't come drop the sources on y'all about the language. And I learned something. I learned something about the whole Jose thing. That goes back to the Hebrew Hosea. That was, and that makes sense because it's Spanish, which go back to Greek. Like, you know, you just trace it all the way back down. So I learned something today. And I also learned that y'all not equipped to mess with me on any type of scholarly level. I don't care how much I sound, how I pronounce my words, my sources speak for me. And my sources agree with me. So until next time, y'all brothers take it easy. Shalom.
Shalom. Have a good night, brother. Peace. King J, it's on you.
For sure. I definitely appreciate the platform, A1, having me on with the discussion with Humble. I definitely think it was educational. I think a lot of people learned a lot of things. I do agree with the brother Capone when he says that the brother Negro Spiritual came on and gave some good clarity. I do believe that he was pretty, humble and his in the way he expressed his critique and but I do believe that I definitely probably won the conversation. I think Humble probably will come back tomorrow or the next couple of days and even, do a follow up or something. I'll be looking forward to it because we are, in reality, we only presented for about 15, 20 minutes. It went pretty fast. And then we ended up talking afterwards for like 5 hours. So I enjoyed you feel me? So I enjoyed the conversation for sure, bro. You always give us a good platform for us to express ourselves in, so I appreciate that.
Yes, y'all gentlemen definitely put on a good show. We definitely appreciate you. If you missed Negro Spiritual, he had a debate on Sunday. Was the killing of Alex?
Yeah, get him back on. But what's his name? What's his name for real? It's not Negro.
DeAndre McBride.
DeAndre, yeah.
Yep.
Get DeAndre back on here, man, and let him,
And let me run the commercial just in case you missed it, and just so you know what icon to look for when you were scrolling through the live videos.
Welcome to Titans Debate League, presented by Coliseum of Arguments, where ideas don't just clash, they collide. In one corner, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly on the mic, the verbal assassin, Leandre Slim Reaper McBride, a master of logic, a hunter of weak arguments, and he's coming to carve this case wide open. And in the opposing corner, crowned in confidence, swinging with conviction, the fearless fire starter himself, King Nana. He doesn't back down, he doesn't fall, and he's ready to defend his stance at all costs. The question shaking the arena, was the killing of Alex Brady justified? Morality versus law, emotion versus evidence, justice or just revenge? No scripts, no safety nets, just unfiltered debate warfare. This isn't a conversation, it's a showdown. Coliseum of Arguments, where only the strongest arguments survive. Are you not entertained?
Yes, that was Sunday. Go check out Leandre. He's got a law degree. He's got a PhD in something else. Yeah, he's pretty fire.
He had books.
Say that again.
He had books.
Yeah, he got them books.
He was able to pull out the books that we was talking about and actually read from the, from the sources. So,
yep. Did you finish your closeout?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And yeah, I think it was a pretty good build, man. Shout out Toronto. Shout out everybody in the chat. Appreciate Humble again pulling up with a presentation and keeping the conversation going. And he pulls everybody together, gets everybody involved. So we definitely have to give him a round of applause.
Humble's an amazing host and energy. You know what I'm saying? He do bring a crowd with him. I definitely fucks with him for sure.
And he was on fire today. I had to hop in and moderate. I'm like, dang, I got a host today.
Definitely was.
He wanted to debate today. He didn't want to host today. I like it though.
Yeah, we can't do both, but yeah, definitely was a lot of energy. I definitely respect the brother's scholarship.
Yes, he came. Yeah, that was some fire he came with, man. It was an interesting discussion.
Yeah, we'll probably build on a little bit more. Yeah.
And I got my own opinion, but I just sat back and watched the whole time. So
I know it's hard because you're a debater too.
Yeah.
But as a owner, you gotta just try to stay unbiased sometimes and just
I do pretty good, man. Y'all don't nobody know what I think about nothing for real. Not too much. So all right, man. We about to end with this.
That's love. I appreciate it.
Yep. Have a good night. We about to end with the song by Connie's Son, Family All Around Me. I usually listen to them on Spotify, but you can go check them out on all platforms. This CD, Block Blues, is on all platforms. Head over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. And have a beautiful night. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money and never let them steal it. Peace.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. Hey, ain't nobody fighting around here. Ain't nobody shooting around here. Everybody that's around here, family. All love, no hate, be clear. No shade, all love, be real. You love them, you should know how it feel. Tired of all these badass kids. Tired of paying all these bills. Family going through the same thing, so they know exactly how you feel. They supply a shoulder I can cry. I provide a place where they can heal. Leave my money out, they don't steal. Let them have it if it's for a bill. Soldier for me when they in the field. Only way I live. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. Family all around me.